Chapter 927. Li Wangyu really did not want to bother with these Japanese, but since it was Pai Lupi who asked him to settle this matter, he could not ignore it. However, this matter was not easy to deal with. I don't know what those damned Dongying envoys thought of. They actually went to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down and caused a huge commotion. No matter how much Li Wangyu hated the Japanese, he could not directly reject them without a reason. After all, in Chinese tradition, not only would such actions not be condemned, but it would also be widely publicized. For example, Hua Tuo, Zhuge Liang, etc. Respecting one's teacher and acknowledging one's teacher was praiseworthy. If Li Wangyu did not give a reasonable explanation and rejected them, his reputation would be damaged. Li Wangyu definitely did not want to become the scapegoat for these damn Japanese. However, Li Wangyu was even more unwilling to accept these envoys from the East Ocean continent. Even if he did not teach them any skills, it was disgusting to see these Japanese in front of him all day long. He had to think of a way to reasonably reject the Japanese's request to become his disciple. Li Wangyu thought for a while and had an idea. Calling for Niu Wu to prepare a horse, Li Wangyu rode his horse to Chang, and city under the protection of the troops in his residence. Logically speaking, since Li Wangyu's title had been removed by Pai Lupi, the troops in his residence should not be kept. Who would have heard of a commoner having dozens of valiant troops in his home? However, Pai Lupi seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and the officials also ignored it. Even those aristocratic families that did not like Li Wangyu the most did not jump out to make an issue out of this matter. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the so-called removal of his title was just a joke. Who knew when Pai Lupi would wave his hand and restore Li Wangyu's title of duke? As such, even the Ministry of Works seemed to have forgotten about this matter. They did not even send people to remove the illegal gate in front of the Lai Hot. The Japanese envoys in the main hall called out to him one by one, and no one reminded them that they had said something wrong. Everyone knew about Li Wangyu's title issue. This was basically a fight between uncle and nephew, and no one dared to interfere. Otherwise, who knew who would be the unlucky one? Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the officials of the Honglu Temple all let out a sigh of relief. "Greetings, Duke Tang. I've troubled you with today's matter." Li Wangyu smiled and greeted the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Honglu Temple official was originally the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, but he was forced to resign by Pai Lupi because of the gold theft case. The Chamberlain of the Honglu Temple was a famous figure in history, Tang Jian. Tang Jian was a meritorious minister when Li Yuan raised his troops in Jinyang. He followed the Yangon king to attack Lu Wuzhou and was captured. After Pai Lupi defeated Lu Zhouwu, he became the Minister of Rights, the Governor of Suizhou, and the Duke of Zhu. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, he was chosen to enter the Lingyan Pavilion and became one of the 24 meritorious officials. Although Li Wangyu did not have much contact with Tang Jian, they were familiar with each other. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, Tang Jian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone had come to clean up this mess. "Ziyo, you're finally here. These Japanese really don't know what's good for them. His Majesty has already rejected them, but they still want to kneel here and take you as their master." Speaking of which, Ziyo is really famous. Even the Japanese know about you. "Mr. Tang, don't make fun of me. I also have a headache over this matter." As the Honglu Temple official, Tang Jian could not help but persuade, "Ziyo, why don't you accept these Japanese? It will be a good story." He did not have any selfish motives. Even the officials in the imperial court thought so. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Er had talked to Li Wangyu before and knew that he didn't like these Japanese, he wouldn't have rejected them so decisively. The Tang people naturally did not know how ambitious these Japanese would be in the future. Of course, they also could not understand Li Wangyu's hatred for them. The Tang dynasty did not hold any grudges against the Tang envoys. Not only did they pass down various advanced systems, culture, and techniques, but many of them also stayed in the Tang dynasty to marry and have children. Li Wangyu couldn't explain this to everyone. He could only smile and say, "Duke Tang, it's not that easy to become my disciple. You have to pass my tests and tests." "Ziyo, how are you going to test them?" Tang Jian asked curiously. When the two of them were talking, Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui, who had been kneeling on the ground, saw Li Wangyu appear. They quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu. When they heard Li Wangyu say that he was going to test them, the two of them hurriedly nodded. No problem. Mr. Li, you may not know, but the Japanese place great importance on the envoys. The foreign students are all talented and have a clean background. They will definitely pass your test. The envoys were divided into foreign students and scholarly monks. They were usually chosen from the talented nobles and monks. The scholarly monks were mainly studying Buddhism in the temples in Chang, Luoyang, and other places. They had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Those who wanted to become his disciple were the foreign students. According to the original arrangement, these foreign students would enter one of the 6 institutes under the Imperial College to study their own specialties. These foreign students were carefully selected by the Japanese officials. They were required to be familiar with the Tang Dynasty and had a high level of Chinese culture. Moreover, before the envoys were sent, the Japanese officials repeatedly reminded them, when you receive the envoys, you must be polite and courteous. Do not be hostile and do not be agitated. Their attitude was quite sincere. That was why Inakami Mitsuda dared to nod and was willing to accept Li Wangyu's test. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Judging by their clothes, they were not Tang people. They were foreign envoys or foreign students. In fact, the Tang dynasty did not only have Japanese envoys. All the vassal states admired the Tang dynasty's culture and sent foreign students. At most, there were tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang'an alone. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Greetings, Mr. Li. Greetings, Mr. Li. After everyone bowed to Li Wangyu in unison, someone asked respectfully, "May I ask, Mr. Li, since the Japanese students can pass the test and become your disciple, I wonder if we can do the same? I, a foreign student from Silla, have also admired Mr. Li for a long time." Yes, I, a foreign student from Bohai, am the same. I, a foreign student from Annan, would like to become your disciple. The words of the foreign students from various countries stunned Li Wangyu. What the F***ck is the meaning of this? Are they planning to change it to a student recruitment meet? Inakami Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were so angry that their faces turned red. They, the Japanese, had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate under the scorching sun and finally managed to invite Li Wangyu out. When they saw that they could become Li Wangyu's disciple after passing the test, these bastards actually came out to pick the peaches. Baka. A bunch of bastards. I'll go to a friend's place for tea in the afternoon. I'll update another chapter in the evening. Chapter 928. There were many foreign exchange students in Chang'an City, and the Tang dynasty was quite strict with their management. The foreign exchange students accepted by the Tang dynasty were all sent by the government. They came to the Tang dynasty with a diplomatic mission and were approved by the officials of the Tang dynasty before they could enter the school. There were 2 kinds of foreign exchange students from different countries: foreign exchange students and returning students. Returning students were short-term students who came and went with the diplomatic mission. As for foreign exchange students, they stayed in the Tang dynasty to study and live for a long time. Many of them settled down in the Tang dynasty. Even if they were foreign exchange students, they would be sent back by the Tang dynasty because they failed in their studies or violated the rules. According to the records of the Tang dynasty, 204 foreign students from Silla Kingdom had been sent back one after another. The foreign exchange students' study in the Imperial College was also strictly managed. Those who gambled, fought, drank, caused trouble, and disobeyed the laws of the Tang dynasty would all be expelled or even sent to the government. Moreover, foreign exchange students were not allowed to interact with the common people or officials privately. They were not allowed to wear Tang clothes. They had to wear the clothes of their own country and could not imitate the clothes of the Tang people. They were not allowed to marry privately or bring their wives back to Tibet. In other words, if they got married in the Tang dynasty, they could not bring their wives and concubines back to their vassal countries and could only stay in the Tang dynasty. If the foreign exchange students violated the law, if the victim was a Tang person or a vassal country's vassal country, they would be punished according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. There were many similar rules. As the most powerful country in this era, the Tang Dynasty also had the pride of the Tang Dynasty. The management of foreign exchange students was like this. Therefore, even if these foreign exchange students admired Li Wangyu, they did not dare to ask to be his disciple. Regardless of whether Li Wangyu was willing to accept them or not, the rule of prohibiting foreign exchange students from interacting with the common people and officials made them not dare to act rashly. Today, when foreign exchange students heard that Dongying had sent a Tang envoy to kneel outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and beg the emperor of the Tang Dynasty to allow them to be Li Wangyu's disciples, they could not sit still and came to the Vermilion Bird Gate to watch the show. When they heard that Li Wangyu actually agreed and said that as long as they passed the test, he would accept them as his disciples, how could these foreign exchange students hold back? They all stood up and asked that they also wanted to be his disciples. Inashang Mitsuda and Yakushi Terui were angered by the scene in front of them, but there was nothing they could do. Whether Li Wangyu accepted a disciple or not, and who he accepted as a disciple, it was not up to them to decide. Moreover, there were many international students. Even if the Japanese wanted to object, they wouldn't dare to offend the public. Li Wangyu was also depressed. He didn't really want to take in any vassal state disciples. He was just being pushed to the edge by the Japanese. He was prepared to purposely make things difficult for them so that the Japanese would know how difficult it was and retreat. That was fine. This way, even if he didn't accept any disciples, the Japanese wouldn't be able to say anything. But now, dozens of international students had come to join in the fun, and behind them were tens of thousands of international students. At the thought of the tens of thousands of international students in Chang, and Li Wangyu felt his head swelling. If so many people came to the Vermilion Bird sect and begged him to take them in as disciples, it would be a huge joke. Confucius only had 72 disciples and 3,000 disciples. Could it be that Li Wangyu wanted to take in tens of thousands of disciples? At the thought of tens of thousands of people calling him teacher in unison, Li Wangyu couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. He was famous for being a lazy person. If he could sit, he definitely wouldn't stand. If he could lie down, he definitely wouldn't sit. If he really accepted these international students, that would be crazy. Just as Li Wangyu was thinking of how to reject, he saw more and more people gathering around him. Because international students could only wear the clothes of the vassal state, Li Wangyu easily knew that these people were international students. Because the directorate wasn't far from the Vermilion Bird sect, the international students who heard the news also came, blocking the wide Vermilion Bird Street. Hearing the deafening greetings of the international students, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little enlightened. If these people held up signs in their hands and shouted things like, "I love you," or "I want to give birth to your children," it would be a scene of fans chasing after celebrities. Even though he had seen all kinds of big scenes after transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty, he was still a little excited to be so popular. Originally, he just wanted to make things difficult for the Tang envoy from Japan, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. He began to seriously consider whether he should take in a few disciples from the vassal states. Although he had never heard of any historical figures from the vassal states, it didn't seem like a bad idea to take in a few foreigners as disciples. It was everyone's responsibility to promote the culture of the Tang Dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu raised his voice and shouted to the people around him, "I already understand everyone's intentions. However, I have limited energy and can't teach so many students. I can only choose the best ones and take them in. If you are willing, 3 days later at the Dazhao baseball field, I will set 3 questions. If you can pass these 3 questions and have a pure heart, I will take you in as my disciple. What do you think?" His words naturally made the students around him overjoyed. They all bowed and saluted him. "It's all up to you, sir. We have no objections." "Thank you, sir. We are grateful that Mr. Li has given us this opportunity. We dare not disobey your orders." Although Inashang Mida and the other Dongying people were helpless, they could only follow the crowd and bow to Li Wangyu to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "All right, you may leave. Don't disturb the people from going out." "Yes, sir." After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, the students no longer blocked the Vermilion Bird Gate. They all saluted again and dispersed while discussing with each other. Tang Jian was also caught off guard by this scene. Fortunately, Li Wangyu handled it well and did not cause any trouble, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ziyo, your reputation? Sigh, even those famous scholars can't compare to you, Tang Jian said with a sigh. Scholars like Li Gang, Kong Yingda, and Yu Shinan were respected, but in terms of influence, they were not as influential as Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not only good at writing poems, he was also young and handsome, and he was also rich. In the brothels of Ping Kong Fong, the young and beautiful prostitutes loved to sing Li Wangyu's poems the most. Scholars loved to visit Ping Kong Fong. They heard Li Wangyu's name and masterpieces every day. With such a publicity campaign, it would be strange if Li Wangyu didn't become popular. Moreover, Li Wangyu had created too many big news in the past 2 years, which made him even more popular. In the eyes of the Tang people, Li Wangyu was the one who was praised by everyone. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu was definitely one of the top internet celebrities in Chang, in city of the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, it was not surprising that the students from the vassal states admired Li Wangyu and wanted to be his disciple. In response to Tang Jian's exclamation, Li Wangyu could only smile and rub his nose. After a few polite words, he bid farewell and left. He still had to rush back to Dingzhou village to discuss with his beautiful superior about how to choose students. Since he had already said it, he couldn't treat it carelessly. I got fat from that thing again. I regret it for 3 seconds. Chapter 929. The news that Li Wangyu had agreed to accept students as disciples quickly spread throughout the Imperial College. The tens of thousands of foreign students were all excited, discussing what kind of test Li Wangyu would give them. As for the other Tang students of the Imperial College, after hearing of this matter, they were all envious and jealous. If they could become Li Wangyu's disciple, the benefits were self-evident. There were even quite a few people who secretly pondered whether or not they should learn from those foreign students and go to the Vermilion Bird Gate to cause trouble. Fortunately, the Imperial College was strict in its management of students, dispelling any thoughts of going to the Vermilion Bird Gate to petition. Even so, 3 days later, the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium was still packed to the brim. Today, Li Wangyu was publicly accepting disciples. Moreover, he was accepting foreign students from various vassal states. Naturally, this matter attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the tens of thousands of foreign students, there were also a large number of commoners, officials, and students of the Imperial College. All of them rushed to the baseball stadium to watch the excitement. Li Wangyu was helpless against the gossiping of the commoners and officials of Cheng. He could only order for the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium's grandstands to be opened to the public. He had all of the bystanders go to the grandstands to watch the excitement, so as to not affect the foreign students who had come to take the test. Holding on to the mentality that they might win the lottery, the tens of thousands of foreign students in Chang and all rushed to the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium. Fortunately, the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium was large enough. Li Wangyu had made ample preparations, and the stadium staff were experienced. Thus, there was no trouble. With the exception of Princess Chang'e, all of his disciples, including the Crown Prince, Li Qingqian, and the Prince of Yu, Li Tai, all ran over to the Great Zhao Baseball Stadium. Even the little lowly, Wu Meinyang, insisted on running over to watch the excitement. Ever since the matter of Pai Lupi's betrothal, Chang'e had not appeared before Li Wangyu. Clearly, this little lowly was either shy or trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Wangyu was actually quite happy that Chang'e had not appeared. Otherwise, it would have been too awkward for them to meet. He was a good teacher, but now that Li Er had messed around with him, he was really embarrassed. In the end, it was all that damned Pai Lupi's fault. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart again. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Li Wangyu was about to stand up and announce the start of the selection when he heard the sound of music coming from outside the stadium. Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was part of the Royal Guard of Honor when Pai Lupi was out. The soldiers beat the drums, and the musicians of Taichung Temple played music. Both sides were accompanied by fully armored imperial guards. Under normal circumstances, Pai Lupi felt that this set of ceremonial guards was too cumbersome. Most of the time, he traveled in light carriages with only a few dozen to a few hundred imperial guards. In Chang and City, Pai Lupi rarely displayed this royal guard of honor. Usually, Pai Lupi would only let people display the full royal guard of honor on formal occasions. Today, Li Wangyu was only here to select disciples. It wasn't official business. What was the meaning of Pai Lupi coming to the Dazhao baseball stadium with great fanfare? Li Wangyu couldn't understand, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly led the group of disciples to greet the emperor. "Your Majesty, how come you have time to come to the Dazhao baseball stadium today?" Li Wangyu asked curiously after greeting Pai Lupi. "Ziyo, you brought all the international students in Chang and City here. How could I not come to take a look? This involves dozens of vassal states. I can't be careless," Pai Lupi said as he glared at Li Wangyu. "If Tang hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you brat had done such a shocking thing again." Pai Lupi was told by Tang that Li Wangyu had agreed to recruit international students and that he would take the test in the Dazhao baseball stadium. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. If anyone else dared to do this, Pai Lupi would definitely have ordered Mi Tuo to lead the cavalry department to arrest them. International students of the vassal states were not allowed to communicate privately with the people and officials. On the other hand, the people and officials of the Tang Dynasty were also not allowed to communicate privately with international students. If someone else did what Li Wangyu did, they would definitely be arrested and punished by the authorities. Because of Li Wangyu's status, no one dared to arrest him. However, Pai Lupi couldn't ignore it either. In Li Wangyu's eyes, this was only his private matter. However, for the imperial court, this was a big deal. However, Li Wangyu was willing to accept international students from the vassal states as his disciples. This was naturally a good thing for the imperial court. Even if Li Wangyu only accepted one international student as his disciple today, it still represented the Tang dynasty's equal treatment and kindness to the vassal states. Therefore, Pai Lupi put on a full set of ceremonial guards to support Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's intention. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Uncle, aren't you forcing a duck to a perch? If no one can pass my test today, I might not accept a single disciple." Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but stare at him. "That won't do. No matter what, you have to accept one person today. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of international students will make a scene." When Li Wangyu heard this, he turned his head and looked at the international students who were rubbing their hands and eager to try. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Pai Lupi's words made sense. If it was only the Dongying envoys, it would be fine to play with them. But today, tens of thousands of people came. If he said that he couldn't choose a suitable disciple, it would be suspicious of him playing with a monkey. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could only accept his fate and nod. Whether or not anyone passed the test today, in short, he just needed to choose a suitable one to be his disciple. It was no big deal. Following Pai Lupi were Fang Xianling, Tang Jian, Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and other officials of the imperial court, as well as the envoys of the vassal states. When Fang Xianling and the others saw Li Wangyu, they couldn't help but tease him a little, saying that even his disciple was so different. In the face of these friendly teasing, Li Wangyu, as a junior, could only pinch his nose and accept it. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they had a fawning look on their faces and gave Li Wangyu a flattering smile. Everyone, including the Dongying envoy, Inakami Mitsuda, could only secretly pray in their hearts that Li Wangyu would choose an international student from their country and accept him as a disciple. After everyone exchanged a few pleasantries, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others into the batting field. Because Pai Lupi came out in full Emperor's Guard of Honor, the tens of thousands of people gathered in the Dazhao batting field naturally knew that His Majesty the Emperor had come in person. When they saw Pai Lupi, dressed in a yellow robe, tens of thousands of people stood up and bowed, greeting him in unison. Pai Lupi waved around the stands in a very showy manner, then walked to the center of the field and said a few words of encouragement to the international students. Satisfied, he was then invited to the box above the stands by Li Wangyu and sat down. Looking at the people below who had come to watch the fun, Li Wangyu was too lazy to complain about the gossipy spirit of the people of Cheng. If he had known, he would have arranged for the field to sell tickets today. He would have made a lot of money, and it would not be worse than holding a batting match. Stopping the wild thoughts in his heart, Li Wangyu gestured towards Niu Wu, indicating that he could start the test. Chapter 930. Ziyu, I heard that you plan to set 3 questions to select the students. I wonder which 3 questions they are? I'm very curious. Pai Lupi's question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The envoys from various countries were even more concerned. They all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Li Wangyu had to say. Everyone had their own guesses as to what questions Li Wangyu would set to test the students. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, reciting poems, composing essays, and even riding horses and archery were all guesses. The outstanding talents among the international students were also rubbing their fists and palms, planning to perform well today. Only those who knew Li Wangyu well knew that the so-called test would not be so conventional. At least Pai Lupi knew that his nephew was definitely not the kind of person who would play by the rules. Therefore, he was rather curious. Li Wangyu shrugged and kept them in suspense. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you'll know when you see it. It's already begun." Everyone looked down and saw Niu Wu leading a group of baseball field staff to divide the tens of thousands of international students into groups of 10. Hundreds of baseball field staff walked in with bamboo tubes in their arms. Li Wangyu's first question not only puzzled the tens of thousands of international students, but also the tens of thousands of onlookers in the spectator stands. They began to clamor. This test did not look like a test. What was it about? Pai Lupi was even more curious. "Ziyu, what are you doing?" Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at the crowd. The 2 words that came out of his mouth almost shocked everyone in the box. Drawing lots. Pai Lupi's face could not help but twitch. He could not believe what he was hearing. Drawing lots? What kind of lots? "Uncle, drawing lots is drawing lots. There are 10 bamboo sticks in each of those bamboo tubes. Only one of them has a red mark at the bottom. The person who draws this bamboo stick can proceed to the next round of the test." Li Wangyu's explanation caused the box to fall silent for a few moments. "Nonsense. Ziyu, since you want to select your disciples from international students, how can you use such a childish method? Aren't you toying with the international students?" Pai Lupi slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, his eyes wide open. The envoys of the vassal states nodded in agreement with Pai Lupi. Everyone had thought of Li Wangyu's test, but they had never thought that he would use the method of drawing lots. The envoys from other countries also showed dissatisfaction, but because of Li Wangyu's status, they didn't refute him. Only Xianxia couldn't help but jump out. "Li Kuan, isn't it too hasty to decide who will enter the next round by drawing lots? I'm an exchange student from Japan." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. "Uncle, everyone, what do you think is needed for drawing lots?" What was needed for drawing lots? Pai Lupi and the other officials looked at each other, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Ziyu, do you mean that drawing lots requires luck?" Li Wangyu clapped his hands and applauded. "Ha, Fang Gong's words are correct." He turned to Pai Lupi and said with a smile, "Uncle, drawing lots requires luck. Among the tens of thousands of international students, only about 1,000 can draw a red lot. Therefore, these people's luck is better than others. This nephew's first choice is to choose a disciple with luck. This drawing lots is the way to identify their luck. If they don't draw lots, then I'm sorry, their luck is not good. This nephew doesn't accept disciples with bad luck." What? After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the people in the private room all had a puzzled look on their faces. Inashang Mitsuda opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was speechless. Pai Lupi looked as if he had seen a ghost. After a long while, he glared at Li Wangyu, but he didn't say anything else and continued to look down. After all, although Li Wangyu's words were a bit ridiculous, they made some sense. Disciples with bad luck. Don't accept. No one else could come up with such a reason. However, no one could say what was wrong with it. The Tangs also believed in fate. Since their luck was not good, they couldn't blame Li Wangyu for not accepting them as disciples. However, no matter how they looked at it, they felt that Li Wangyu's method of identifying luck was too childish. But since it was Li Wangyu who had taken in a disciple, even if the method was a bit strange, no one, including Xianxia, could raise any objections. Those who didn't draw lots could only blame their bad luck. At this time, Xianxia could only silently pray to Amaterasu Amikami that the Japanese students would be lucky enough to draw a red lot. Not to mention the complicated feelings of the people in the box. After the first test was announced, tens of thousands of international students were also in an uproar. Even the people in Chang, and who were watching the fun in the stands, couldn't help but laugh and talk. In the face of such a childish test, the international students protested one after another. However, Niu Wu didn't care whether they were willing or not. Since it was something his Langjun ordered, he had to carry it out seriously. Faced with the two choices of accepting the test and drawing lots to win that 1/10th chance, or being chased to the stands, all the international students could only obediently bow their heads and choose the former. No matter how strange the test content was, since it was Li Wangyu's request, they really had no choice. Therefore, in the stadium, the international students from the various vassal states showed the people present the religions and various ways of praying. Some knelt down and murmured prayers, some put their hands together and prayed, some bowed to the sun, and even some international students danced strange and inexplicable dances to pray. In short, in the face of Li Wangyu's unreasonable test, everyone tried their best to increase their luck. After a long while, the drawing of lots officially began. These international students were smart. In order to increase the chances of their countries qualifying, they didn't draw lots with their own country's international students. They all ran to the other country's international students to compete. The drawing of lots was naturally very fast. There were 10 people in a group, and the winners were determined in a moment. Those who drew a red lot naturally shouted excitedly and thanked the gods for their blessings. As for the majority of the people who were disappointed, they ended the apprenticeship journey in frustration and were invited to the stands by the stadium staff to be spectators. Of the tens of thousands of international students, more than 9,000 were quickly eliminated, leaving only about 1,000 lucky people in the stadium. Xianxia was very excited because the international students sent by Japan to the Tang Empire were very lucky. More than 10 of them drew a red lot. The first batch of envoys sent by the Tang Empire was less than 200 people. Excluding the envoys and monks, there were less than 100 international students. Among these 100 Japanese international students, more than 10 of them were able to compete with nearly 10,000 international students from the vassal states. Naturally, they were very lucky. After the first round of the so-called test ended, Pai Lupi and the others looked at Li Wangyu again. They wanted to see what other tricks he was going to play. If he dared to talk about drawing lots again, Pai Lupi would really scold him. Chapter 931. Li Wangyu was just spouting nonsense about luck. The only reason he did this was because there were too many people, tens of thousands of international students. Just by gathering together, it was already a sea of people. As the saying goes, when there are more than 10,000 people, there is no end to it. In order to avoid trouble, Li Wangyu came up with the idea of drawing lots. Using luck as an excuse, he eliminated 90% of the international students. Li Wangyu didn't care if there were really talented people among them. Who asked that person to be unlucky? After eliminating 90% of the people, the originally crowded baseball field suddenly became empty. The 1,000 lucky people stood on the field in a daze. They didn't know what kind of strange test was waiting for them. After the drawing of lots, the remaining people began to be suspicious. They couldn't figure out what kind of tricks the famous Li Ziyo would play. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they saw hundreds of stadium staff carrying hundreds of long bamboo poles walk into the stadium. These bamboo poles were about 6 to 7 meters long. There was a piece of red silk tied to the top of the pole. In the box, everyone looked at Li Wangyu again, waiting for his explanation. Uncle, everyone, this test question is very simple. It's still a group of 10. As long as you don't use any external objects and don't bend the pole, whoever can find a way to remove the red silk first will advance to the next round of the test. Li Wangyu's words made everyone frown. The pole was so tall. If it wasn't allowed to bend, How could they remove the red silk at the top of the pole? This person couldn't fly. Even if he jumped, he couldn't jump that high. Just as everyone was thinking hard about how to solve the problem, Xianxia suddenly clapped his hands. I got it. Li Jun's question is to test whether these students can work together and whether they have the spirit of sacrifice. Only when 10 people work together and form a human ladder can they climb to the top of the pole and remove the red silk. But in this way, the other 9 people will have to be sacrificed. Xianxia's words made Pai Lupi and the other officials nod. They felt that what he said made sense. Now it seemed like this was the only way to remove the red silk at the top of the pole. Pai Lupi nodded and praised, "Not bad, my beloved Minister In's Hang is indeed quick-witted. You saw through Ziyo's intentions with just one glance." Being praised by Pai Lupi, Xianxia was naturally very happy. He hurriedly bowed and modestly declined. However, his expression was extremely pleased. Evidently, he was very pleased with himself for being able to guess Li Wangyu's thoughts. On the other hand, Li Wangyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He really wanted to ask Xianxia how he came up with such a creative idea. Even primary school students in the future knew how to solve this problem. In the elementary school textbook, The Smart Su Wenzheng, there was a similar topic. Li Wangyu was just plagiarizing. The solution was to think in reverse. Under the premise of not letting the bamboo pole fall, it would be enough to let the bamboo pole lower itself. Like Su Wenzheng, putting the bamboo pole into the well was the simplest method. Li Wangyu had set this question because he wanted to see how many smart people among the overseas students could think of this. As for Xianxia's words, Li Wangyu was too lazy to expose him. He wanted to see if anyone could slap this Japanese ambassador's face in the future. On the other hand, the disciples behind Li Wangyu all frowned. Clearly, they did not agree with Xianxia's words. The little fatty Li Tai and the little lowly Wu Meinyang suddenly shouted at the same time, "Teacher, I know how to solve this question." Li Wangyu lovingly patted their heads, indicating that they should not say it out loud. As expected, there were many smart people. This kind of child's play would not fool many people. After Li Wangyu announced this question, the 1,000 or so overseas students were all dumbfounded. The bamboo pole was 6 to 7 meters tall. They could not let it fall, and they could not use any external objects. They had to remove the red silk at the top of the bamboo pole. How was this possible? However, one had to admit that in this world, it was not easy to find smart people. However, there were many idiots. The Japanese overseas students' brain circuits were no different from Xianxia's. Very quickly, they came up with a very smart solution. This time, the Japanese didn't team up with the students from other countries. After some discussion, the Japanese students were divided into 2 groups. The 2 most outstanding members were chosen to be in charge of picking the red silk on the bamboo pole and obtaining the opportunity to advance. Li Wangyu's face was filled with black lines as he looked down. He saw the Japanese forming a human ladder and stacking it like a human pyramid. One of the Japanese stepped on his companion's shoulder to climb up to the top of the pole and took down the red silk. The Japanese immediately let out a cheer. Xianxia was so excited that his face turned red. He kept applauding his country's overseas students. Under the influence of the Japanese, the overseas students from other countries were also led down the wrong path. If they calmed down and thought about it, they might be able to come up with a solution. However, the Japanese's stupid method succeeded in removing the red silk, causing the overseas students to lose their ability to think. They all started to follow suit. For a moment, the Great Zhao baseball field seemed to have turned into a circus. Everywhere, there were people climbing up the human ladder. This lively scene attracted the cheers of the people watching from the stands. This made the overseas students even more excited. All the overseas students who successfully removed the red silk were jumping up and down in excitement. As for the overseas students who were willing to give up the opportunity to be apprenticed to their partners, they were not discouraged. Instead, they cheered each other on. Looking at the increasingly lively scene below, Li Wangyu really could not bear to watch. He could not help but cover his eyes with his hands, afraid that these idiots would dirty his eyes. Sigh, Stupidity was indeed contagious. The Japanese were being stupid, and the thousands of overseas students were being stupid as well. This was really enough. Very quickly, the red silk on the hundreds of bamboo poles was removed. The overseas students who did not get the red silk were once again invited to the stands by the staff. However, they were not depressed this time. Instead, they were proud of their teamwork and dedication. When they walked up to the stands, each of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests proudly. Li Wangyu could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and patted Li Tai and Wu Mainyang's heads. "The two of you, go and try to remove the red silk from the bamboo poles. If you dare to use those stupid methods just now, be careful that I will expel the two of you from the sect." Wu Mainyang stuck out her tongue at Li Wangyu and made a face. "Mainyang is not as stupid as those people. Teacher, don't look down on me." Her words made Li Wangyu, Ma Zhou, Yan Liban, and the others laugh. Those who could be accepted as disciples by Li Wangyu were all future big shots who would leave their names in the history books. How could there be any idiots among them? Whether it was Ma Zhou, Yan Liban, Shang Guanyi, Lu Rengui, or even Crown Prince Li Chengqian, they had all figured out the correct method. As for Inashang Mitsuda and the thousands of idiots below, everyone only felt the pleasure of crushing their IQ. Indeed, it was very interesting to watch idiots play monkeys. Chapter 932. After Li Wangyu's 2 tests, there were only 100 students left out of the 10,000 students. At this moment, these students were in the center of the field, receiving the cheers of the audience and their peers. They were very proud. Under the escort of Niu Wu and the others, 2 children, one big and one small, walked to the center of the field and picked up a bamboo pole with all their might. Their actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Whose children are these? Why are they so naughty? Could it be that these 2 children also want to play when they saw the students having fun just now? Perhaps they are Xiao Lang and his wife from some noble family. Didn't you see that the troops of Lai Hot are guarding these 2 carefully? No one in the audience recognized Wu Mainyang, but there were people who recognized Li Tai, Prince Yu. "Everyone, please don't talk nonsense. That Xiao Lang is His Majesty's legitimate son, the disciple of the Duke of Huxian, Prince Yu." Once this was said, no one dared to joke around anymore. However, they still looked curiously at Li Tai and Wu Mainyang in the field, wanting to see what they were planning to do. In the box, Pai Lupi looked suspiciously at his son and couldn't help but ask, "Zio, what did you ask Qin Ke and Mainyang to do?" "Hee, Uncle, I asked them to try how to remove the red silk from the bamboo pole." Li Er couldn't help but glare again when he heard this. "Nonsense, the 2 of them are so young, how can they do such a dangerous thing? This bamboo pole is more than 20 feet tall. What if they accidentally fall down? Me too, quickly go and bring Qin Ke and Mainyang back. Don't let them fool around." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen. You can continue watching with peace of mind." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi frowned. However, he still chose to believe Li Wangyu. He indicated that Mi Tuo didn't need to go. He wanted to see what his son was going to do first. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the little fatty Li Tai picked up a bamboo pole and followed behind the bouncing Wu Mainyang to the side of the baseball field. Large stables were built on both sides of the field to take care of the horses on both sides of the field. In order to provide water for the horses and to wash their fur, a well was dug beside the stables for the convenience of water. Under everyone's gaze, Li Tai and Wu Mainyang walked to the side of the well. Then, Li Tai picked up the bamboo pole and slowly lowered it into the well. In the huge Dazhao baseball stadium, the originally noisy tens of thousands of spectators all shut their mouths at the same time, as if someone had hit their mute acupoint. When Li Tai gently lowered the bamboo pole to his height, the little lowly, Wu Mainyang, smilingly walked up to him and easily reached out her hand to take the red silk from the top of the bamboo pole. There was dead silence in the great Zhao batting field. To think that, sure, just like that? Whether it was the hundreds of victors who remained in the stadium or the martyrs who were invited to the stands. After seeing this scene, they only felt a burning pain on their faces. It turned out that their performance, in front of thousands of people was really just a monkey show in the eyes of others. The hundreds of victors who had been so excited before were now so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They really had no face to see anyone. In the box, Pai Lupi and the officials also opened their mouths wide, unable to speak for a long time. Everyone finally understood the real purpose and answer of Li Wangyou's test question. What kind of bullshit teamwork and sacrificial spirit was this? The group of big shots was also very embarrassed at this time. In fact, if Fang Xianling and the other big shots hadn't been led astray by that idiot Inashang Mitsuda, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. But no matter what, a group of adults couldn't even compare to Li Wangyou's two youngest disciples. It was really embarrassing. As for Inashang Mitsuda, at this moment, his old face was flushed red. There was even a moment when Inashang Mitsuda had the urge to find a katana and commit suicide by cutting his stomach open in front of everyone. The Dongying people's face had been completely thrown away by him. Just as everyone was feeling embarrassed, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed loudly. Good. As expected of my Qilin's son, Qin Ke and Mainyong are indeed worthy of being Ziyou's disciples. They are really smart to be able to think of such a trick. Pai Lupi's words eased the atmosphere in the box. The officials all praised Li Tai and Wu Mainyong's intelligence. But everyone, including Pai Lupi, was implying that Li Tai and Wu Mainyong's method was a petty trick, a trick method. It couldn't be helped. Pai Lupi also wanted to save face. Li Wangyou secretly curled his lips, but he couldn't be bothered to correct them. He was a kind person. After sending his disciples to slap their faces, he still had to give them a way out. Everyone chatted for a while, and Pai Lupi immediately changed the topic. Ziyou, what is the content of your third test? Li Wangyou pointed at the stadium staff below who were moving the props. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly told them the third test question. Uncle, everyone, the third question is not easy. Look at the two doors below. One is the real door, and the other is the fake door. I will arrange two gatekeepers at each door. One will only tell the truth, and the other will only tell the lie. He shrugged and smiled. My request is very simple. The international students below can only ask any gatekeeper within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. With one question, they have to determine which door is the real one and which is the fake one. Those who make the correct judgment will pass. Li Wangyou's words once again caused everyone in the box to fall silent. They all frowned and lowered their heads in deep thought. For the Tangs who had never come across such logical reasoning questions, Li Wangyou's question was really a little crazy. The remaining 100 or so international students below were originally dispirited by Li Tai and Wu Mainyong's godly manipulation. After hearing the third question announced by Niu Wu, they were all dumbfounded. 2 doors, 2 gatekeepers, 1 real and 1 fake. They could only ask any one of them one question. How could they get the correct answer? How could they do it? Wasn't this King deliberately making things difficult for them? The stands became lively again. Everyone was passionately discussing Li Wangyou's third question. How can there be such a question? County magistrate who is deliberately making things difficult for those international students. Is there really an answer to this kind of question? How can a single question be asked? That's right. It's not difficult to determine which of the 2 gatekeepers is telling the truth and which is lying. Just ask a question and you'll know. But this way, you won't know whether the door behind them is real or fake. Tisk Tsk, county magistrate who is truly a peerless scholar. How can ordinary people like us answer such a question? I don't think any of those international students will be able to answer it. Then doesn't that mean that no one will be able to become county magistrate whose disciple today? Perhaps so. Becoming a disciple isn't that simple. Hee, everyone, why do you care who becomes the disciple? Isn't there a good show to watch? Today's scene is even more lively than the Lantern Festival. Little brother is right. It's very lively. On the stands, the common people were too lazy to think, but the 100 or so international students below were sweating profusely. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Didn't they just want to become disciples? Why did they have to come up with such a ridiculous question? Chapter 933. Li Wangyou's question was, in fact, a very simple logical deduction question. The correct answer was to ask any of the gatekeepers. If I ask the other gatekeeper, will he tell me which door is the real one? No matter who answered, the door pointed out by the gatekeeper would definitely be the fake one. Thus, they would be able to pass by taking the opposite door. Because one of the gatekeepers would only tell lies, no matter how they asked, the answer would definitely be a lie. Thus, by thinking backwards, they could deduce the correct answer. It was a very simple logical deduction question that did not require much skill, but it stumped the Tang people and foreign exchange students. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Fang Xianling, as they had never encountered such a logical deduction question before, it was normal for them to be at a loss. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. To everyone's disappointment, no one could give the correct answer to this question. Even if some of the foreign exchange students could guess which door was the real one, it was meaningless. This result made the hundreds of international students depressed. The envoys in the box also had ugly expressions on their faces. Seeing this result, Pai Lupi could not be bothered to ask what the correct answer was. He only looked at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction, implying that Li Wangyu should clean up this mess. Today, no matter what, he had to accept a disciple from these foreign exchange students. In this regard, Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He had already lowered the difficulty and did not come up with any crazy questions, but he did not expect that no one could answer them. Originally, he had planned to come up with some elementary mathematical Olympiad questions for them to torture the Dongyin people. If that was the case, the result would be even more embarrassing. Sigh, it seems that stupidity is contagious. It's all those damned Dongyin people's fault. If Xianxia knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, he would definitely cry. What did it have to do with the Dongyin people? Just now, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He had shrunk to the back of the crowd, afraid that he would attract attention. And among the hundreds of foreign exchange students below, there were only 2 envoys left. The Japanese who had created this spectacular apprenticeship event had already given up on the idea of becoming Li Wangyou's disciple. Whether it was Xianxia or Yakushi Kei, they only wished to be forgotten. Under Pai Lupi's dissatisfied gaze, Li Wangyu could only pinch his nose and apologize. He personally went to the batting field to interview the international students and select the one he liked. Originally, because the international students couldn't answer Li Wangyou's question, they thought that they wouldn't have the chance to be apprenticed to him. Everyone was very depressed. When they saw Li Wangyu appear and learned that Li Wangyu would choose one of them to be his disciple, the group of international students became happy again. Although the chances were slim, with only a 1% chance, it was still a chance. Everyone greeted Li Wangyu in an orderly manner, then lined up neatly, waiting for Li Wangyu to choose. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Li Wangyu noticed that there were actually many blonde international students in the crowd. But this wasn't surprising. Many of the vassal states of the Tang Dynasty were located in Central Asia, and there were even vassal states in Siberia. Only one person's attire caught his attention. This person was wearing traditional Persian clothing, which was very interesting. Persians were not rare in the Tang Dynasty, and Persian merchants were also famous in the Tang Dynasty for being rich. But Persia wasn't a vassal state of the Tang Dynasty, so why would a Persian international student appear here? Li Wangyu was curious and couldn't help but wave his hand, calling the Persian international student over. "Are you a Persian? Why are you an international student in the Tang Dynasty?" The young Persian hurriedly bowed and replied, "Sir, I am indeed from Iran Shah, Persia. A year ago, I came to the Tang Dynasty with a Persian diplomatic mission. Because I admire the culture of the Tang Dynasty, I specially asked His Majesty to allow me to study in the Imperial College." "It must have been hard for you to come all the way to the Tang Dynasty to study. What is your name?" Li Wangyu heard that this young Persian could come to the Tang Dynasty to study from faraway Persia, so he had a good impression of him. "Sir, my name is Pelos, the king of Iran Shah, the 3rd son of Yazdegerd III. Li Wangyu only felt a headache when he heard the names of these foreigners. It was too long and hard to remember. He just nodded casually to show that he understood. In fact, he didn't understand at all. He didn't even hear what the Persian international student said. Li Wangyu looked at the others and was about to cordially chat with them before casually choosing someone he liked. But he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the Persian international student. "What did you say your name was?" The young Persian was a little stunned. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant, but he still replied respectfully, "Sir, my name is Pelos." "Your father is the king of Persia? You are the prince of Persia?" "Yes, I." Pelos nodded and was about to answer, but Li Wangyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, no need to say more. Pelos, are you willing to be my disciple?" Li Wangyu's words changed too quickly, and Pelos was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Happiness came too suddenly, and he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Belusi's reaction was quick. He immediately knelt down and said, "Disciple Belusi greets teacher." "Ha, good. You can get up first. I will give you a gift later." Li Wangyu smiled and helped Pelos up. The group of foreign students were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. They didn't understand what was going on. Was it so hasty? Did he decide to accept a disciple just like that? Most of the foreign students didn't even have time to say a word to Li Wangyu before it was over. Li Wangyu didn't care about the bitterness in the hearts of the foreign students. He directly brought Pelos back to the private room and introduced him to Pai Lupi and the others. This Persian prince was his new disciple. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all smiled and greeted Pelos. The group of fellow disciples was very happy. Only the little lowly, Wu Mainyang, was very serious about how to address Pelos. Although she was young, she had entered the sect earlier than Pelos, so she stubbornly asked Pelos to call her senior sister. Although Pai Lupi didn't know why Li Wangyu chose this person as his disciple, as long as Li Wangyu made a choice among the foreign students, his goal would be achieved. He would be able to answer to the envoys of the various countries. As for the Japanese, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their blood. The grievances and helplessness in their hearts didn't need to be said. They had knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and begged for half a day, but all they got was someone else's wedding dress. Who could understand this kind of sadness? They naturally didn't know why Li Wangyu would accept this Persian prince as his disciple. Chapter 934. In the history of China, there was once an interesting foreigner. This person was originally from the Persian royal family, but he later married a princess of the Tang Dynasty and sought to restore the country. The famous poet Li Sun and Li Xianxia were descendants of this person, and the blood of the Persian royal family flowed in their veins. It was said that there were even descendants of this person in Sichuan in the future. This person's name was Belusi. He was the son of Yazdijerd III of the Persian royal family. According to the old Tang book, when the Arabs invaded Persia, Yazdijerd III asked for help from the Tang dynasty several times, but he was rejected by Pai Lupi. In the end, the Persian royal family was destroyed by the Arabs. Belusi once again asked for help from the Tang dynasty. At that time, Pai Lupi had already died of illness, and Li Ji had ascended the throne. Li Ji sent an envoy to Central Asia and established the Persian Governor-General's office. He appointed Belusi as the Persian king. However, Persia was too far away from the Tang dynasty, and they could not receive any help from the Tang dynasty. Hence, the Persian Governor-General's office did not exist for too long. Under the constant threat of the Arab army, Belusi could only escape along the Silk Road and finally reach Cheng. Belusi's bloodline was the Persian royal family, and he eventually settled down in the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu read history books, he had once lamented about this period of history. It was a pity that the great Tang's Persian commander-in-chief's office was only in name. Otherwise, it would have been truly satisfying if they could have incorporated that land into China's territory. Hence, when he found out about the identity of the Persian student, he immediately decided to take him as his disciple. Li Wangyu did not expect that Belusi had been a student in the Tang dynasty when he was young. No wonder when Persia faced the threat of the Arabs, they would ask for help from the Tang dynasty. However, because of the geographical distance, the Tang dynasty could only give the Persians verbal support. Even the powerful Tang dynasty could not reach so far and interfere in Central Asia's matters. But in today's Tang dynasty, because of the time travel of Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they may have the ability to intervene. The Tang Dynasty's cavalry had horseshoes to protect their horses, so the casualty rate outside of war was quite low. As a result, the number of the Tang Dynasty's armored cavalry continued to increase every year. Secondly, there was the use of four-wheeled carriages. The horse carriages had changed from two-wheeled to four-wheeled carriages. Not only did it increase the ability to carry goods, it also greatly increased the logistical supply of the army. Not to mention that the well-tempered steel that he and Yen Liben had created together had improved the armor and weapons of the Tang army. In any case, Li Wangyu thought that since the Mongolian cavalry could sweep through Europe and Asia several hundred years later, there was no reason why the current Tang Dynasty cavalry couldn't do the same. Therefore, Li Wangyu accepted Bei Luci as his disciple without any hesitation. He had his own plans in mind. The governor of the Persian Governor-General's office. This was a very suitable position for Belus. Let the Persian dynasty go with the wind. He wasn't cheating his disciple. After all, in history, the Persian dynasty was also destroyed by the Arabians. Rather than that, why not bring it into the territory of the Tang dynasty? There was nothing bad about it. At the very least, the rule of the Tang dynasty wasn't a bad thing for the Persians. Of course, whether or not these things could be realized was still unknown. Li Wangyu was just preparing for a rainy day. Naturally, no one knew what he was thinking. Even Su Changqing, because he didn't understand history, didn't know about this period of history. Therefore, he couldn't guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu accepted Bei Luci as his disciple because he had such thoughts in his mind. A few days later, Li Wangyu really held a grand ceremony to formally accept Bei Luci as his disciple. The small commotion caused by the Japanese sending the Tang envoy was settled just like that. Bei Luci also didn't understand why good luck had come to him. In short, he was naturally overjoyed that Li Wangyu unexpectedly became his disciple. As for the initiator, the Dongying people were secretly grateful. But obviously, the Dongying people wouldn't accept Bei Luci's gratitude. The matter of Li Wangyu accepting a disciple at the Dazhao baseball stadium was another thing for the people of Chang and to gossip about. Other than the stupid lottery, the two questions that Li Wangyu set were also talked about by the people of Chang, and for a long time. Time flew by like a white horse galloping by. In the 9th month of the 4th year of Zhengguan, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty became lively again. Other than the returning old students, after a series of tests and screening, 500 new students were admitted to the academy. After the academy started, everything was orderly and carried out step by step. Under Su Jingzong's arrangement, it was finally time for Li Wangyu's encyclopedia lesson. For the first time in his life, Li Wangyu, a bad student in the future, stood on the podium and began his glorious career as a primary school teacher. Although Li Wangyu was unlicensed, the thousands of academy students in the newly built auditorium of the academy were all staring at Li Wangyu on the podium with adoration on their faces. Even the new students, who were 6 or 7 years old, were familiar with Li Wangyu's name. They naturally knew what it meant for Li Wangyu to teach them in person. No one knew what an encyclopedia was. Not to mention these children, even Su Jingzong didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to teach. But no matter what Li Wangyu was going to teach, this opportunity to listen to Li Wangyu in person was very rare. After traveling to the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu had seen a lot of big scenes. But when he stood on the podium in the auditorium and looked at the crowd below, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had decided to teach at the academy on a whim. But he didn't have this kind of experience. In the future, Li Wangyu had explained the plan to the clients, but there were only a dozen people in the meeting room who listened to him. Like today, facing thousands of people, Li Wangyu still felt a little stressed. After knowing that Li Wangyu was going to teach a class called Encyclopedia that no one had heard of, the 1st and 2nd year students of the academy were not the only ones who came to listen to the lesson in the auditorium of the academy. Including Su Jingzong, the professors and teaching assistants of the academy all rushed into the auditorium to listen to the lesson. These professors and teaching assistants of the academy worshipped Li Wangyu even more. They all held pens and ink in their hands and were ready to listen and take notes seriously. Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed about this. In his original plan, even if he didn't teach well, it shouldn't be a problem to fool these 6- or 7-year-old children. But now so many employees of the academy came to listen to his lesson. If he didn't teach well or was questioned by others, it would be very embarrassing. Li Wangyu calmed himself down and coughed softly. The large auditorium suddenly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Wangyu. Students, the lesson I'm going to teach today is called Encyclopedia. So, what is encyclopedia? Encyclopedic is the general name of all the knowledge of all the disciplines, including astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature, and so on. When Li Wangyu said this, the students of the academy below didn't think much of it. But the professors and teaching assistants of the academy who heard him explain the meaning of encyclopedia for the first time couldn't help but gasp together. The Duke was so arrogant. Chapter 9:35. When Su Jingzong first heard Li Wangyu's words, he also had the same thought. He felt that Li Wangyu was bragging too much. Astronomy, geography, nature, mechanics, medicine, literature. It was all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Only those who had experienced the world dared to teach this knowledge. Otherwise, they would be asking for humiliation. Since Li Wangyu dared to say this, all the professors and teaching assistants of the academy, including Su Jingzong, held their breath and prepared to listen carefully to see if Li Wangyu could really talk about something unknown to them. What I'm going to talk about today is nature. Nature is all things in the universe. Nature is Tao. Li Wangyu's words were not a bluff. The Tang Dynasty worshipped Taoism, so he naturally wanted to explain what nature was based on the concept of Taoism. Naturally, Tao was also from the book, I Am Thinking About You. Taoism believed that nature, like primordial qi, was something higher than heaven and earth. It was also in line with the concept of natural philosophy in later generations. The group of children only seemed to understand half of what he was saying, but Su Jingzong and the others did not understand at all. They were listening more and more attentively. After Li Wangyu roughly explained what nature was, he asked the students, "Students, let me ask you a question. Who can tell me what color the sun is?" After he asked this question, the students in the auditorium did not know how to answer. Light was light. What color did it have? After a long while, someone timidly raised his hand. After Li Wangyu gave him permission, he stood up and answered, "Sir, the sun has no color." Li Wangyu looked at the other students with a smile. "Do you think he is right?" The students nodded to show their agreement. Li Wangyu's question even confused the professors and teaching assistants of the academy. They did not understand what it meant. No one had ever thought about the color of the sun. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, as he had expected. Dear students, you may not know this, but sunlight not only has colors, but it also has 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Li Wangyu said with certainty. His words caused the originally quiet auditorium to be unable to maintain order any longer. Buzzing sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The students were still young, so they didn't dare to question Li Wangyu's words. However, the professors and teaching assistants of the academy couldn't help themselves. After discussing with each other for a while, someone raised his hand and stood up to voice his doubts. "Sir, where did the 7 colors of the sun come from? Why haven't we seen it before?" Li Wangyu laughed. "Nonsense, how could you not have seen it? Haven't you seen the rainbow after the rain? Does the heavenly rainbow have any color?" The heavenly rainbow he was talking about was what the ancients called the rainbow. There were other similar names like flying rainbow, long rainbow, and so on. The man was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but retort, "Mister, a rainbow is a rainbow. What does it have to do with the color of the sun?" Wuxia didn't have a proper understanding of the rainbow until the Northern Song Dynasty. For example, Xianxia wrote in Dream Stream Essays, "Rainbow is the reflection of the water in the sun. Sunshine and rain are the same." However, in Wuxia's ancient knowledge, rainbows were generally regarded as 2-headed gods that could drink water. The word rainbow in the oracle bone inscriptions was in the shape of a 2-headed dragon. In later generations, if one encountered a rainbow after the rain, their first reaction would probably be to take a photo and post it on their WeChat moments to show off their good luck. However, in the Tang Dynasty, rainbows weren't a good omen. Rainbows were commonly known as sucking water among the people. They thought that rainbows would suck up the water somewhere. Therefore, when rainbows appeared, the people would knock on pots and pans to make all kinds of noises, intending to scare the rainbows away. Li Wangyu had encountered this kind of thing several times after transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty. One time, a rainbow appeared in the sky above Dingzhou village after the rain. His beautiful superior was so excited that she pulled Li Wangyu out to see the rainbow. However, they heard noises coming from all directions in the village. The two of them were surprised and only learned the reason after asking. In this regard, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to explain the principle of rainbows to the old villagers, but it was really difficult to explain, so they just let them be. It was also because of this encounter that Li Wangyu chose this topic in today's encyclopedia class. It was to give the students of the academy a scientific explanation of the formation of rainbows. Li Wangyu smiled in response to the academy's assistant's doubts and didn't say anything. He directly made a gesture to Niu Wu. Niu Wu immediately took an item and carefully placed it on the podium. This item was a crystal-clear, triangular cylinder with a cross-section. Everyone couldn't understand this item, but anyone who had studied physics in junior high school knew that this thing that Li Wangyu took out was a triangular prism. This triangular prism was the best colorless and transparent crystal that Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to find and asked the craftsman to hand polish it. Because there were no glass products, Li Wangyu was also deeply resentful about this. For this, he specially spent a lot of money and asked Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others to help him search for craftsmen who could bake glass. Although he didn't know how to bake glass, he roughly knew that glass was made from sand. To be precise, it was made from quartz sand. Glass and colored glaze, there was only one word difference, but in essence, there was no difference between the two. Colored glaze was actually glass. To be precise, it was a kind of glass. It was just that the materials used to bake colored glaze were different from glass. Colored glaze had appeared as early as the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It was obtained as a byproduct when bronze was cast. Colored glaze was also known as the five-colored stone. It wasn't easy to produce and was very expensive. It was even more precious than jade. There were naturally very few craftsmen who could bake colored glaze. However, with Li Wangyu's identity and status, it wasn't too difficult for him to find some colored glaze craftsmen. After these colored glaze craftsmen signed a contract with Lai Hot, Li Wangyu threw all the methods he knew to the craftsmen on how to bake glass and let them figure it out themselves. After all, he didn't understand this kind of thing at all. He only knew that it was made from quartz sand, and that the purer the quartz sand, the better. Only then would the glass be colorless and transparent. When it came to glassware, he had only seen people blow glass with a long copper pipe on TV. As for the specifics of how to do it, he was sorry. However, Li Wangyu believed that the craftsmen of the Tang Dynasty weren't stupid at all. With enough money and the right way of thinking, he believed that it wouldn't be long before glass was born in the Tang Dynasty. At that time, his Li family would have another money tree. Having too much money was also a kind of pain. He didn't even know how to spend it. Not to mention how Li Wangyu was showing off in his mind, this triangular prism made of crystal had aroused the curiosity of the teachers and students in the auditorium. They didn't understand what this little thing had to do with the color of the sunlight that Li Wangyu had just mentioned. Students, next, it's time to witness a miracle. Li Wangyu signaled Niu Wu to open a window in the auditorium and let the sunlight shine on the podium. Chapter 936. The triangular prism refracts sunlight so that when multicolored light passes through the prism, it causes dispersion and separates the monochromatic light into 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. This is the principle of the triangular prism. In later generations, the principle of the prism belonged to the category of physics, but there was no concept of physics in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply attributed physics and chemistry to nature. The reason why he made the prism was to show the most intuitive composition of light to the teachers and students of the academy so that they could understand how rainbows were formed. When Li Wangyu was in school, although he was a bad student, he liked all kinds of experimental classes. Whether it was physics or chemistry, they were all his favorite. Every time the physics or chemistry teacher came up with a novel experiment, it would be an eye-opener for him. Today, he was going to use a small prism to open a new window for the students of the academy in the Tang Dynasty to see the world. Li Wangyu ordered people to close all the doors and windows of the auditorium, leaving only a window facing the sun open. A small hole was opened in the window to let the sunlight shine on the prism. This was the experiment in the middle of the 17th century, when Newton used a prism to break down sunlight. This extremely simple experiment was of great significance in the physics of later generations. It was known as one of the 10 most beautiful physics experiments. Under everyone's gaze, Li Wangyu slightly adjusted the angle of the prism. After the sunlight was refracted by the prism, it was projected on the white wall on the opposite side. Something that shocked more than 1,000 teachers and students of the academy happened. On the white wall, a 7-colored light spot of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple appeared. Su Jingzong was so shocked that he suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Seven-colored light. It's 7-colored light. Li Wangyu was startled by his sudden outburst. 7-colored light, my ass. I despise this uneducated old bureaucrat. The teachers and students of the other academies were not any better. As for the professors and teaching assistants of the academy, they had different reactions. There were those who were surprised and those who were at a loss. There were even some who immediately knelt down and began to kowtow to the miracle that Li Wangyu had created. In short, Li Wangyu's triangular prism experiment had given everyone quite a scare. As for the students of the academy, they all stood up and shouted excitedly. However, they did not make a fuss like Su Jingzong and the others. After all, these 6- or 7-year-old children did not have as many thoughts as adults, and it was easy for them to accept new things and knowledge. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu set up the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty and only recruited students who were only young. It was always easier to draw on a blank piece of paper. Li Wangyu waited for the noise to die down before explaining, "Students, this is not a miracle. Sunlight wasn't colorless. In essence, it was composed of 7 different colors of light. After being decomposed by the prism, the 7 colors were restored. The rainbow is not a god, but a rainbow formed by the refraction and reflection of the sunlight by the water droplets in the air after the rain." Su Jingzong and the others were skeptical about his explanation, but they did not know how to refute him when they saw the rainbow light spots projected on the wall. The scene in front of them really subverted their worldview. Li Wangyu threw out another bomb, to make them believe it even if they did not want to. After the prism experiment, Li Wangyu led everyone out of the academy auditorium. They did not know why, but they lined up and walked out of the auditorium. Li Wangyu asked them to stand with their backs to the sun. Then, on the open space in front of them, water mist suddenly sprayed out. This was a spray device that Li Wangyu ordered people to make slightly improved water bags used to extinguish fires. The purpose was to show everyone how the rainbow was formed. Fine streams of water were sprayed into the air, forming a mist. Under the illumination of the afternoon sun, a gorgeous rainbow appeared in the mist. "Rainbow, it's really a rainbow. Tao ancestor above, this is really a rainbow. The Duke is really a god. Even a rainbow can be formed with a wave of his hand." There were still people who stubbornly believed that everything in front of them was made by Li Wangyu with his own magic. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to such people. He just explained to the students the reason for the rainbow's formation again. Finally, he selected some students and let them personally operate those water bags to spray out the mist to create the rainbow. More than 1,000 students played as if it was a festival. They were so excited that they almost forgot themselves. Many new academy students did not even care about the restrictions of the head teacher. They screamed and rushed into the mist, wanting to use their hands to touch the rainbows in front of them. In the face of ironclad facts, Su Jingzong and the others finally admitted that the so-called rainbow was actually such a simple principle. Su Jingzong could not help but sigh. The Duke is really a knowledgeable man, you even know how the rainbow is formed clearly. Hehehe, I would never have thought that the sunlight is actually 7 colors. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it. Li Wangyu laughed. Ha, Su Jingzong, this is the reason why I want to teach this encyclopedia. Our knowledge of this world is still very shallow, so we need more people to study the principles within. He looked at those excited children running around in the mist and said meaningfully, these academy students, I do not necessarily want them to participate in the spring imperial examination and become officials. If more people are willing to explore the mysteries of this world, it is also good. Hearing this, Su Jingzong nodded silently, expressing his agreement with his words. The sunlight was 7 colors. The rainbow was formed by the refraction and reflection of sunlight in the mist. These things seemed useless, but Su Jingzong also felt that it was an eye-opener. In the future, if anyone told him that the rainbow was a dragon sucking water and was an ominous sign, he, Su Jingzong, would definitely spit at that person. After a simple optical experiment was completed, the entire academy, from the professors to the teaching assistants to the students, all had a new understanding of Li Wangyu's encyclopedia course. After sitting back down in the auditorium, everyone looked at Li Wangyu with a burning gaze, full of curiosity. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the results of his first class. He became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke on the podium. When he talked about the happy parts, he simply threw away the syllabus that he and Su Changqing had drafted together. He spoke freely, talking about whatever came to his mind. After the encyclopedia class was finished, it was naturally a great success. Not to mention how the students were listening with great interest, even the teachers of the academy were similarly stunned. However, no one doubted Li Wangyu's talent and knowledge as well as this encyclopedic course. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that his first class in the academy would cause trouble. He, who had not been impeached for a long time, was once again sued in the imperial court. Chapter 937. Li Wangyu did not expect that he would be impeached because of a few words he said in class. After knowing this, Li Wangyu could not help but swear. He was crazy. He had no official title now, impeachment my ass. Who had ever heard of impeaching a commoner in the imperial court? Was this not crazy? What made him even more speechless was that Pai Lupi actually ordered someone to pass on a message, asking him to go to court the next day to confront the person who impeached him. Li Wangyu really wanted to ask Pai Lupi if he had Alzheimer's and lost his memory. He had already been demoted to a commoner, what was there to attend court for? But he could only complain in his heart. The next morning, he obediently followed behind Su Changqing and got on the carriage to attend the court meeting. Su Changqing also wanted to attend the court meeting because today was the 15th lunar month. After Su Changqing was conferred the title of Marquis Yanling, even though she was a woman, she still needed to attend court. Li Wangyu usually went to Chang and City on horseback. Today, he had a beautiful woman with him, so he naturally did not want to ride with Niu Wu and the rest. Lying comfortably in the carriage, he rested his head on his beautiful superior's thigh and ate the grapes that she fed him. At the same time, he muttered, Changqing, which bastard did you say gave birth to a son without an asshole? He has nothing better to do, so he's impeaching me? I was sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. I was really wronged. Su Changqing also felt that her man was wrong this time. Even when he was teaching the children at the academy, there were people who went to Pai Lupi to complain. Wangyu, don't worry about those people, Li Shimin will not let you suffer any losses. Hehe, speaking of which, Li Shimin is really good to your cheap nephew. Good my ass. Until now, my ban has not been lifted. If it weren't for the impeachment, I wouldn't even be able to go to Chang and City, Li Wangyu complained with dissatisfaction. Su Changqing was too lazy to care about his little man's resentment towards Pai Lupi. He casually comforted him. He was not worried about Li Wangyu's impeachment. After all, this guy had been impeached many times, but he had never suffered any losses. This time, it should not be a big deal. From the time Li Wangyu refused Pai Lupi's betrothal and was demoted to Huayin County as a county magistrate, to the time when he ran away from home and was demoted by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu hadn't appeared in court for more than half a year. Seeing Li Wangyu appear, the group of high dukes could not help but make fun of him. Yo, did the sun rise from the west today? Zio, you actually came to attend court. What a rare guest. Waha, I knew that you would definitely come today, kid. TSK, I haven't heard of anyone impeaching you for a long time. I even miss it. This old guy Qing Yaojin was just enjoying the show. He actually made sarcastic remarks. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost gave him the middle finger. Li Wangyu's few disciples also hurried forward to greet their teacher. Teacher, when is your next encyclopedic class? It's a pity that we couldn't listen to your teachings in person. Yan Libin asked when he saw Li Wangyu. Because he and Ma Zhou had to work, Li Wangyu was teaching in the academy's hall that day and could not listen to it in person. But the two of them were smart enough to instruct two of their junior brothers to copy notes for them. Lu Rengge and Shangguan Yi were now working in the academy. Naturally, they would not miss out on Li Wangyu's lessons. Even though the two of them were Li Wangyu's disciples, they were still shocked by the content of their teacher's lectures. Speaking of which, Li Wangyu was not qualified to be a teacher. He had taken in many disciples, from the earliest Ma Zhou and Yan Libin, to Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizhi, who were forced by Pai Lupi to take in, to Lu Rengge, Shangguan Yi, Wu Meinyang, the young Li Ji, and the newly recruited Prince of Persia, Pelos. Counting carefully, this guy had already taken in 10 disciples. Moreover, the disciples he took in were all potential stocks. Ma Zhou, Lu Rengge, and Shangguan Yi were all prime ministers of the Tang Dynasty. Yan Libin was one of the 10 famous painters of Wuxia in the future. Li Ji and Wu Meinyang were both emperors of the Tang Dynasty. As for Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Prince of Persia, although they were more tragic in history, they still had noble statuses. Li Wangyu believed that he would not let the three of them repeat the tragedy in history. As for Li Lizhi, that little lowly, let's talk about it in the future, for these disciples, other than Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who had learned a lot from Li Wangyu, the others were basically in a free-range state. In other words, Li Wangyu did not have any plans to teach his disciples. Generally speaking, if Ma Zhou and the others had any questions, they would ask Li Wangyu for advice. And he would teach them some knowledge according to his own mood. Of course, the scope of Ma Zhou and the others' questions definitely did not involve things like calligraphy, poetry, and so on. In Li Wangyu's pretentious words, these things were stinky, and he did not allow his disciples to bother him with these vulgar things. Of course, it was actually because Ma Zhou and the others, any one of them was actually in existence that beat him in this aspect. But because Li Wangyu had plagiarized those poems and essays, no one would have thought that this guy did not know anything about calligraphy, poetry, or essays at all. Because of Li Wangyu's strange rule, most of the questions his disciples asked him were like 100,000 whys. And these strange knowledge the Tang people did not understand, but Li Wangyu seemed to have a superficial understanding of it. For example, why was the sky blue, why was the water green, and so on. Li Wangyu silently thanked his grandfather for buying him the 100,000 whys in his heart. At one point, he even suspected that his grandfather was the big boss hiding behind the scenes. Did his grandfather know that he would transmigrate to the Tang Dynasty one day? Was that why he forced him to practice calligraphy and memorize Tang and Song poems from a young age? In short, the amount of strange knowledge Li Wangyu had accumulated in the era of information explosion in the future was enough to shock his disciples. People like Ma Zhou, Yan Libin, Shangguan Yi, and Lu Rengge, who had left their names in the history books, also admired their teacher's talent and learning. In their eyes, their teacher was almost a walking encyclopedia in human form, and there was nothing he did not know. In fact, this was normal. Any taxi driver in the capital, if he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, could also make Pai Lupi dizzy and treat him as an immortal like Zhuge Kongming and kowtow to him. This was the information crush of the ancient times in the internet era, nothing more. Li Wangyu set up a course in the academy and systematically taught the encyclopedia class, which made Ma Zhou and Yan Libin feel jealous. Except for Li Ji, who was still drinking milk, only the two of them could not attend the class. How could they not be angry? In response to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's complaints, Li Wangyu smiled and teased, "Bin Wang, Liben, if you want to attend the class, isn't it easy? Just ask for leave. Do you want me to teach you how to write a leave request? I'm good at this." His words made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's faces turn black, and they really did not know how to respond. Their teacher was too thick-skinned, and he still had the nerve to talk about the leave request? Hey, why was it said that the content was lame? Impossible, how could it be lame? Foreshadowing, this is all foreshadowing. Yes, that's it. No refuting. Chapter 938. Li Wangyu, this bad teacher, after teasing his disciple, he scratched his head. He didn't know where he should stand, whether it was a civil official, a military general, or a noble, or an envoy, it didn't seem right. Now that Li Wangyu's title was gone, he was just a commoner. How could there be a place for him in this Taiji palace? But in front of his disciple, he had to wait outside the palace like an ordinary commoner and wait for Pai Lupi to summon him in. It seemed like he had no face at all. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at a loss. But it was hard for people to learn, but it was easy for people to learn bad things. Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin, this kind of old man, had been around for a long time, so their skin had become thicker. He simply didn't care and stood beside Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others. He chatted with a group of dukes and big shots, and prepared to line up to enter the palace. Qing Yaojin and the others naturally didn't care. After interacting with Li Wangyu for a long time, they all knew that this guy was very evil. Although he was younger than their son, none of them treated him as a junior. Instead, they treated him as an equal. Of course, this was not limited to when Qing Yaojin wanted to steal Li Wangyu's good things. As long as the old hooligan took a fancy to Li Wangyu's things, then Li Wangyu would definitely be a grandson. Now, every time Li Wangyu went to Duke Lu's residence, he would feel sad. For example, after returning to Chang and from Shu, he went to Qing Yaojin's residence to pay a visit, but he saw that Qing Yaojin's residence also had a billiard table. Li Wangyu casually said, "The billiard table in Uncle Cheng's residence is very similar to the one in the theater of the Tang Dynasty. Did Uncle Cheng ask the craftsman to make it?" Who knew that this old guy would actually shamelessly reply, almost angering Li Wangyu to death. "Nephew is talking about this table? Wah, I directly brought it back from the theater." Li Wangyu felt so stifled that he didn't want to speak. "I really want to call the police." The imperial censor, who was in charge of maintaining order in the court assembly, felt a little stifled when he saw Li Wangyu standing with the duke's team. However, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He hesitated for a moment, then walked to Li Wangyu's side and bowed. "Eunuch Li, isn't it inappropriate for you to be standing here?" Li Wangyu grinned and replied, "What's wrong with that? This place is reserved for third-rank court officials and above. Li Wangyu is now." The censor didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning of his words was that Li Wangyu didn't have a noble title and shouldn't be standing here. Li Wangyu asked with a smile, "Let me ask you, is the crown prince my disciple?" "Of course." "Then, do I count as the grand tutor, or grand protector of the crown prince?" The censor was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to reply. The grand tutor, and grand protector of the crown prince were known as the three masters of the Eastern Palace. Their positions were of the first rank, equivalent to that of a duke or a duke. The grand tutor, and grand protector of the crown prince were only nominal titles. It was true that Li Wangyu was Li Qingxian's teacher, but Pai Lupi hadn't given him the position of one of the three masters. The censor was a little uncomfortable with Li Wangyu's words. For a moment, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, Wei Zheng spoke up to help him out. "That's enough, you can leave. Let Li Ziyo stand here. His Majesty won't say anything." Yes, this subordinate obeys. The censor secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly walked to the side to check on the appearance of the other officials. He didn't dare to meddle in Li Wangyu's affairs anymore. Li Wangyu chuckled and bowed to Wei Zheng, thanking him for helping him out of the predicament. He also knew that the so-called three masters of the Eastern Palace was complete nonsense. Li Wangyu was so thick-skinned that even Su Changqing felt a little embarrassed to look at him. Ma Zhou and the others were even more ashamed. They lowered their heads and silently stared at the cracks in the bricks on the ground, as if trying to figure out how to get in. Li Wangyu didn't care how the crowd looked at him. He warmly greeted the group of officials and exchanged pleasantries with them. Including Wei Zheng, the imperial physician, no one took Li Wangyu's impeachment to heart. In fact, no one knew who had impeached Li Wangyu or what the impeachment was about. In yesterday's court session, the person who impeached Li Wangyu didn't appear. Instead, he presented a memorial to impeachment. After Pai Lupi read the memorial, he had a strange expression on his face. He didn't say much and only ordered someone to send a message to Dingzhou village to summon Li Wangyu to the court today to confront the person who had impeached him. Li Wangyu and the others thought that it was most likely the aristocratic families who had nothing better to do and wanted to give Li Wangyu a hard time. The morning bell rang and the palace drums sounded. The synopsis of the imperial court had begun. Pai Lupi sat on the carriage and sat on the throne. He looked up and saw Li Wangyu mixed in with the group of officials. However, just as Wei Zheng had said, Pai Lupi's face couldn't help but twitch. He didn't say anything and pretended not to see anything. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi and a set of standardized procedures were completed, a few people came in from outside the hall. They were wearing purple Taoist robes and red kasayas. They were actually a few white-haired old Taoist priests and a few equally old monks. The Taoist robes were also known as fairy cave robes. There were various auspicious Taoist patterns embroidered with gold and silver threads, such as the sun, moon, stars, 8 trigrams, pagodas, dragons and phoenixes, cranes, Kailin, and so on. Those who could wear purple Taoist robes were all famous Taoists. As for the monks of the Tang Dynasty, the red kasayas were the most honorable. The monks who could wear such kasayas were also eminent monks of Buddhism. Seeing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Damn it, the ones who complained to Pai Lupi wouldn't be these famous Taoists and eminent monks of Buddhism, right? He didn't seem to have any conflicts with Taoists and Buddhists. It could even be said that Li Wangyu had a very good relationship with Taoists. The two powerful figures of Taoists, Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang, had a close relationship with him. How did he provoke these people without any reason? The two old men, Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde, who were beside him, snickered secretly. Ziyo, it seems that you are really in trouble this time. Hey, you may not know those old guys, but they are all Taoists and eminent monks of famous temples in Chang'an City. What have you done to make these old guys, who usually concentrate on cultivation and don't care about worldly affairs, come out? Li Wangyu was also stunned. What had he done? Damn it, he stayed in Dingzhou village every day. He was a standard otaku. How could he provoke these Taoists and eminent monks of Buddhism? Li Wangyu roughly knew that it seemed that he was sued by these Taoists and Buddhists because he gave an encyclopedic lesson to all the teachers and students in the auditorium of the academy. He began to desperately recall what rebellious words he had said on the podium that day. He actually provoked these old guys, who didn't care about worldly affairs, like stirring up a hornet's nest. Before he figured out what he had said, he heard the Taoists and eminent monks bowing to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, this humble Taoist and poor monk pay our respects. Chapter 939. Li Wangyu did not expect that what he said in class that day would spread so quickly. Actually, this was normal. Most of the 1,000 students in the academy lived in Chang. Every time there was a break, these students would be brought home by their families. The professors and teaching assistants of the academy would also visit their families and friends in Chang, and during the break. The second day after Li Wangyu finished the encyclopedia class in the auditorium, it happened to be the school break. More than 1,000 teachers and students of the academy returned to Chang, and naturally talked about the academy with their families and friends. Li Wangyu's class left the deepest impression on the teachers and students of the academy. Naturally, it was mentioned the most, especially the experiment of creating rainbows with water. It was repeated countless times in Chang'an that day. Chang'an City was in an uproar when they saw their children or friends creating rainbows out of thin air. And there were many people like Lu Rengui and Shang Guanyi who took notes in class. Therefore, the content of Li Wangyu's class that day was known by more people. This was actually nothing. Li Wangyu did not care about the content of his class being spread. However, the bad thing was that Li Wangyu had gotten a little carried away with his lecture that day. He had casually used the fact that the rainbow had been mistaken as a deity among the common folk to advise the teachers and students that whatever the rainbow was, it was the rainbow, and that there was no need to associate it with any deities or monsters. When encountering things that they did not understand, it was better to study quietly instead of praying to gods and Buddhas. Then, there would be no more mysteries in the world. He also advised everyone that if they were sick, they should go to a doctor to see a doctor and take medicine. Praying to gods and ghosts was useless. Li Wangyu's words were actually from the bottom of his heart. In the second year of Zhenguan, there was a locust plague. The officials in the imperial court could say that the locusts were destroyed by virtue, which made him despise them. The flood in Shuzhou this year made Li Wangyu sigh at the ignorance of the people and officials. His words were not wrong. Especially from the perspective of the young people of Wuxia, they were even more correct. But the majority of the Tang people believed in the Tao ancestor or the Buddha, so Li Wangyu's words caused a great deal of controversy. If Li Wangyu had said these empty words, there wouldn't have been much of a reaction. Confucius had said that Confucius does not speak of strange forces and gods for many years. Not to mention the illiterate people, even the scholars who read the books of the sages still believed in Taoism and Buddhism devoutly. But now in Chang, almost all the Confucian scholars knew how the heavenly rainbow was formed. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, many scholars began to think about the reason. There were even some radicals who went to Taoist monasteries and temples to argue with the Taoist priests and monks. The Taoists and Buddhists could not help but think about this. If Li Wangyu was just an ordinary person, the Taoist and Buddhist sects would naturally not react to his words. But the key point was that Li Wangyu's identity was not ordinary. As the teacher of the crown prince, Li Xianxia, and the teacher of the future successor of the Tang Dynasty, the Taoist and Buddhist monks could not help but think about it. The Taoist monks felt that Li Wangyu, as a member of the Li clan's royal family, was betraying them by saying such words. The Tao ancestor was the ancestor of the Li family. How could he say such disrespectful words to ghosts and gods? Disrespecting ghosts and gods was disrespecting the Tao ancestor. It was treason. The Buddhist monks were even more worried. Under Li Wangyu's teachings, if the crown prince did not believe in Buddhism in the future, wouldn't it be possible for Buddhism to be destroyed again? In history, the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei and the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Zhou had destroyed Buddhism twice, which frightened the Buddhist monks. No one wanted to go through that again. In fact, this was purely the Buddhist paranoia of being persecuted. If Li Wangyu knew what these Buddhist monks were thinking, he would probably laugh his head off. He was just popularizing science, and these Buddhist monks could make so many connections. In the Tang Dynasty, there were indeed people who destroyed Buddhism. More than 200 years later, the Emperor Wuzong of Tang exiled Buddhism during the Huichang era, which was known as the Huichang Dharma disaster. Together with the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei, the Emperor Taiwu of Northern Zhou, and the Emperor Shizong of later Zhou, it was known as the three martial sects and one sect destroying Buddhism. But why did they annihilate the Buddhists? Don't these eminent monks have any idea? Was it because they did not believe in Buddhism? In the end, the 4 Buddhist exterminations in history were nothing more than political reasons, problems with the monks' Taoist style, and economic conflicts between monks and laymen. It had nothing to do with belief. Of course, Li Wangyu was not a roundworm in the belly of the Buddhist monks, so naturally he could not guess the thoughts of the Buddhist monks. In short, after Li Wangyu's lecture at the academy, the Taoists and Buddhists actually unified their opinions and signed a petition to complain to Pai Lupi. Of course, they could not say that Li Wangyu was wrong for not worshipping ghosts and gods. After all, the Tang Dynasty still had freedom of belief. Therefore, the Taoists and Buddhists used the fact that Li Er was the ancestor of the Li clan to attack Li Wangyu. It was disrespectful to the Taoists and unfilial. They impeached Li Wangyu, as the imperial tutor of the crown prince, for not respecting his ancestors and not being worthy of being a teacher. They begged Pai Lupi to issue an edict to remove Li Wangyu from being the imperial tutor of the crown prince. These Taoists and Buddhists who were focused on cultivation did not care whether they would offend Li Wangyu or not. In the Taiji Palace, in front of the officials and Pai Lupi, they bitterly complained that Li Wangyu had forgotten his ancestors and had no morals as a teacher. It was only at this moment that Li Wangyu realized why he had been accused of something bad. Looking at the agitated Taoists and Buddhists, Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn it, he just casually said that in class. Was it necessary? He taught his students. What did it have to do with these Taoists and bald donkeys? What was more, even if they wanted to accuse him of being disrespectful to the Taoists, it was the Taoists' business. What did it have to do with Buddhists? Originally, Li Wangyu had a good impression of the Taoists and Buddhists of the Tang Dynasty because of Sun Simiao, Yuan Tiangang, and the venerable monk Wenzai. But today, he was scolded in the hall for no reason. Li Wangyu, a cynical man, was not willing to suffer such anger. What was more, the accusations of the Taoists and Buddhists were not light. Being disrespectful to the ancestors and being unfilial was a serious crime that everyone had the right to punish. Li Wangyu did not expect that these sanctimonious Taoists and Buddhists would accuse him of such a serious crime. He immediately stood out and refuted, "Your Majesty, when did I ever disrespect the ancestors? On the contrary, I taught the students of the academy for the sake of the Taoists. Don't associate those messy things with the Taoists." Nonsense. As the teacher of the Crown Prince, you wantonly told people in the academy not to go to the Taoist temple to worship. Is that true? Several Taoists immediately retorted. Absolutely not. Li Wangyu naturally refused to admit, "I just told the teachers and students of the academy that if they are sick, they should go to the doctor in time. Don't expect to be cured by praying to the gods and Buddhists." What, could it be that I said something wrong? Or do you think you are sick and don't need to go to the doctor and take medicine? You are obviously quibbling. I am telling the truth. Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Boundless Lord. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to issue an edict to punish Li Wangyu of Hu County. Several Taoists and Buddhists were not as sage-like as they used to be. Their saliva almost sprayed on Li Wangyu's face. Chapter 940. On the throne of the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu angrily, complaining that he was looking for trouble again. Of course, Pai Lupi did not think that his nephew had done anything wrong. The content of Li Wangyu's lecture in the Academy's auditorium was placed on Pai Lupi's desk that day. Even the prism made of crystal was sent over. Pai Lupi even recreated the two experiments in high spirits, feeling that it was very magical. However, Pai Lupi did not expect that his nephew's lecture would cause such a strong reaction from the Buddhist and Taoist sects in Chang'an City. Pai Lupi had a headache when the two sects of Buddhism and Taoism attacked Li Wangyu at the same time. If this matter was not handled well, there would be a lot of trouble. Both Buddhism and Taoism were not easy to deal with. If they fought, it would be difficult to deal with. My dear ministers, you are all people of the Tao. Why bother arguing with a young man like Li Zio? Why don't I let Zio apologize to all of you, and this matter will be considered over? Pai Lupi could only smooth things over at this time. However, the few monks were not willing to give up and shook their heads. Your Majesty, it's not that I want to be aggressive and bully the young. It's just that this matter concerns the Tao ancestor, and we can't treat it as a game. Otherwise, who in the world will still respect the Tao ancestor? Amitabha. Although I am a disciple of Buddhism, I also agree. Li Wangyu was annoyed when he saw the cow noses and the bald donkeys being so unreasonable. These few monks seemed to be sanctimonious, but he did not know what was wrong with them. They just had to go against him. He just casually mentioned it in class. How could it cause such a big reaction from the Taoist and Buddhist sects? Li Wangyu naturally did not know what the Taoist and Buddhist sects were thinking, but he was not stupid. He rolled his eyes and came up with an excuse. Esteemed monks, if you want to say that I don't respect the Tao ancestor and the ancestors, I am in the wrong. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from all of you. Actually, I have another identity that was originally inconvenient to reveal to all of you. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, everyone couldn't help but reveal suspicious expressions, and they didn't understand exactly what he wanted to say. Even his disciples were at a loss. They did not understand what their master was trying to say. Why didn't they know about the other identities of their teacher? Among the hundreds of officials, only Su Changqing was covering his mouth and secretly laughing. Based on her understanding of her man, this guy was definitely going to trick her again. After Li Wangyu attracted the attention of the officials in the hall, he coughed with satisfaction and said unhurriedly, "Actually, I am the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world." Following Li Wangyu's words, Noda's Taiji palace immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Wangyu as if they had seen a ghost. The wooden planks in the hands of many officials slipped down unconsciously and fell to the floor with a crisp sound. After a long while, the few Taoist experts suddenly roared, "Nonsense! You are humiliating the Tao ancestor. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of a traitor like you who is misleading the public with lies." A few Taoist monks in their 70s and 80s raised their walking sticks and dust as they spoke, and were about to smash Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu saw that the bomb he threw was too powerful. The Taoist monks seemed to have gone crazy and hurriedly dodged. These Taoist monks were indeed cultivators. Their bodies were still quite strong at such an age. They held their walking sticks and dust, forcing Li Wangyu to flee in all directions. Seeing that the old Taoist monks were chasing after him, Li Wangyu turned around and hid among the officials in a hurry. As soon as Li Wangyu fled, a few Gaoxian officials relentlessly chased after him and beat him up, making it hard for those officials. In the imperial court of the Tang Dynasty, the officials were all sitting on the floor. It was naturally not easy to dodge while sitting. Therefore, many officials blocked the bullets for Li Wangyu for no reason. They were hit by the crutches and dust in the hands of the Taoist monks. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other big shots laughed after being stunned. They had no intention of stopping the fight. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered. The Taiji Palace was in chaos. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, the imperial court had never been so lively. Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne, was so angry that his face turned pale. He slapped the armrest of the throne, stood up angrily and roared, "Enough! All of you stop! What are you doing? Do you think my Taiji Palace is a wine shop? Men, separate them. If anyone disturbs the imperial court again, I don't care who they are. I'll throw them into prison and punish them." After being reprimanded by Pai Lupi, the Taoist monks stopped panting. They were still glaring at Li Wangyu with angry faces. "Your Majesty, you heard it with your own ears. This Hu County Li Wangyu is so arrogant that he can even say such disgraceful words. If your Majesty doesn't punish this person severely, we won't let it go." Li Wangyu didn't care about the Taoist monk's death stares. He smiled and tidied up his robe. He didn't care about the Taoist monk's threats at all. Pai Lupi's anger didn't subside. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, "Li Wangyu, what nonsense were you talking about just now? What do you mean you are the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world? Speak clearly for me." Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. The reason he dared to say this was because he had already thought of an excuse. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I'm sure your Majesty knows that I am the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor." "Nonsense, when did I know?" Pai Lupi felt that Li Wangyu was becoming more and more outrageous. "Did your Majesty forget about the Tao ancestor's appearance outside the Taiji Palace and the plague ghost swallowing the sun? Previously, I said that the Tao ancestor visited me in a dream. In fact, it was inconvenient for me to reveal the truth at that time, so I made up an excuse. In fact, the Tao ancestor personally sent me a decree and ordered me to tell your Majesty." "That's right, everything I learned was also taught by the Tao ancestor." Li Wangyu lied without blushing, but Su Changqing almost laughed out loud. The beautiful boss quickly lowered her head and tried very hard to hold back her laughter. Her man was really too good at talking nonsense. How could he have the nerve to say such nonsense? Li Wangyu didn't panic. Anyway, no one could verify the truth of what he said. Could it be that these Taoist masters could invite the Tao ancestor to confront him in person? In fact, he also had a purpose for telling such a big lie. He had only given an encyclopedia lesson, and he was sued by the Taoist and Buddhist sections. If he didn't make a protective umbrella for himself, who knew how much trouble he would cause in the future? As long as it was confirmed that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, no matter what knowledge he spread in the future, he would have a shield to use. Even if he told everyone that the sky was round and the earth was wrong, and the earth under their feet was round, no one could do anything to him at that time. At least, he wouldn't be burned alive like Copernicus because of his foolish religion. Of course, Copernicus wasn't actually burned to death. Before the church had time to arrest him for his heliocentric theory, Copernicus died of illness. The one who was really burned to death by the church was the Italian astronomer Cicco Dusco. The crime was that he went against the teachings of the Bible and argued that the earth was spherical. Li Wangyu didn't want himself or his disciples to be treated like this in the future, so it was still necessary to use the tiger's skin as a flag. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and said that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world. Li Wangyu's words caused an uproar in the main hall. I had something to do yesterday and forgot to ask for leave. Everyone, please don't blame me. I will make up for it in the next few days. Starting next week, strive for 2 updates a day. Chapter 941. Li Wangyu warned about the total solar eclipse. Because there was a report from the imperial court, all the officials knew about it, but they didn't know about the dream of Tao ancestor. As for the heavenly grand ritual outside the Taiji palace and the Tao ancestor showed his power, few people knew the details. At this moment, Li Wangyu revealed these 2 things, which naturally caused an uproar among the officials. They couldn't believe it. Those Taoist Gaozhen were even more stunned. They stiffly turned to look at Pai Lupi on the throne, as if they had seen a ghost. Your Majesty, is what Li Wangyu said true? The Taoist Gaozhen naturally knew that the Tao ancestor showed his power in the heavenly grand ritual. The officiant that day was Yuan Tiangang, but there were many participants in the Taoist sect who witnessed it with their own eyes. The abbots of the various Taoist temples in Chang and city were all the disciples and disciples of these Taoist Gaozhen. Therefore, these Taoist Gaozhen were very clear about the Taoist ancestor's divine manifestation. In the past 2 years, the Taoist sect in the Tang Dynasty became more and more prosperous, which was also related to the Tao ancestor showing his power in public 2 years ago. Pai Lupi was also confused at this moment. For a long time, Li Wangyu had used the excuse of Tao ancestor showed his power in a dream to him. In fact, Pai Lupi was dubious about his nephew's statement. The Tao ancestor showed his power in a dream. This kind of nonsense was too perfunctory. However, Li Wangyu now said that he was the personal disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, which made Pai Lupi, the emperor of all ages, somewhat speechless. He instinctively didn't believe Li Wangyu's statement, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it might not be impossible. If his nephew was really the personal disciple of his ancestor Li Er in the mortal world, then everything seemed to be explainable. Pai Lupi firmly believed that the Tao ancestor showed his power in the heavenly grand ritual. If Li Wangyu was the Tao ancestor's disciple, then it would not be strange for him to know about this matter, including the matter of the plague ghost swallowing the sun. Also, this brat had come up with so many strange and incomparably miraculous things. Pai Lupi and his wife, Empress Xianxia, had also privately gossiped. They didn't understand where Li Wangyu's abilities came from. Pai Lupi had already ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate Li Wangyu's background. Even when he entered school, what kind of books he studied, and what his grades were, they were all thoroughly investigated. It could be said that before the age of 16, Li Wangyu was just an ordinary member of the Li clan. There was nothing special about him. His nephew seemed to have been enlightened overnight. After he moved out of Hu County and returned to Dingzhou village, all kinds of wonderful poems and articles emerged one after another. All kinds of inventions and creations dazzled people's eyes. Originally, Pai Lupi and the other big shots thought that Li Wangyu was the reincarnation of some powerful Taoist. But after hearing Li Wangyu's words today, Pai Lupi was somewhat convinced. No matter how big the hole in Pai Lupi's brain was, he would never have thought that this Li Wangyu was not the Li Wangyu he knew. Even if Li Wangyu told him everything about time travel, Pai Lupi would probably be more willing to believe that his nephew had been accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor. After Pai Lupi's imagination filled in the gaps, he believed most of Li Wangyou's words. He nodded and said to the Taoist Gaozhen, "Dear ministers, Zio told me about the Tao ancestors' divine manifestation and the plague spirit swallowing the sun in advance. As for whether he is the Tao ancestors' direct disciple, I have no way of knowing." Pai Lupi's words were tantamount to admitting Li Wangyou's words. This made the Taoist Gaozhen bewildered. They suspiciously turned to look at Li Wangyou, who was smiling but not saying anything. Could it be that what this young man said was true? How was this possible? This young man in front of them who had not yet reached the age of 20 was the Tao ancestors' direct disciple in the mortal world? But if he wasn't, how could he have known about the Tao ancestors' divine manifestation and the plague spirit swallowing the sun in advance? If Li Wangyou was really the Tao ancestors' disciple, wouldn't it mean that their Taoist school had an additional ancestor out of nowhere? The Taoist Gaozhen, who had been excited and felt greatly humiliated, didn't know what to do for a moment. The Buddhist monks were even more dumbfounded. They could only silently chant Buddha's name and lower their heads in silence. It was hard to tell whether this was true or false. Could they ask the Tao ancestor to show his divine manifestation again and personally explain this matter to everyone? For a moment, the Taoist Gaozhen monks, who came to find trouble with Li Wangyou aggressively, were speechless. Li Wangyou saw that they didn't speak, so he was a little complacent. Li Wangyou still had a sense of achievement for fooling a group of celebrities of the Tang Dynasty, including Pai Lupi. It was a pity that this kind of happiness could only be shared with Su Chongqing, which made Li Wangyou feel very regretful. When he was really proud of himself, he heard a very discordant voice among the officials. "Li Zio, you said that you are the Tao ancestors' disciple. Do you have proof? I'm afraid it's not enough to convince people with just your empty words, right?" Li Wangyou looked at the source of the voice, but it was the old guy Wang Ying, the Grand Chongqing. The people of the Wang clan of Tun were really haunting him. Li Wangyou silently complained in his heart. He didn't know if he ate the rice of the Wang clan in his previous life, so he was so hated. "Wang Gong, what kind of proof do you want? Hee, do you think that master needs to announce to the world that he accepted me as a disciple? Or does he need to inform the Wang clan of Taiyuan?" Wang Ying was unmoved. He stroked his beard unhurriedly and said with a smile, "Li Zio, what are you talking about? The Wang clan of Taiyuan, don't have such a big face. However, it's not easy to convince everyone that you are the Tao ancestors' disciple with just your one-sided words, right?" It was impossible for the Taoist to ask the Tao ancestor to prove Li Wangyou's identity. In other words, Li Wangyou also couldn't ask the Tao ancestor to testify for him. Wang Ying had calculated this point, so he insisted that Li Wangyou take out proof. Facing Wang Ying, this old fellow's questioning, Li Wangyou also had a way to deal with it. "It's easy for Wang Gong to want proof. Although master didn't give me any token as proof, he taught me a lot of knowledge that the world doesn't know. I wonder if Wang Gong can use this knowledge to testify for me?" What knowledge that the world doesn't know? Who can prove it? Wang Ying snorted in disdain. Li Wangyou's smile became more relaxed. "Could it be that Wang Gong doesn't know what I taught in the academy a few days ago? Or does Wang Gong already know this knowledge?" When the officials heard this, they whispered to each other again. Li Wangyou's words made sense. No one had ever thought that sunlight had 7 colors, and no one knew that the cause of rainbows was so simple. The officials in the hall were all knowledgeable people. They were sure that these things had never been recorded in the books of their predecessors. To be able to understand such knowledge, one must be extraordinary. To say that it was taught by the Tao ancestor was indeed credible. Wang Ying was speechless by these words, but he still refused to let it go. He argued, "That doesn't mean anything. Perhaps you just discovered it by accident. It can't prove that the Tao ancestor taught it to you." Li Wangyou nodded. "Wang Gong's words make sense. Then, I'll talk about some knowledge that the world doesn't know, and use it to prove my innocence, okay?" Chapter 942. Li Wangyou's words caused the officials in the main hall to applaud in unison. If Li Wangyou was really the disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, they could also hear more of the secrets of the immortals, which was naturally a good thing. The old man Wang Ying's face was somewhat ugly, but he could only silently nod his head in agreement. As for the few Taoist and Buddhist monks, they were all silent at this moment. Even a few of them looked at Li Wangyu with a somewhat strange look in their eyes. Obviously, today's scene was beyond their expectations. No one would have thought that complaining to Pai Lupi would actually evolve into such a situation. As for whether Li Wangyu was the disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, everyone had their own guesses. Now that Grand Minister Wang Ying jumped out to challenge Li Wangyu, these old foxes naturally remained silent and watched the changes. Only Pai Lupi had a conflicted expression. He already believed 70 to 80% of Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, when he heard his nephew say that he wanted to continue to tell everyone about the knowledge that the Tao ancestor had imparted to the world, Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. The stingy Pai Lupi had already subconsciously regarded this knowledge as the wealth of the Li clan. The Tao ancestor was his ancestor, and Li Wangyu was his nephew. This knowledge that the world did not know naturally belonged to the royal family of the Li clan. How could it be easily known to outsiders? For a moment, Pai Lupi wanted to stop this matter and not allow Li Wangyu to continue. But immediately, Pai Lupi took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Since Li Wangyu had opened a course called Encyclopedia in the academy, the content of the teaching could be said to be the knowledge imparted by the Tao ancestor. If this matter was ordered by the Tao ancestor, even if he was the emperor, he could not stop it. Therefore, it would be better to ask Li Wangyu about this matter in private. Pai Lupi didn't say anything against it, and all the officials in the hall had an expectant look on their faces, which made Li Wangyu let out a light cough, pretending to be deep in thought as he paced back and forth. He was also thinking about what kind of knowledge he could use to shock this group of country bumpkins and make them believe his words. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. "I'm afraid you don't know what's in the air, right? Why don't I talk to you about air today?" Li Wangyu's words stunned everyone again. The few Taoists suddenly became agitated. "Li Gong, are you talking about air? I'm afraid this matter shouldn't be announced to the public, right? This is the secret of our Tao sect." Previously, these old Taoists were still calling him Li Wangyu from Hu County. Now, they all changed the way they addressed him and respectfully addressed him as Li Gong. They couldn't be blamed for being so agitated, but they misunderstood Li Wangyu's meaning. The air that Li Wangyu was talking about was different from the air that they thought it was. Since ancient times, Wuxia's understanding of air was very vague and contradictory. The word air was derived from Taoism and was also written as air. However, Taoism's air referred to people's vital qi, pure qi, and breath, not the air that people talked about in later generations. Laozi, Lizi, Zhuangzi, Guanzi, Zhuangzi, Guanzi, Xuanzi, Huainanzi, and Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor were all Taoist works or works related to Taoism. They described qi as innate vital qi. Tao dispersed into qi, and qi gathered into Taishang Laojun. Qi was a kind of mysterious metaphysical energy, which was the understanding of qi in Taoism's philosophy. As for air, it couldn't be seen or touched, so it was difficult for the ancients to describe it. Therefore, among the 5 elements in Wuxia, there were only metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The most important qi didn't exist. The ancients only knew that people needed to breathe in air, and there was wind in the air that couldn't be touched. That was all. These old Taoists thought that Li Wangyu was going to talk about Taoism's qi. As for whether qi existed, Li Wangyu didn't know. Perhaps it was like internal energy in the novels of later generations. It was difficult to prove. At least, the science of later generations hadn't explored the true mystery of heaven and earth's vital qi. Li Wangyu was stunned by the words of the few Taoists. He immediately realized that they had misunderstood him. Everyone, the air I'm talking about is a little different from the qi of Taoism. What I'm going to talk about is the air that we breathe all the time. The Taoists looked at each other. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant, so they could only listen to him. "Your Majesty, everyone, the air I'm talking about refers to the air that can't be seen or touched, but is everywhere. We can't leave it for even a moment. The word qi refers to the qi of smell." Everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, quieted down and listened attentively to Li Wangyu's words. Even that old fellow Wang Ying, although he didn't like Li Wangyu, listened attentively. Everyone might not know this, but the air around us seems empty, but it's actually not. Air is mainly made up of oxygen and nitrogen, and oxygen is the source of life for us. Li Wangyu poured out all the knowledge he could remember about air. He picked out the content that everyone could understand, as if he was giving a scientific lecture. This knowledge that they had never heard of before left everyone dumbfounded. Many of the officials couldn't help but reach out and grab at the air a few times, as if they wanted to see if they could grab oxygen from the air. Unlike Li Wangyu's explanation of the composition of sunlight, air was a mysterious existence to everyone. At least they could see and feel the warmth of sunlight, but air was really incomprehensible to the Tang people. After Li Wangyu finished his scientific lecture on air, everyone was silent. They lowered their heads and pondered, digesting the knowledge. The few Taoist faction high monks and Buddhist faction high monks were in deep thought. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, there were methods on how to meditate and regulate one's breath, and the key point was breathing. However, they never knew that there were so many substances in the air. Then what was it that they meditated and breathed? Wang Ying, the Grand Minister, chuckled and said, "Li Zio, who can prove what you said? Since air can't be seen or touched, how do we know that what you said is right? That it's the knowledge imparted by the Taoist ancestor, and not something that you made up yourself?" Before Li Wangyu could reply to Wang Ying's words, the few Taoist Gaozhen frowned and retorted, "Lord Wang, be careful with your words. Although we don't really understand what Li Gong said, we know very well that Li Gong definitely didn't make it up." Wang Ying, the Grand Minister, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He felt that he was kind enough to help these Taoist Gaozhen and questioned Li Wangyu. How could these Taoist Gaozhen be so ungrateful? But before he could refute, Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Lord Wang, you don't understand. Even if air can't be seen or touched, I have a way to prove what I said just now." Chapter 943. Li Wangyu did not have the ability to separate oxygen and nitrogen from the air. But it was not difficult to prove that the air was not empty. The combustion test could prove the existence of oxygen. The famous physics experiment, the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment, was enough to prove that the air was not empty and clearly proved the existence of atmospheric pressure. It is not difficult to prove what I said just now. Your Majesty, everyone, Master once told me that all of us are under the pressure of the air at all times. Well, it's roughly equivalent to... Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart and gave an answer. It's roughly equivalent to the weight of 200 stones. A standard atmospheric pressure was equivalent to 10 tons per cubic meter. 1 ton was 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms was roughly equivalent to 20 stones in the Tang Dynasty. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would understand that because the atmospheric pressure in the human body was balanced with the atmospheric pressure outside, the human body would not be squashed by the atmospheric pressure, and the human body could not feel the existence of atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure was common knowledge in the later generations, but the Tang people did not understand it. Li Wangyu's words were pure nonsense in the ears of everyone. Wang Ying immediately jumped out as if he had caught Li Wangyu's weakness. "Ha, this old man thought that Li Zio would say something amazing, but I didn't expect that you would speak so carelessly and talk nonsense. If each of us was pressed with 200 stones of air, wouldn't we have been crushed to death long ago?" As he spoke, he even jumped twice in the hall without caring about his old arms and legs. "Li Zio, do you think that this old man is also an immortal? Can I still run and jump with 200 stones of air on my back?" Wang Ying's words immediately caused a burst of laughter in the Taiji Palace. Everyone did not know whether what Li Wangyu said was true or false, so they did not dare to refute. But if he said that each of them was pressed with 200 stones of air on their back, this was too ridiculous, and none of the officials would believe it. A few officials from the aristocratic families immediately laughed and echoed, "Duke Li, could it be that you have cultivated an illusion with the Tao ancestor? How can you say such a ridiculous thing?" "Hee, so it turns out that I'm so powerful. I can carry a weight of 200 stones and still walk as if I'm flying. TSK, looks like I'm about to become an immortal." "That's right. It turns out that we're already ranked among the immortals. If Eunuch Li hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known. Ha! Seeing their teacher being ridiculed like this, Ma Zhou and the others were naturally displeased. Even though Li Wangyou's words were difficult to understand even in their eyes. However, out of their blind trust in their teacher, they did not doubt the truth of Li Wangyou's words at all. But they didn't know how to refute on behalf of their teacher. Li Wangyou hadn't taught them about atmospheric pressure before, so Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others didn't understand it. In fact, the ancients had some understanding of atmospheric pressure. For example, the tea set made using the siphon principle and the cupping used in traditional Chinese medicine to treat cupping were all made use of the effect of atmospheric pressure. As early as the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the thirsty crow used for irrigation appeared. It used the siphon principle to irrigate. However, it was limited to this. The ancients didn't have any in-depth theoretical research on atmospheric pressure. In the face of Wang Ying and the others' unscrupulous ridicule, Li Wangyou wasn't the least bit annoyed. He just looked at this group of people as if he was looking at fools. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and frowned. He also couldn't understand Li Wangyou's words. However, he trusted Li Wangyou and knew that his nephew wouldn't speak without thinking. He dared to say such words because he naturally had something to rely on. Ziyu, tell me, since we are carrying 200 kilograms of air on our backs at all times, why can't we sense it? Pai Lupi opened his mouth and those officials who were still ridiculing Li Wangyou could only shut their mouths. Everyone turned to look at Li Wangyou and waited for his explanation. Li Wangyou smiled and shrugged. Your Majesty, this matter is complicated, but it can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. However, I have a way to let Your Majesty and the officials see the existence of air pressure. Master calls it atmospheric pressure. Li Wangyou suddenly realized that the excuse that the Dao ancestor was his master was really good. In the future, he could push anything to the Dao ancestor. The earth is round. The earth revolves around the sun. The moon is a desolate sphere. There is no moon palace, no jade rabbit, no Chang, no Wu Gang, and no osmanthus tree. Who doesn't accept it? Go and reason with the Dao ancestor. These were all taught to me by the Dao ancestor. Thinking of this, Li Wangyou felt secretly happy. He was even prepared to work hard and prove that the Dao ancestor was his master. Oh, what can you do? Ziyu, quickly show me. Pai Lupi was also very curious at this moment. However, Li Wangyou shook his head. Your Majesty, I need to prepare for this. How about after 10 days, I ask Your Majesty and the officials to move to the academy, and then I will show it to Your Majesty. I can also teach the students of the academy and let them see with their own eyes what atmospheric pressure is. To prove the existence of atmospheric pressure, the most beautiful and shocking thing was the historical Magdeburg hemispheric experiment. Li Wangyou planned to use 10 days to cast the hollow copper ball for the experiment and the vacuum pump for air extraction. Okay. Pai Lupi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then it's settled. After 10 days, I will lead the officials to the academy to witness what atmospheric pressure is. Let me also broaden my horizons and see the wonderful knowledge passed down by the Dao ancestor. The few Gaozhen and eminent monks immediately bowed. Your Majesty, please allow us to go to the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty 10 days later to see the miracle. But Pai Lupi naturally nodded and agreed. At this point, Wang Ying and the others naturally could not say anything more. They could only sneer in their hearts. In their view, showing it to everyone in the academy 10 days later was just Li Wangyou's delaying tactic. They absolutely did not believe that there was a 200-stone weight on them. After the court session ended, Li Wangyou led Yan Liben and other disciples to make bronze balls and other utensils. What happened in the court that day was spread to every corner of Chang, and at the speed of light under the influence of some people with ulterior motives. This naturally made Chang lively again. Whether it was Li Wangyou's claim that he was the core disciple of the Dao ancestor or Li Wangyou's words that there was a 200-stone weight on everyone's body, it made the people in the city talk about it endlessly. From the officials, nobles, scholars, and Confucian scholars to the peddlers and servants, all of them gathered together to discuss these two matters. As for Li Wangyou's claim that he was the core disciple of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, there were some who believed it and some who did not, but there was no conclusion. But almost no one believed that there was a 200-stone weight on everyone's body at any time. After all, atmospheric pressure was beyond the knowledge of the Tangs. It was normal that it was difficult to understand. Before the Magdeburg hemispheric experiment in 1654, few people believed in the existence of atmospheric pressure. The Italian physicist Torricelli was also ridiculed because of this. It was like this 1,000 years later, not to mention the Tang Dynasty. As for what Li Wangyou would do in the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty 10 days later, all the people in Chang and were looking forward to it. Chapter 944. Li Wangyou, Yan Liben, and the other disciples were holed up in the general staff prison, experimenting with making hollow copper balls and vacuum pumps when Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde came knocking. Ziyo, tell me, how are you going to prove the existence of that atmospheric pressure to His Majesty and the other officials? Are we really going to be pressured by 200 stones of air? Li Wangyou was very surprised. These two old hoodlums who ate, drank, gambled, and cheated, when did they become so interested in science? Did the sun rise from the west? Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyou asked in confusion. Cheng Yaojin's huge palm landed on Li Wangyou's shoulder again. Bastard, isn't it to help you vent your anger? Brother Jingde and I are arguing with Ho Junji and the other bastards. In any case, hurry up and tell us clearly. Was what you said in the imperial court true? This concerns whether or not Brother Jingde and I will lose face. Li Wangyou secretly curled his lips. What face does Qing Yaojin, this old hoodlum, have to speak of? Before saying such words, could he at least return the things that he had snatched from Marquis Lu's mansion before talking about it? Of course, Li Wangyou only dared to ridicule in his heart. Otherwise, he would definitely be mercilessly suppressed by Qing Yaojin, this old hoodlum's iron fist. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, when have you ever seen your nephew spout nonsense? Regarding the atmospheric pressure, it is not fake. This is the knowledge that my teacher, Dao Zhu, personally imparted to me. How can it be fake? Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed. Ziyo, are you really Dao Zhu's direct disciple? That's right, this is naturally true. When Li Wangyou lied, his face did not turn red and his heart did not beat fast. He was very calm. Cheng Yang clapped his hands and laughed. That's good. Since Ziyo is Dao Zhu's disciple, why don't you show me some immortal techniques? Do you know how to turn stone into gold or ride on the clouds? When Li Wangyou heard this, he could not help but have black lines on his forehead. F***ck, did they really think he was a god? If he was really an immortal, why would he waste his time talking to Wang Ying? About that, Master didn't teach me any immortal techniques. This is also Master's way of tempering me. Only when I understand the knowledge of the mortal world in the future will Master teach me Taoist immortal techniques. Tisk, that's a pity. Ziyo, you actually didn't learn anything useful from the Tao ancestor. Cheng Yaojin shook his head with a look of regret. He looked at Li Wangyou as if he was looking at a fool. Li Wangyou could not help but feel his temples throbbing. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old hooligan, he would have fought with him long ago. He was disinclined to continue entangling with Qing Yaojin on this topic, so he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, and Duke Lu, what exactly happened? It's nothing. I merely made a bet with that tactless fellow. Qing Yaojin continued to slap Li Wangyou's shoulders. Ziyo, when the time comes, if you dare to screw up the chain for me, I'll come after you. Li Wangyou silently rolled his eyes. This old hooligan actually made a bet with someone else, and the one who made the bet with him was that idiot Ho Junji. He could not help but sigh. This old hooligan's luck was really good. Needless to say, he would definitely win this time. Uncle Cheng, what did you bet with Duke Lu? It's nothing. It's just a small bet of 10,000 Tujue horses. More importantly, I can't afford to lose face, so I have to ask you clearly. Li Wangyou almost choked to death on his own saliva. He resisted the urge to give the old hooligan the middle finger. **ck. This old gambler actually dared to say that it was a small bet for fun when he made such a huge bet. The price of the 2 horses in Chang and was not that high, but it was at least 10 strings of cash. 10,000 2 horses was equivalent to a bet of 100,000 strings of cash. This was called a small bet for fun? However, Li Wangyu's thoughts changed. Qing Yaojin, this old fogey, actually had quite a bit of wealth. After following him for 2 years, he had reaped quite a lot of benefits. Just the few bets with the aristocratic families and the partnership with them to cheat the aristocratic families of their gold had already made Duke Lu's residents extremely rich. Not to mention, the several Duke residences had partnered with the Li family to open up a mine in Hu County. As a big shot whose family owned a mine, 100,000 strings of cash was indeed a small sum. Li Wangyu looked enviously at Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingde. These 2 old hooligans, why were their characters so bad, but their luck in gambling so good? He also hoped that someone would come and make a bet with him. Why didn't he have a chance to have someone give him money for free? Ever since Li Wangyu had led a group of Duke Lu bigwigs to win several 100,000 taels of gold from the gambling houses of the aristocratic families, no one in Chang and had brought up the matter of making a bet with him for a very long time. Even when Li Wangyu proposed a bet, the other party would immediately act like they had been bitten in the tail and immediately refuse. This made Li Wangyu feel that his life had lost a great deal of happiness, and he was extremely unhappy. Thus, when he saw that Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingde were about to win money again, how could he be happy? Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingde had absolute trust in Li Wangyu. In truth, they didn't even understand what atmospheric pressure was, or why they couldn't feel the 200 stones of air pressing down on them. But since these words had come from Li Wangyu, they couldn't be wrong. After learning that they were about to make a large sum of money, Qing Yaojin became even more smug and began to shamelessly boast about himself. Through Qing Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu learned the reason for their bet with Hou Junji and the others. In the last few days, Li Wangyu's words had caused Chang and to become very noisy. When people met, they couldn't avoid talking about this topic. Yesterday, when Qing Yaojin, Yu Qijingde, and Hou Junji were watching a play in the Tang Dynasty theater, they had naturally brought up this matter. There was no need to mention Hou Junji's dissatisfaction with Li Wangyu. Although he was Pai Lupi's trusted aide, when it came to dissing Li Wangyu, he firmly stood on the side of the aristocratic clans. Thus, as they chatted, Hou Junji's words were filled with ridicule and disdain for Li Wangyu. Because Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingde were close to Li Wangyu, they weren't willing to listen to these words, and the several bigwigs began to argue. Everyone said they were right, and everyone said they were right. As they argued, they naturally brought up the bet. Thus, in a few days, whether Li Wangyu could prove the existence of air pressure in the Tang Dynasty's Royal Academy became a bet. Although the bet had been set, the old hooligan wasn't very confident. This was also the reason why Qing Yaojin and Yu Qijingde had anxiously come to find Li Wangyu to inquire about the details. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi. The 2 of you are going to make a fortune this time. This little nephew dares to guarantee that Duke Lu will definitely lose this time. Wah, with these words of yours, this old man can be at ease. Otherwise, if this old man loses, I might have to bring my entire family to live in your residence. Qing Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu break out in a cold sweat. When he thought of the frightening scene of Qing Yaojin bringing his entire family to his residence, he couldn't help but shiver. The hell, this old hooligan is really unreasonable. After chatting for a while, the 2 old hooligans took their leave in satisfaction. Li Wangyu secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he was about to return to work, Niu Wu came to report that the silk pants had come. Chapter 945. When Du Ruhui passed away due to illness, the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, blamed Li Wangyu because of their grief. However, Du He and Du Go were not ignorant people. After the pain of losing their father slowly dissipated, they also knew that the 2 brothers had wronged Li Wangyu. Under the urging of a group of debauches, the Du brothers went to Dingzhou village to drink and chat merrily with Li Wangyu. After getting drunk, the little bit of awkwardness from before was eliminated and the group of brothers reconciled. Li Wangyu was grounded in Dingzhou village by Pai Lupi and could not go to Chang. This group of debauches went to Dingzhou village every few days. They called it visiting brothers, but Li Wangyu felt that this group of scoundrels were here to eat up the rich. They ate his food, drank his water, and even took liberties with the servants in his residence. Shameless and vulgar. Li Wangyu did not find it strange that these debauches came to find him again. In Taiji Palace, he had boasted so much in front of all the officials. It would be strange if this group of debauches did not come to find him. Sure enough, the first thing Cheng Chumo said when they met was, "Ziyu, tell your brothers, how are you going to prove the existence of that atmospheric pressure to His Majesty and all the officials? Are we really going to be pressured by 200 sure of air at any time?" Li Wangyu was speechless. Sure enough, they were all from the Qing family. The first thing they said when they met was exactly the same. "Brothers, could it be that you've also made a bet with someone?" Cheng Chumo was stunned. "Ziyu, how did you know?" Li Wangyu directly raised his middle finger at the group of debauches. "Before you came, Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi had just left. Their words were exactly the same as yours." Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, and Cheng Chubi looked at each other and then at the Yuchi twins. They could not help but laugh. "Ziyu, this is called a tiger father will not have a dog son. When brothers fight, father and son go to war." Li Wangyu's eyes almost rolled to the sky. What kind of nonsense was this? This uncultured pig. He was too lazy to pay attention to Cheng Chumo and turned to look at Fang Yai and the others. "Tell me, who did you bet with this time? What did you bet on?" The debauches laughed heartily. "Of course it's still that group of nobles. Other than them, where else would there be idiots who would rush to give us and our brothers money? Yesterday her brothers ran into those bastards at P Square. They actually dared to insult Zio verbally. My brothers argued with them, and after a while, they decided to make a bet. Wang Ziqiao from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, Chui Daogu from the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Hong from the Chui clan of Bowling, and Lu Xiang from the Lu clan of Fanyang. As Li Wangyu's title of nobility gradually rose, they no longer dared to make a fuss in front of Li Wangyu. Last year, Pai Lupi used the case of missing gold as an excuse to drive out the heads of the 5 noble families from the imperial court. After that, the sons of the noble families lay low for a long time. However, the influence of the noble families in the imperial court was still enormous. Naturally, these sons of the noble families would not become obedient children because of this. Li Wangyu had long heard from the debauches that in Chang'an City, he still had a lot of friction with these sons of the noble families. "What did you bet on?" "Hee, we didn't bet on anything. You also know that our brothers are poor and can't take out much copper coins. Moreover, gambling is too vulgar, so we didn't bet on anything." Cheng Chumo laughed. Li Wangyu nodded, understanding that these debauches were also embarrassed about their lack of money. Although he, Li Wangyu, had made a fortune, and along the way, even the dukes close to him had all made a lot of money. However, other than the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, the other families and manors were still not in the position of these debauches to make decisions. Therefore, they were still relying on the pocket money that their families gave them every month to live. Of course, although it was called pocket money, if it was placed in the homes of ordinary people, it would be a huge sum of money. However, for the debauches, the expenses were also large. Therefore, this group of debauches were actually poor ghosts, unable to take out a few hundred strings of copper coins in their pockets. "Then what did you bet on with Wang Ziqiao and the others?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. "Hee, just a few dozen beautiful maidservants." Feng Ai rushed to answer. "Speaking of which, compared to the little nurses in Union Medical Hospital, they are a lot less beautiful. It's better than nothing." When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. Damn, this group of bastards is really annoying and infuriating. Li Wangyu suddenly felt very stifled. He had led a group of disciples and worked tirelessly here to test the vacuum pump, but Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, and these debauches were actually enjoying the fruits of others' labor. There were those who won horses, those who won beautiful maidservants. Damn, for a moment, Li Wangyu wanted to kick back and stop. It would be best if these bastards all lost. Of course, this kind of thing was just a thought. "Ziyu, you can't lose, your brother's happiness is all on your shoulders." Cheng Chumo's old face was thick, but he didn't forget to remind him again and again. After angrily driving away all the debauches who had come to inquire about the news, Li Wangyu looked up to the sky and sighed. When heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his will suffer, and his muscles and bones toil. I really have a hard life. On the side, Niu Wu's face twitched a couple of times. In his heart, he was crazily complaining about his Lang Jun. With such a lazy temperament, how could he have the nerve to say such things? Li Wangyu sighed and turned his head to continue to study the vacuum pump with Yan Liben and the others. The hemispherical experiment at Magdeburg Castle was not difficult. 2 copper hemispherical hollow hemispheres were filled with water and joined together. In the middle, there was a layer of leather soaked with oil to make the 2 hemispheres completely close together. One of the hemispheres had a connecting pipe to connect to the vacuum pump, and there was a valve that could be closed. Using the vacuum pump, after all the water in the hemispheres had been sucked out, the 2 hemispheres would be squeezed tightly together by the surrounding atmosphere. When Su Changqing, the White Bone Fairy, was traveling in Germany, he had visited the Deutsches Museum in Munich to see the 2 hemispheres that Keurig had used for the experiment. 2 copper hemispheres with a diameter of 50 centimeters were not difficult at all. Li Wangyu had already ordered the craftsmen to make them. But the most difficult thing to repeat the experiment at Magdeburg Castle was the manufacturing of the vacuum pump. The mayor of Magdeburg, Otto von Guericke, was also a German physicist. He invented the piston vacuum pump, which made the experiment at Magdeburg Castle possible. Li Wangyu wanted to repeat this historical experiment in the Tang Dynasty, but he hit a nail on the head on how to manufacture the piston vacuum pump. Li Wangyu knew the principle of the piston vacuum pump. It relied on the piston in the cylinder of the vacuum pump to reciprocate to suck in and exhaust gas. But knowing the theory was one thing, and actually manufacturing this thing was another thing. In any case, the vacuum pump was a modern industrial product. It was not easy to replicate it in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu, Yan Liben, and the others studied it for 2 or 3 days, but they had no clue. This naturally made Li Wangyu very depressed. He did not understand. In the novels he read in the future, it was very easy for those pigs to make the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment. Why was it so difficult for him to copy and cheat? There is one more chapter. I will upload it in 2 hours. By the way, I want to complain about WPS. They actually turned off the voice reading function. Old Long is used to reading every chapter by voice to check for typos. Without this function, it is really troublesome. There are probably a lot of typos in the recent chapters. Please bear with it. Chapter 946. 10 days later, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty, located on the other side of the Gan River in Dingzhou village, was bustling with activity. The academy in Noda was full of nobles in luxurious clothes. Hearing that Li Wangyu was going to show His Majesty and the officials what atmospheric pressure was, the relatives of the officials were all itching to see it. Who didn't want to see such a lively scene? Unable to resist the pleading of the women in the mansion, Fang Xianling and other marquises took the lead and asked Pai Lupi to allow the officials to bring their relatives to the academy today to watch the grand event. Pai Lupi naturally nodded and agreed. He also brought Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang and other concubines with him. Fortunately, when Li Wangyu designed the academy, there was no shortage of land or copper coins, so the academy was extremely spacious. Otherwise, it might not be able to accommodate so many people. Zio, why are you so haggard today? Are you prepared for that experiment of yours? I'm looking forward to it. Li Wangyu stared at his panda eyes, which were bloodshot, and said with a tired and bitter smile, "Uncle, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. Yesterday, I led Liben and the others and finally produced the equipment needed for today's experiment." He really tried his best this time. Originally, in Taiji Palace, he said that he had 10 days and thought that there was plenty of time. Who knew that when he really tried to make the reciprocating piston vacuum pump, he would know how difficult it was. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had some understanding of the principle, and Yan Liben was a rare engineering talent in the Tang Dynasty. With the help of a group of skilled and experienced old craftsmen, they made the vacuum pump on time. Even so, Li Wangyu, Yan Liben, and others stayed up for several nights and were very tired. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only sigh silently in his heart. Sure enough, one shouldn't be pretentious, or one would be struck by lightning. In order to fool everyone that day, he casually told a big lie, but he didn't expect that it was not easy to cover up this lie. Fortunately, hard work always paid off. After today's experiment, let's see who would dare to question his identity as the Dao ancestor's disciple. Pai Lupi was very satisfied. He gestured to Li Wangyu to make preparations so that he could start his experiment at any time. Li Wangyu had only taken a few steps when he was surrounded by the silk pants again. Zio, why do you look so haggard? Tsk, look at the dark circles under your eyes. You probably haven't had a good rest for a few days, right? Zio, don't hurt yourself. It's not worth it. Could it be that you're doing this because of the bet between us and Wang Ziqiao and those bastards? When the silk pants saw Li Wangyu's appearance, they all started to care about him, which made Li Wangyu very happy. Although he was unhappy in his heart, Cheng Yaojin was already a silk pants, and he could make a fortune from betting with others. But in truth, he also knew that he owed Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and those silk pants a favor. After all, regarding atmospheric pressure, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing understood it, but whether it was Cheng Yaojin or the other rich kids, they definitely did not understand it. Li Wangyu could guess that those silk pants might not believe him when he said that each of them had a pressure of 200 stones on them. But the fact that they had dared to bet with Hou Junji and Wang Ziqiao on the basis of their trust in him naturally made Li Wangyu feel a little choked up. Brothers, be at ease. Your little brother is fine. It's good that you're fine. Wah, today, your big brothers will wait to see how Zio will prove this atmospheric pressure and give those people who doubt you a few slaps. Let them know why the flowers are so red. Needless to say, these last words had been learned from Li Wangyu by the silk pants. Li Wangyu firmly nodded. Just as he was about to say some heartwarming words, Cheng Chumo continued. It's a pity that Zio's Mark Yenling won't allow it. Otherwise, we would have shared some of those beautiful maids with you. What a pity, Wah, Zio, you don't have this fortune. Ha, Brother Chumo's words are reasonable. Zio is good at everything but he's henpecked. Speaking of which, Zio, you don't have a noble title anymore, but your Lady Su is Marquis Yenling. Does Zio still have any status in the residence? I heard that the Ministry of Works is preparing to tear down the Hing Gate in your residence. Is this true? The excited Li Wangyu's face instantly darkened. He couldn't even be bothered to say anything to those silk pants and turned to leave. This bunch of bastards. I knew that I couldn't be nice to them. Hey, that feeling just now was all an illusion. Li Wangyu angrily left, leaving the silk pants behind him in bursts of laughter. When most of the people had arrived, Li Wangyu asked for instructions from Pai Lupi and led the crowd to a spacious lawn in the academy. The crowd was bustling with activity and it was extremely noisy. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with this. After today, the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment in history could be removed. It would be replaced by the Royal Academy's hemispherical experiment. Li Wangyu shamelessly fantasized in his heart for a while before walking to the center of the lawn and started to speak to the crowd. Your Majesty, everyone, today I would like to show all of you what atmospheric pressure is. This is also the knowledge that my master, the Dao ancestor, imparted to me. Just like what I said 10 days ago in the Taiji Palace, every one of us, at any time and place, carries the weight of 200 stones of air on our backs. But why can't we feel it? It's very simple because there are all kinds of pressures in our bodies. For example, blood has blood pressure, and there is air in the stomach and lungs. This makes the pressure inside the human body equal to the atmospheric pressure outside. Therefore, we can't feel the existence of atmospheric pressure. But just because we can't feel it doesn't mean that atmospheric pressure doesn't exist. Today, I will prove this point to all of you. As Li Wangyu spoke, he motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to come forward and present the two hollow copper hemispherical balls. Everyone, these two hollow hemispherical balls, when put together, form a complete copper ball. As Li Wangyu spoke, he motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to put the hemispherical balls together. These two hemispherical balls don't have any mechanisms in between. Therefore, when they are put together, there is no need to use force and they can be easily separated. Li Wangyu motioned for Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to separate the copper balls again. Pai Lupi, the officials, and Empress Zhangsun were all confused by Li Wangyu's actions. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He only had Ma Zhou and Yan Liben bring the 2 hemispherical balls to Pai Lupi and the officials so that they could inspect them, indicating that there were no mechanisms in them. After carefully inspecting the 2 hemispherical balls several times, Wang Ying and Hou Junji were finally convinced that Li Wangyu was speaking the truth. These 2 hemispherical balls were just hollow copper hemispherical balls. There were no mechanisms in them. Zio, what do you mean by this? Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and get that air pressure out. Qing Yaojin impatiently shouted. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to pay attention to this uncultured old hooligan. He began to command Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to fill the copper ball with water and then connect it to the piston vacuum pump for pumping water. He also summoned Niu Wu and the other officials from his residence and began to pull on the pistons, slowly extracting the water from the copper balls. As the water was slowly extracted, the pistons became more and more difficult to pull. In the end, when 3 or 4 muscular men were no longer able to pull on the pistons, Li Wangyu finally had Ma Zhou close the valve on the copper balls. Everyone, now is the time to witness a miracle. Every chapter has been ridiculed for being water. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. In truth, I'm a water god. I don't produce water, I'm just nature's porter. Everyone, please pay the water bill. Chapter 947. Li Wangyu's busyness, however, left everyone puzzled. No one knew what he was trying to do. It wasn't until Li Wangyu bent down to pick up the copper coin and casually tossed it to the ground that everyone was shocked to discover that the 2 hemispheres hadn't split apart. It was as if they were a complete copper ball. No matter how Li Wangyu kicked and rolled, the copper ball did not crack. Ziyu, what kind of magic trick are you playing? Why did the 2 hemispheres merge into one? Qing Yaojin asked loudly. Li Wangyu was waiting for someone to ask. He nodded at Qing Yaojin with satisfaction and explained, Your Majesty, everyone, after all the water in the copper ball was extracted, there is no water or air in the copper ball. My master called it vacuum, which is also the void, a space with nothing. Before he could finish his words and explain in detail, he saw a few figures stumbling over. Li, Master Li, is what you said true? Is there a vacuum in the copper ball? Amitabha, the vacuum that Master Li is talking about, is it the vacuum in the Buddhist sutras? It was the Taoist and Buddhist monks who were agitated by Li Wangyu's words. The word vacuum in the future referred to when the air pressure in the container was lower than atmospheric pressure, and the part that was lower than atmospheric pressure was called vacuum. However, there was a word vacuum in Wuxia since ancient times. It referred to nothingness, which was the nothingness of Taoism. The emptiness of Buddhism was also borrowed from this concept. Buddhism liked to talk about emptiness, while Taoism liked to talk about nothingness. In fact, the original meaning of both was very similar. At this moment, when the Taoist and Buddhist monks heard that Li Wangyu had created a vacuum in the copper ball in front of them, how could they not be agitated? Li Wangyu was also slightly surprised, but he did not bother to correct them. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, excluding the philosophical and spiritual aspects, the vacuum in their sutras referred to nothing. After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, the Taoist and Buddhist monks became even more agitated. Eunuch, can you create a larger vacuum for us? Is it possible for me to enter and experience cultivation? Amitabha. Benefactor Li, my Buddhist sect also has the same idea. I hope that Benefactor Li can fulfill our wish. If Benefactor Li is willing to lend our Buddhist sect a hand, Buddhist sect will do everything we can to repay Benefactor's kindness. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded when he heard the words of the few high monks. To cultivate in a vacuum environment? This was crazy. In later years, there were movies that depicted people suddenly entering a vacuum environment. Due to the pressure, they would expand and then explode. This was actually incorrect. Entering a vacuum state, the blood in the human body would rapidly boil, and the surface of the body would expand. 10 seconds later, The oxygen absorbed by the lungs would be transported to the brain through the circulatory system. The person would then lose consciousness and go into shock, followed by death due to hypoxia. This was something that almost everyone knew in the future. No one would be stupid enough to run into a vacuum environment. However, the Tangs naturally did not understand this. When these Taoist monks heard the word vacuum, they were so excited that they forgot about everything else. After being stunned, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and explain the consequences of entering a vacuum environment to the Taoist monks. When Gao Zhen and the eminent monks heard what he said, their expressions changed. They were skeptical, but they could only give up the idea of suicide for the time being. Li Wangyu then continued to explain to Pai Lupi and the others, why do the two hemispheres merge into one? The reason is very simple. After the air in the copper ball is sucked away, the pressure from the outside world is like a pair of invisible hands pressing down on the copper ball tightly. Therefore, without enough power, it is impossible to separate it. After he finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other officials could not wait to surround the copper ball and observe it closely. Damn it, the two hemispheres really did merge into one. If this old man hadn't carefully inspected the two hemispheres, I really would have thought that there was some sort of mechanism. Cheng Yaojin tugged at the copper ball a few times, but there was no sign of it separating. Tai Changqing, Wang Ying, Hou Junji, and the others also began to examine the copper ball. The fact that the two hemispheres had formed a complete copper ball was already beyond everyone's expectations. There was no mechanism, no glue, and so on. How did the two copper hemispheres fit together so tightly? Could it really have been caused by the atmospheric pressure that Li Wangyu spoke of? Hou Junji's face couldn't help but darken. Wang Ziqiao and the other officials also had nasty looks on their faces. A dark cloud flashed through their minds. It didn't matter if they lost some money, but to them, losing face was more important. Now that the truth was before them, they began to somewhat believe Li Wangyu's claims about atmospheric pressure. Wang Ying continued to stiffen his neck as he stubbornly protested, even if these two copper balls are being held together by some sort of atmospheric pressure, that doesn't mean that we have to endure 200 dan of air at all times, right? Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ying like he was an idiot. Whether or not it's really 200 dan of air, Lord Wang will know once you try. You can try and see if you can separate the copper balls. This old man naturally doesn't have that much strength. Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other generals immediately stepped forward, each of them grabbing one end of the copper ball and pulling it apart. But no matter how courageous they were, they could not move the copper ball in the slightest. The officials began to step forward to try and pull the copper ball apart. Even Pai Lupi excitedly went forward to try. Li Wangyu smiled but didn't say anything. Even Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others had smiles in their eyes. The hemispherical experiment was naturally not the first time today. After successfully building the piston vacuum pump, Li Wangyu and a group of disciples had personally experimented with it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to conduct this experiment in front of everyone. If there was a problem, it would be a big joke. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the other disciples had already learned about atmospheric pressure from Li Wangyu. They had also personally conducted hemispherical experiments, so they naturally knew how much force was needed to pull apart the copper ball that had its air sucked away. After everyone had tried, Li Wangyu ordered Niu Wu to bring over the horses that had been prepared. Zio, what do you mean by this? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Your Majesty, there is atmospheric pressure, and it's very powerful. It's not something that can be moved by human strength. Therefore, in order to let Your Majesty and the other officials feel more directly how great the pressure is, I ordered people to prepare horses. I'm going to use the horses to pull this copper ball and test how great the atmospheric pressure is. Pai Lupi roughly understood Li Wangyu's meaning and nodded with interest. Good, then Zio, quickly begin. While waiting for the drivers to prepare the horses and secure the ropes to the copper ball, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he smiled as he moved closer to Pai Lupi. He whispered, Uncle, do you think this horse can pull this copper ball apart? Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 948. When Pai Lupi heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, as quick as lightning, he reached out his hand and hit Li Wangyu's head. Ouch! Li Wangyu didn't expect that Pai Lupi would hit him. Caught off guard, his head exploded and he howled miserably. What bet? You're so young and you don't learn good things. You want to bet with people all day long. Where is your decency? Pai Lupi glanced at Li Wangyu and reprimanded him unceremoniously. Li Wangyu was speechless, but he couldn't say anything. When he was about to retreat, he heard Pai Lupi turn his head and say to Fang Xianling, Master Fang, do you think the horse can pull this copper ball? Why don't you and I make a bet? Pai Lupi's words suddenly struck Li Wangyu like lightning. Fuck, Pai Lupi, where's your integrity? You just reprimanded me so grandly, and now you want to make a bet with Fang Xianling? Do you have any shame? He completely forgot that he wanted to make a bet with Pai Lupi, but he didn't have any good intentions. He clearly wanted to take advantage of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi wasn't a fool. How could he let him do as he wished? The two ends of the copper ball were quickly fixed to the horse. Under everyone's gaze, the driver whipped the horse and urged the horse to start exerting force. On both sides of the copper ball, there was a strong horse. Under the driver's control, the horse immediately exerted force forward. The rope was quickly stretched straight, and the copper ball was pulled into the air. But no matter how hard the two horses exerted force, and even the grass under the horses' hooves was trampled into the air, the copper ball didn't move. This scene caused everyone's jaws to drop. Previously, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others couldn't pull the copper ball open, which was already a bit surprising. But they didn't expect that even the two horses couldn't pull it open. Even if Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingde were famous generals, courageous and powerful, how could they compete with horses in terms of strength? Later generations often said the word horsepower. Of course, the horsepower in the future referred to the power of the horse, not the strength of the horse. However, Li Wangyu had also seen a video of someone competing with a horse in a tug-of-war. 18 strong adult men were competing with a Belgian horse, but they were unable to fight back at all and were easily dragged away by the Belgian horse. Although the horse Li Wangyu found was not as strong as the Belgian horse, its strength was at least equivalent to 6 or 7 adult men. Ho Junji and the others grimaced even more when they saw that the two horses were unable to move the copper ball. The onlookers discussed animatedly, feeling that the scene in front of them was unbelievable. Li Wangyu satisfyingly called the coachman to stop. He then snapped his finger, signaling Niu Wu to bring 2 more horses over. For horses were naturally unable to move the copper ball, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others were about to pop out of their sockets. When the number of horses increased to 8 and there was still no reaction, they even began to suspect that Li Wangyu had switched out the copper ball with the one that had given up hope. Under the urging of the coachman, the horses pulling the copper ball began to gasp for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. By the time Li Wangyu had the horses and coachman stop to drink water and rest, everyone was already numb to the situation. Zio, tell us the truth. Did you really not tamper with the copper ball? Pai Lupi also began to suspect that the copper ball had been switched out. He called Li Wangyu to his side and softly asked. Li Wangyu chuckled and replied, Uncle, calm down. This copper ball will definitely be separated. I said before that the atmospheric pressure is very great, but it also has its limits. As long as we continue to increase the number of horses, we will be able to pull it apart. This is the knowledge of atmospheric pressure that Master imparted to me. Pai Lupi sighed in amazement. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. It's worthy of being the knowledge imparted by Ancestor. Zio, what other knowledge did Ancestor impart to you? Is there anything that is beneficial to the Tang Dynasty? Li Wangyu was speechless. Pai Lupi was actually so utilitarian. Uncle, these knowledge are all beneficial to the Tang Dynasty. Why do you think that the knowledge imparted to you by Master is useless? Pai Lupi hurriedly explained in a low voice. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, did Master impart to you knowledge that can immediately be used by the Tang Dynasty like the 4-wheeled carriage, water wheel, horseshoe, and steel crossbow? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, in fact, even if I don't say it, you should be able to guess that the 4-wheeled carriage and water wheel were all imparted to me by Master. Pai Lupi heard this and suddenly clapped his hands. Sure enough, when I heard you admit that Ancestor is your master a few days ago, I vaguely guessed this matter. Ha, for the old ancestor to take you as a disciple is your good fortune, Xiao, our good fortune, and the good fortune of my great Tang. Before the hemispherical experiment was completed, Pai Lupi was already convinced that Li Wangyu was ancestor's direct disciple. Uncle, you flatter me. Li Wangyu was secretly happy that he could fool Pai Lupi. He quickly controlled his expression to avoid laughing out loud. After the driver and the horses rested, the experiment continued again. The number of horses continued to increase. 10, 12, 14, until it increased to 16 horses. Just like the Magdeburg hemispherical experiment in history, the copper ball finally made a loud noise and was pulled apart by the horse's huge traction force. Pai Lupi and the other officials did not wait for Li Wangyu to speak. They immediately gathered around, picked up the two hollow hemispherical balls, and carefully looked at them. Damn it, it's really the two hemispherical balls from before? They're exactly the same. I even replaced Ancestor Zio's hemispherical balls with solid ones. Cheng Yaojin held up a hemispherical ball and shouted. Some people tried to combine the two hemispherical balls again, but they easily separated them again. Without the existence of atmospheric pressure, the hemispherical balls would naturally not be pressed together. Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. He held up the hemispherical ball and said to the crowd, "Your Majesty, everyone, this is the best proof of the existence of atmospheric pressure. When the air in the copper ball is sucked away, the air outside will tightly press it down. If we didn't have atmospheric pressure in our bodies, we would have already been crushed to death by the air." In the face of this ironclad truth, no one doubted Li Wangyu's words anymore. There were even quite a few people who fearfully reached out to touch the air above their heads as if worried that one day they would be crushed to death by the air descending from the heavens. Pai Lupi, on the other hand, was very interested. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, he repeated the hemispherical experiment. No one had any more doubts about this result. Cheng Yaojin and the other profligate scions gave lewd smiles at this result. They had won 10,000 horses and several dozen beautiful maids for no reason, so they were naturally happy. As for Ho Junji and the others, their faces were ashen as they silently turned to leave. Just as Li Wangyu was about to say something, a few figures flashed out from the crowd and knelt down in front of him without saying a word. Disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. Chapter 949. Li Wangyu was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost lifted his foot to kick them. Fortunately, he reacted in time. These people who were kneeling in front of him were none other than the Taoist Gao Zhen. "Gao Zhen, what do you mean by this?" "Honorable Grandmaster, we disciples were blind before and offended Grandmaster. Please punish us, Grandmaster. We only want to cultivate with you. Please take pity on us and help us to pursue the heaven's way." Li Wangyu finally understood what had happened. It turned out that these Taoist Gao Zhen also believed his nonsense and confirmed that he was the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the world. If not, who could know these secrets that the world did not know? In the eyes of these Gao Zhen and eminent monks, except for the gods and Buddhas in the sky, who could know the secret that everyone was carrying 200 stones of air? Fortunately, those eminent monks were all Buddhist disciples. Otherwise, they might have to kneel in front of Li Wangyu at this moment. After figuring out the purpose of these white-bearded Gao Zhen, Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. His so-called identity as the disciple of the Taoist ancestor was just a boast. He did not expect that he was so powerful that these famous Gao Zhen in Chang, in city wanted to cultivate with him. Cultivate your ass? Even though Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had inexplicably traveled to the Tang Dynasty, they had never believed in any gods or Buddhas. He would rather believe in a space-time wormhole than believe in any gods or Buddhas in the sky. Moreover, he did not know how to cultivate. What could he teach these Gao Zhen? Li Wangyu sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, a lie needed more lies to cover it up. "Gao Zhen, don't mention the Grandmaster again. Although I am the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the world, the knowledge that the master taught me is not the same as yours. Well, I am not the successor of the Taoist ancestor. Do you understand?" A few Gao Zhen disciples looked at each other and replied with a firm expression, "Grandmaster, the Tao ancestor is your master." No matter what knowledge you learned from the Tao ancestor, you are still the disciple's grandmaster. There is no doubt about that. That's right. Since Grandmaster's master is the Tao ancestor, he is the grandmaster of our Tao sect. In our Tao sect, if anyone doesn't respect the grandmaster, that would be equivalent to deceiving the grandmaster and destroying the grandmaster. Everyone has the right to punish him. In fact, these few Taoist masters might not completely believe Li Wangyou's excuse. These old fellows had long since become shrewd with age, so how could they bow their heads and bow just because of Li Wangyou's lies? In terms of seniority, these few Taoist masters were about the same as Sun Simiao. However, unlike Sun Simiao who lived in seclusion in the mountains for a long time, these Gaoxian masters had been active in Chang and for a long time and had considerable influence in Taoism. As Taoism was conferred as the national religion by the royal family of Li Tang, and Li Yuan and Pai Lupi had recognized the Tao ancestor as their ancestor, the relationship between these Taoist masters and the royal family was very subtle. Since the Tao sect had joined forces with the Buddhist sect to impeach Li Wangyou, it was obvious that it would be impossible to restrict Li Wangyou's development in the future. In the eyes of the Gaoxian masters, the knowledge displayed by this child was extraordinary. Whether this knowledge was imparted by the Tao ancestor or learned by Li Wangyou from other places, it showed how terrifying Li Wangyou was. Therefore, this group of old foxes immediately changed their standpoint. Li Wangyou could only be a friend and not an enemy. Even if they lowered their seniority and regarded Li Wangyou as their grandmaster, it was nothing. In any case, Li Wangyou was the emperor's teacher. Since they couldn't restrict him, his future status would be respected, needless to say. For the Tao sect to be able to confirm Li Wangyou's identity as the Tao ancestor's successor, it would bring a strong protective talisman and backing to the Tao sect. It could be imagined that the Buddhist sect's days would become more and more difficult in the future. Therefore, the few Gaoxian masters could be Li Wangyou's great-grandfather regardless of their age. They directly pushed down the Golden Mountain and toppled the Jade Pillar, and very happily bowed down. The few Buddhist monks also understood this point at this moment. Their faces were also quite ugly, but there was nothing they could do. They could only bow their heads and silently recite the name of Buddha. Li Wangyou was also very helpless towards the persistence of the Taoist masters. He couldn't explain it and could only tacitly accept the title of Tao sect grandmaster. However, grandmaster, didn't you learn Tao from the Tao ancestor? That vacuum environment, is it really impossible for people to enter it to cultivate? The few Gaoxian masters still didn't give up and continued to ask. Li Wangyou was speechless and could only silently shake his head. Pai Lupi was happy to see the Tao sect's Gaoxian acknowledge his nephew's identity and treat him as their grandmaster. He, the emperor of all ages, naturally understood his nephew's personality. Pai Lupi completely trusted and was not worried about Li Wangyou. He was not at all afraid that this fellow would become too powerful in the future, unable to control him and even usurp his son's position. With Li Wangyou's languid personality, if he really took the throne and worried about the affairs of the world every day, it would probably be worse than killing him. Therefore, it was a good thing that Li Wangyou could obtain the support of the Tao sect. In the future, when his eldest son ascended the throne, the world would become more peaceful. Although Li Er had a lot of faults, such as killing his brother and forcing his father to flee after the Black Tortoise Gate incident, he was also very lecherous, obstinate and self-opinionated even when he was old, and he was fond of grandiose achievements, but overall, Li Er was a rare good emperor who cared about the people of the world. This was also the reason why Li Wangyou was willing to offer his skills and be exploited by Pai Lupi. After the Royal Academy's hemispherical experiment was completed, the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the officials and their relatives, all felt that it was an eye-opener. Everyone discussed animatedly and dispersed after bowing to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, Empress Xianxia, concubine Yang, Feng Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the other big shots were naturally invited back to the manor by Li Wangyou. The big shots had come all the way from Chang and to the academy. As the host, he naturally had to be a good host and entertain the big shots. Li Wangyou's manor had all kinds of facilities and many new things. The big shots, including Pai Lupi, were happy to have a day of leisure and gave themselves a holiday. Empress Zhang, concubine Yang, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots womenfolk were naturally received by Su Chongqing. Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others to sit in the living room and serve tea. While everyone was chatting, the old housekeeper Li Heng hurried in and reported, Lang Jun, Gao Shilian, Duke Gao, is here to visit. Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. Gao Shilian had returned to Chang'an? How come he didn't know about this? Wasn't Gao Shilian still the chief clerk of the governor's mansion in Yizhou? Logically speaking, Gao Shilian should have been called back to Chang, and by Pai Lupi after the 5th year of Zhengguan. Li Wangyu turned to look at Pai Lupi in confusion. Uncle, you called Duke Gao back to Chang and in advance? Yes, Duke Gao has done a good job in governing Yizhou. This time, he has also eliminated the rebellion of the officials. In addition, after Kemming's death, the position of the right servant has been vacant. After discussing with Xianling, I ordered Duke Gao to return to Chang. But I didn't know that he had already arrived in Chang and came to your manor first. Li Wangyu nodded and excused himself from Pai Lupi and the other big shots. He got up and went out with Li Heng to welcome Gao Shilian. Chapter 950. Gao Shilian had just returned to Chang, and from Shu today. The journey of thousands of miles had exhausted the old man quite a bit. In order to avoid unnecessary etiquette, Gao Shilian did not even send people back to Chang and to report. Otherwise, if they knew that he was coming back today, Li Wangyu's experiment would have been delayed. After all, whether it was Empress Zhang or Zhang Wuji, or even Pai Lupi, they would all personally welcome Gao Shilian. As for Gao Shilian's students, colleagues, and friends all over Chang, and they would not neglect Gao Shilian because of Li Wangyu's experiment. Gao Shilian planned to return to Chang and quietly rest for 2 days and then meet Pai Lupi. But once he entered Chang, and Gao Shilian felt that his eyes could not keep up. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, Gao Shilian was demoted by Pai Lupi to take up a post in Yizhou because he had withheld Wang Gui's secret memorial. Of course, outsiders did not know what was going on. Wang Gui and Gao Shilian had always been on good terms. Withholding Wang Gui's secret memorial did not benefit Gao Shilian at all. Gao Shilian was demoted to the governor of an province, and then replaced Dou Gui, the governor of Yizhou, to take over Yizhou as the governor of Yizhou. The meaning behind this was worth pondering. In Li Wangyu's view, rather than demoted, Gao Shilian was helping Pai Lupi to deal with the trouble. But no matter what, Gao Shilian had not returned for 4 years since he left Chang, and in the 1st year of Zhengguan. Chang, and had changed a lot in these 2 years because of Li Wangyu's appearance. Whether it was the public carriages running on the streets or the toilets in the streets and alleys, Gao Shilian was very curious. The old man even personally went to the toilets to experience them. As for the other new things, the old man was even more dazzled and unable to take them all in. In fact, he had heard of many of these things in the imperial court gazettes. However, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. How could the contents of the court bulletin be as impactful as witnessing it with one's own eyes? When Gao Shilian learned that Li Wangyu was going to do some kind of experiment at the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty today, and that Pai Lupi and all the officials had gone to the academy to watch, the old man was also interested. Ignoring the fatigue from the journey, he immediately led his servants and rode to Dingzhou village in Huxian County. After Gao Shilian urged his horse onto the famous Prodigal Road, he was once again stunned. How could he have thought that there was actually someone who used mirage mud to pave a road? The production of mirage mud was still not high. At least, mirage mud hadn't appeared in the Yi province yet. Therefore, Gao Shilian had only heard of its existence, but had never seen it with his own eyes. The cement road from Dingzhou village to Huxian, which Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to build, shocked the old man quite a bit. The road was as smooth as a stone slab. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was a wonder of the world. Gao Shilian jumped off his horse and squatted down to study the cement road for a long time. Many passers-by covered their mouths and snickered. Their eyes were full of pride as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. After all, people like Gao Shilian who came to Chang, and for the first time and saw the cement road for the first time had the same reaction. The people of Huxian County were already used to it, but they couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. After all, this was the only Mirage mud road in the world. However, as Cheng Yaojin and other big shots opened mines in Huxin County, the production of lime increased, and the price of the Mirage mud produced by the Ministry of Works gradually fell. Pai Lupi had now begun to discuss with Fang Xianling and the others to replace the main streets in Chang and with Mirage mud roads. However, this project cost a lot. Even though the price of cement had fallen a lot, the budget given by the Ministry of Works was still an astronomical figure in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the big shots in the imperial court. Therefore, the paving of roads in Chang was still in the planning stage. It was unknown how long it would take to start. Because of this delay, when Gao Shilian arrived at the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty, he was still a step late. The hemispherical experiment of the academy had ended, and the officials had left. Gao Shilian didn't get angry that he didn't come. Instead, he looked around the Noda Academy in high spirits. After knowing that Pai Lupi and the others had been invited to the mansion by Li Wangyu, Gao Shilian didn't refuse and took the initiative to visit Lai Hot. Li Wangyu invited Gao Shilian into the living room and greeted Pai Lupi. After greeting each other, they sat down again. It was the first time Gao Shilian came to Li Wangyu's mansion, and he was curious about everything. After all, Li Wangyu's mansion was very different from the traditional mansions of the Tang Dynasty. Just the sofa he was sitting on made the old man very uncomfortable. The Tangs were used to sitting on their knees, and this soft and elastic sofa was very uncomfortable for Gao Shilian. But the old man had to admit that sitting on the sofa was very comfortable. Ziyo, when I came back to Chang'an today, I realized that I underestimated you in Izhou. If I knew that you were so capable, I would have let you stay in Izhou for a few more days to help me. Huh, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Uncle, you haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know how capable Ziyo is, but he's even more capable of causing trouble. I have a headache because of him. In private, Pai Lupi also called Gao Shilian uncle, like his wife, Empress Xianxia. His words made Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others laugh. Li Wangyu could only touch his nose awkwardly and complain in his heart. But the world was big, and Pai Lupi was the most important. He could only endure his ridicule. When Empress Zhangsun heard that her uncle had come to visit, she led a group of noblewomen and Su Changqing to rush over. When she saw Gao Shilian, she burst into tears. Zhangsun Wuji and Empress Zhangsun were both brought up by their uncle, Gao Shilian. Naturally, their relationship with Gao Shilian was deep. Even though Empress Zhangsun was a mother of 4, she was still like a little girl in front of Gao Shilian. After Gao Shilian comforted her for a while, Empress Zhangsun stopped crying, but she still glared at her husband angrily. Naturally, she blamed him for sending her uncle to Izhou, a place so far away that she could not see him for 4 whole years. Pai Lupi was a little scared by his wife's resentful eyes, and he quickly changed the topic. Uncle, you haven't tried the food in Ziyo's house, right? I'm afraid you don't know that now everyone in Chang'an knows that the food in Ziyo's house is the best in Chang'an. Even my palace is not as good as it. Today, we'll eat a big meal and treat it as a welcome dinner for Uncle. Fang Xianling and the others also nodded in agreement. Cheng Yaojin, this old guy, shamelessly shouted, Ziyo, is there any cow in your house that accidentally fell to its death today? You must let Gao Shilian taste the roast beef with potatoes. Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others heard this and their faces darkened. Damn, this shameless old hooligan, they couldn't wait to drive him out. How could you have the nerve to say that you want to eat beef so openly? Pai Lupi put on a straight face and pretended not to hear it. He turned his head and talked with Gao Shilian. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes and reached out to summon the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to see if there was any cow in the house that accidentally fell to its death. Today, everyone returned to their seats and continued their conversation. However, Gao Shilian's words caused Li Er to fly into a rage. He almost ordered his men to capture Li Wangyu and give him 30 beatings. Chapter 951. If Li Wangyu was beaten up by Pai Lupi, he would not be wronged at all. Who asked him to have such a bad memory at such a young age? Back in Izhou, Li Wangyu had a flash of inspiration and came up with the explosive pack in order to solve the siege. Later, in order to conquer Zhang Fei's camp, which was easy to defend but hard to attack, he came up with the Heartless Cannon. These two things were naturally extraordinary weapons for the Tang Dynasty. Even though Gao Shilian was not a general, he understood the stakes involved. Therefore, not only did Gao Shilian issue a gag order to all the soldiers in Yizhou who knew about it. Even in the memorials to the imperial court about the suppression of the rebellion, the explosive pack and the flying thunder cannon were not mentioned at all. The old man naturally did not want to hide it from Pai Lupi and the other officials in the imperial court. He just felt that this was not a trivial matter and could not be easily announced to the public. Therefore, Gao Shilian only ordered Li Wangyu to report this matter in detail to His Majesty after returning to Chang, and let His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court make appropriate arrangements for the use of these two divine weapons. However, when Li Wangyu arrived at Lizhou, because of Du Ruhui's sudden death, he was in a hurry to return to Chang and for the funeral. He actually completely threw this matter to the back of his mind and completely forgot about it. He didn't even mention it to Li Er. As a result, when Gao Shilian returned to Chang and today, they drank tea and chatted. After a few sentences, they talked about the rebellion of the Yizhou officials a few months ago. When Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others heard from Gao Shilian about the sky-shaking thunder and the flying thunder cannon, the two divine weapons, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Zio, you be *starred. Why didn't you mention this important matter to me? If uncle did not mention it, how long did you plan to deceive me? Pai Lupi slapped the sofa's armrest and stared at Li Wangyu angrily. Cheng Yaojin directly bounced up from the sofa. Like capturing an enemy general on the battlefield, he skillfully stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Li Wangyu and put him under his armpit. Son of a bitch, you bastard brat. You're really a troublemaker. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. This familiar formula made Li Wangyu panic. Oh my god. He had really forgotten about this matter completely. At this time, it was too late to say anything. It was better to quickly admit defeat and beg for mercy to avoid physical pain. Uncle Cheng. Let's talk nicely. I was wrong. Everything is my fault. This nephew deserves to die. Uncle Cheng, quickly put this nephew down. This nephew will immediately hand over the Sky Tremor Bomb and Flying Thunder Cannon formulas to Uncle. Li Wangyu miserably begged for mercy. Only then did Qing Yaojin, this old hooligan, put him down. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly explained the ins and outs of the explosives and Flying Thunder Cannon in a few words. The more Pai Lupi listened, the more excited he became. He suddenly stood up. You bastard brat, you actually used such a powerful military weapon to make firecrackers and fireworks? Why didn't you tell me about this before? Of course, Li Wangyu could not tell Pai Lupi that he was not willing to make such a deadly weapon like gunpowder. Whether it was firecrackers or fireworks, when Pai Lupi asked him the reason, Li Wangyu only said that it was a new type of medicine. Pai Lupi and the officials never thought that behind the seemingly beautiful fireworks, there was actually a deadly weapon hidden. If he had not been forced into a corner in Jiulong County, he would not have made the explosives. However, now that it had been exposed, he could no longer hide the gunpowder. Zio, do you still have any Sky Tremor grenades in your residence? Quickly show them to me and my beloved officials. Pai Lupi could not wait to see the power of the gunpowder with his own eyes. Li Wangyu was speechless. Who the hell would store such a dangerous thing in their own home? Were they crazy? Just as he was about to shake his head, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unused gunpowder stored in the small room that Niu Wu and the others used to make gunpowder in the manor. In order to keep it a secret and for safety, Li Wangyu ordered people to build a small stone room in a remote corner of the manor. It was specifically used to make gunpowder, firecrackers, and fireworks. Gaisaman's mad dog of Een Death Abyss was also kept in that small room. Because they did not know when they would use the firecrackers and fireworks, Niu Wu and the others did have some leftover gunpowder. Uncle, there is indeed some gunpowder in my residence. I will immediately order people to prepare it. Since Pai Lupi wanted to see it, then he would let him see it. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu to prepare silk. Together with the Zhang brothers, They made the remaining gunpowder into bags of gunpowder according to the method they used to make the bags of gunpowder in Jiulong County. Then, they found a remote place in the manor and dug out a few clay cannon barrels so that they could show the flying thunder cannon to Pai Lupi and the others later. Fortunately, Li Wangyou's manor occupied a large area of several hundred mu of land. It was not a problem to find a remote area that could be used as a shooting range. Because the gunpowder was ready-made, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers did not spend much effort to make several bags of gunpowder. After Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other military leaders personally witnessed the earth-shattering effects of the gunpowder, they were once again shocked to the extreme. They were all flabbergasted and speechless. Cheng Yaojin looked at the large crater created by the gunpowder and reached out to touch his head. Son of a bitch, this sky tremor grenade is really amazing. This kind of earth-shattering divine power, even if refined steel encountered it, it would also be crushed into fine powder, not to mention this person's body of flesh and blood. This thing, its divine power is really unpredictable. Sky tremor grenade. It really lives up to its name. After a long time, Pai Lupi let out a long breath and turned to look at Li Wangyu. Ziyo, this sky tremor grenade was also imparted to you by the Dao Zhu, right? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned and quickly nodded. Yes, uncle is right. It was Master who imparted it to me. Uncle, please don't blame me for not reporting to you before. It is really because Master said that I am not allowed to use this sky tremor grenade unless it is a last resort. This thing is too powerful, I am afraid it will harm the harmony of heaven. He realized that it was really good to pull out a Dao Zhu as a master. Everything could be pushed to the Dao Zhu. If anyone didn't believe it, they could go and confront the Dao Zhu. After witnessing the power of gunpowder, whether it was Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, or other big shots, there was no doubt that Li Wangyu was the personal disciple of the Dao Zhu. Where in the world could such an immortal method be found except for the Dao Zhu? After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation, Pai Lupi nodded approvingly. I understand your painstaking efforts, Ziyo. Don't worry, I will not use this thing at will. Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, you are wrong. Master just forbids me to use it at will. But if the iron cavalry of the Tang Dynasty uses this sky tremor grenade, it will be fine. He was not a pedantic person. There was no difference between killing people with gunpowder and with swords, let alone which way was crueler. If gunpowder could reduce the casualties of the iron cavalry of the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu would be more than happy to see it. Pai Lupi nodded to show that he understood. But then he heard Li Wangyou's words, which stunned Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others. But in my opinion, Uncle should keep the sky tremor grenade and flying thunder cannon a secret for the time being. Don't use it in a short time. Chapter 952. Pai Lupi asked in confusion, Ziyo, what do you mean? Can you explain? Li Wangyu didn't answer but asked, Uncle, the Tang Dynasty's greatest threat, the Turks, have already submitted. This is Uncle's great contribution. However, which country does Uncle think will threaten the Tang Dynasty? His words made Pai Lupi and the other elders frown. After a while, Pai Lupi said, In my opinion, Goguryeo in the north will be the greatest threat to the Tang Dynasty. Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others nodded. The Sui Dynasty's 3 expeditions to Goguryeo failed and they returned in defeat. The heads of countless Han soldiers were piled up by the Goguryans. Even after the founding of the Great Tang, the relationship between Goguryeo and the Great Tang seemed to be rather amicable on the surface, but in truth, the Great Tang sovereign and his subjects were constantly contemplating whether to launch another northern expedition to destroy Goguryeo. In history, Pai Lupi personally led an expedition to Goguryeo in the 19th year of Zhengguan. After Tang Taizong ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate incident, other than personally leading Gao Shilian, Fang Xianling, and the others to the Wei River to negotiate with Xieli Khan and sign the Wei River Alliance, the expedition to Goguryeo was the only time he personally led an expedition after ascending the throne. From this, one could see how important Goguryeo was to him. Liaodong was originally China's land, but the Sui dynasty's 4th generation couldn't obtain it. Today, I'm going to the east to avenge China's descendants and wash away the shame of my father. This was what Tang Taizong said before he personally led the expedition. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. Uncle, in my opinion, Goguryeo is just a disease. The Sui dynasty's 3 expeditions to Goguryeo failed not because Goguryeo was strong, but because the Sui dynasty had made too many mistakes. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to obtain food and fodder, and the weather in Liaodong was cold. Ziyo, you're looking down on Goguryeo? Pai Lupi was slightly displeased. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, Uncle, it's not that I'm looking down on them, but the Tang dynasty is different from the Sui dynasty. What's the difference? Did Uncle and everyone forget about the 4-wheeled carriages? Just the 4-wheeled carriages alone can guarantee that the Tang dynasty's cavalry won't have to worry about food. As for the cold weather, that's not a problem. I have my ways of dealing with it. With a smile, he turned to Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others and said, Uncle, everyone, as long as our great Tang doesn't have to worry about rations or the bitter cold, as for the sturdy city of Goguryeo. Li Wangyu chuckled as he pointed to the craters created by the explosives. I don't think that the walls of the Goguryans would be able to withstand the sky tremor grenades. If that was the case, how could Goguryeo possibly stop the great Tang cavalry? I don't believe that Goguryeo has the qualifications to be a threat to the Tang dynasty. After he finished speaking, Li Er, Qing Yaojin, and the others were stunned. Li Wangyu's words were something that none of them had considered before. But thinking about it, it did make sense. Wah, Ziyo's words make sense. With the help of the heaven tremor grenades, Goguryeo is nothing but a chicken. Your Majesty, if you want to suppress Goguryeo, I, Qing Yaojin, am willing to do so. I'll cut off the head of that dog's, hit Goguryeo King for your Majesty to use as a chamber pot. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Qing Yaojin's words. Scram to the side. What do I need that trash for? He turned to Li Wangyu and asked, Ziyo, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to protect the soldiers from the cold? One of the main reasons for the defeat of Goguryeo in the Sui dynasty was the cold weather of Liaodong. In the first expedition, Yang Guang's army was claimed to be 2 million, but in reality, 3 million men were sent to Liaodong. However, due to the terrible weather and the unsustainable supply of rations, as well as Yang Guang's careless command, the Sui army suffered a crushing defeat. They lost 300,000 men and had to retreat. If Li Wangyu could really solve the problem of keeping the army warm, coupled with sufficient rations and gunpowder, it would be strange if they couldn't destroy Goguryeo. Compared to the Tang army in history, the current Tang dynasty was much more powerful because of Li Wangyu's appearance. For example, the small horseshoes increased the number of warhorses of the Tang army by at least 30%. The weapons workshop in the Valley of Jadeite Palace was constantly producing all kinds of refined steel armor and weapons. Coded messages made it easier for the Tang spies to transmit information. The appearance of penicillin and paramedics reduced the casualties of the Tang army. The ghillie suits and binoculars allowed the Tang army scouts to monitor the enemy's movements without worry. The steel crossbows made of refined steel could hunt down enemy generals. All in all, the Tang army of this era was incomparably powerful. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't know about these things, but Li Wangyu, this military fanatic, could. Therefore, he didn't think that Goguryeo could become a stumbling block for the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Uncle, how can this nephew joke about such things? Li Wangyu shrugged casually. Keeping out the cold wasn't difficult. As long as they took down Gaochang, they could plant a large amount of cotton. Cotton-padded clothes were as good at keeping out the cold as animal fur. More importantly, they were cheap and could be used in large quantities. The Tang dynasty just didn't know the benefits of cotton. Otherwise, how could Gaochang and the other countries of the western regions be destroyed by the Tang army after 14 years of Zhengguan? Good. If that's the case, when I reclaim Liaodong, Ziyu, you will be the main contributor. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others clapped their hands and laughed. No one doubted Li Wangyu's words. For Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the other dukes, if they still couldn't take down Goguryeo, they should really find a piece of tofu and smash their heads against it. After laughing, Pai Lupi asked again happily, since Ziyu doesn't think that Goguryeo is a threat to our Tang dynasty, then tell me, Who is the external threat you speak of? Shuiyantua? Western Turks or Tuyuhun? Li Wangyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he coughed lightly and said, Uncle, I've prepared something and was about to present it to you. Why don't you take a look at it first? I'll explain it to you in detail later, okay? Sure. Pai Lupi naturally agreed. He was also curious. Everyone returned to Lai Hot Castle. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi and the others to wait in the living room while he rushed to the study to retrieve an item. After bringing the item to the living room, Li Wangyu signaled for all the servants and maids to leave. Even Pai Lupi's eunuchs were chased out by Mitua after consulting with Pai Lupi. When everyone saw how serious Li Wangyu was, they knew that he was serious. Thus, they were even more curious about the item in his hand. Needless to say, this item must have been passed down by Dao Zhu. Otherwise, Li Wangyu wouldn't be so nervous. After all the unrelated people had left, Li Wangyu slowly unfolded the item in his hand. However, this caused everyone in the living room, including Li Er, to gasp in surprise in unison. Chapter 953. When Li Wangyu saw the navigation map in Su Changqing's mobile phone in Jiulong County, he secretly scolded himself for being stupid. In order to get a title for his beautiful boss, he had made it so complicated. In fact, as long as he copied the map in his phone, he would be able to dazzle Pai Lupi. What was so difficult about changing a title? Since ancient times, China's maps had always been drawn in a unique way. However, it had to be said that from a practical point of view, the map of Wuxia wasn't very detailed. Back in the Western Jin Dynasty, the famous minister Pei Xiu had proposed the 6 directions of map-making, which explain the relationship between the scale of the map, the position, and the distance of the map. However, the ancient map of Wuxia lacked map projection and latitude measurement due to the method of surveying and drawing. This resulted in the map being inaccurate. In fact, it wasn't just China that was like this. The Western world was also like this. Even during the Wanli era, the Western missionary Ricci had drawn up the Kuan Yu1 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  Yuan 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 Yu 1 U1 U1 U. This was normal. After all, in an era without satellite remote sensing, it was too difficult to rely on manpower to measure the world at that time. As for the navigation map in Su Changqing's mobile phone, although it was only a civilian map in the modern era, in terms of precision and accuracy, it was an incredible, divine map in the Tang Dynasty. After returning to Chang, Li Wangyu took some time to draw a new map of Wuxia and its surrounding areas. Because this map was prepared to be presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu made it quite large in order to shock everyone. Li Wangyu spent a lot of time transplanting the complete map of Asia onto a piece of white silk cloth that was more than 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. The reason why he did not draw a world map was because he was too lazy to explain so much to Pai Lupi. Otherwise, Pai Lupi and the others would inevitably become curious babies and keep asking him all kinds of questions, such as how far was North and South America, Europe and Africa on the other side of the ocean, how to get there, and so on. As a lazy person, it was most important to not make trouble for himself. After drawing a huge map of Asia, Li Wangyu considerately asked Yan Liben to help draw mountains, rivers, cities, and other topography on it, according to the habits of the Tang people, so that this huge map would be more visually impactful. After seeing this map, Yan Liben immediately knelt down. He no longer had any doubts that Li Wangyu was the disciple of Tao Zhu. This kind of map could only be drawn by immortals looking down from the sky. How could other people draw it? After Yan Liben's drawing, the map of Asia became more three-dimensional and intuitive. When it slowly unfolded in front of the officials of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi and the others were suddenly shocked and froze on the spot. In the eyes of the officials of the Tang Dynasty, this huge map unfolded in front of them was simply a miracle. Yan Liben had learned sketching from Li Wangyu, and he had also learned the focal perspective technique from Li Wangyu. Thus, the mountains and cities he drew were extremely three-dimensional. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, he drew colorful mountains, rivers, and cities with a very three-dimensional effect according to the direction of the mountains on the map. In the eyes of the people, this map was like looking down from the ninth heaven. This is my country? This is my Tang Dynasty? Pai Lupi murmured. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Gao Shilian, Xing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others also looked at the huge map in front of them in a daze. Pai Lupi walked quickly to the huge map and pointed at a magnificent city in the middle of the map. He was very excited. This is Chang. Zio, did I say anything wrong? Li Wangyu bowed slightly. Uncle is wise. Yes, that is Chang. When he drew this map, he deliberately adjusted the position and drew Chang, and at the center of the map. Needless to say, this was to flatter Pai Lupi. Obviously, Li Wangyu's efforts were not in vain. Pai Lupi was very satisfied with this, and his fingers kept moving around on the map. This is Luoyang, this is Zhengzhou. This is Taiyuan Prefecture, and further up is Goguryeo. Zio, is this the terrain of Goguryeo? Yes, it is. Zio, what is the meaning of the scale marked on this map? Fang Xianling asked curiously. Master Fang, this scale refers to the ratio of the length of this line to the actual length. The scale of this map is 1 to 100,000. In other words, you can use a ruler to measure the distance between two places on the map, and multiply it by 100,000 to get the actual distance between the two places. Li Wangyu's map was quite large, so the scale was also very large. A centimeter of distance on the map was equivalent to 100,000 centimeters in reality, which was 1,000 meters. Li Wangyu's explanation made everyone more and more shocked. Zio, do you mean that this map is exactly the same as the world? You can calculate the distance between two places from the map? How is this possible? Gao Shilian immediately shook his head. Gao Shilian was not the only one who did not believe this. None of the emperor and ministers of the Tang dynasty believed this. After all, the maps of Wuxia since ancient times were not so accurate. Li Wangyu's map was really shocking to everyone, as if there were thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of them. But to say that just by measuring with a ruler on the map, the distance between two places could be determined was a bit of a fantasy. If Master Gao doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Li Wangyu smiled slyly. Gao Shilian had not been in Chang, and for a long time, so he did not know that Li Wangyu was now known as the god of gamblers, in Chang. Even an old hoodlum like Xing Yaojin would not dare to accept the bet when he heard Li Wangyu say something like, make a bet. Who asked this guy to never lose a bet? No matter how unbelievable the bet was, no matter how optimistic it was, the final winner would always be Li Wangyu. Therefore, whether it was Pai Lupi or Xing Yaojin, they would definitely not make any bets with him now. Gao Shilian was about to nod when he saw Pai Lupi glaring at Li Wangyu. Zio, are you even going to play with my uncle? Hurry up and tell me clearly. Is your map really so accurate? How is this possible? Li Wangyu saw that his evil plan did not succeed, so he could only smile and continue to explain. Uncle, all of you, this map is really accurate. Although I dare not say that it is exactly the same as the actual terrain, it is still very accurate. As long as you know how to use the scale, you will be able to easily measure the distance between different places. Although Cheng Yaojin did not dare to bet with Li Wangyu, he still did not believe his words. Bastard, I really don't believe it. Zio, use this map to calculate the distance between Chang and Taiyuan Prefecture for this old man. Let me see if your calculation is correct. Li Wangyu smiled as he took out a ruler and measured on the map. Uncle Cheng, the distance between Chang and Taiyuan Prefecture is 1,000 li in a straight line. The actual distance is about 1,400 li. Is my calculation correct? When Li Wangyu was drawing the map, he naturally did not know the actual direction of the official roads of the Tang dynasty. However, for thousands of years, the official roads and the main provincial roads of later generations were mostly the same. The roads in the map he drew were drawn according to the provincial roads and national roads of later generations. As for the highways, there was naturally no need to consider them. As long as the official roads of the Tang dynasty were not too different from the provincial roads and national roads of later generations, the distance was basically 80 to 90%. Sure enough, after he said this number, Qing Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others were really a little dumbfounded. There is a reason why the recent updates are not good. A few days ago, after the royalties were sent out, I was shocked to find that last month's royalties were directly cut in half. Sigh, the winter of online literature is indeed true. Although Lao Long doesn't rely on royalties to live, this insignificant amount of royalties really doesn't make one feel proud. But this book shouldn't be incomplete or incomplete. Lao Long will continue to write seriously, just a little slower. Everyone, please don't blame me for this. Finally, I wish everyone good health during the Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 954. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others naturally knew the distance from Chang and to Taiyuan Prefecture, but they didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to accurately estimate the distance just by measuring it with a ruler. Although Li Wangyu had made a simple measurement based on the provincial and national roads of the future, and it might not be very accurate, the distance that the great Tang sovereign and his subjects knew was only a vague number. It was around 1,400 li. After all, even the Tang dynasty couldn't measure the exact length of the official roads in detail. Damn it, such an accurate map. It's like looking down on the earth from the 9 heavens. Zio, was this map passed down by the Tao ancestor? I don't think anyone other than the gods and Buddhas in the heavens can draw such a map. Chen Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi and the others nod in agreement. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed, but he nodded without hesitation. The old hoodlum's words weren't wrong. This map was drawn from the remote sensing satellites of later generations. Saying that gods looked down on the earth from the 9 heavens wasn't a lie. After learning that this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, everyone gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi's eyes almost glowed as he looked at the map. After gasping in amazement, everyone became even more interested in this huge map. Pai Lupi and the others ordered someone to bring a ruler, and they imitated Li Wangyu's method, personally measuring the dimensions on the map. Zio, is this map really correct? This old man measured that the distance from Chang and to Pyongyang, the capital of Goguryeo, is actually more than 4,000 li? Gao Shiyan's face was full of disbelief. He only knew that the distance to attack Goguryeo was very far, but he didn't expect it to be this far. Even if this map was passed down by the Tao ancestor, this number was enough to shock Gao Shiyan and the others. When they thought about how the Tang army had to maintain the supply of food for the 4,000 li journey, the officials of the Tang dynasty felt their scalps go numb. After all, in an era where there were no planes, trains, or cars, just traveling 4,000 kilometers was an extremely long journey. Not to mention, there was also the need to maintain the rations of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Just the thought of people eating and horses eating was terrifying. Pai Lupi stared at the map in the direction of Pyongyang in silence. After a long while, he looked away and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, since you said that Goguryeo is nothing to fear, then in your opinion, what is the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty? Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others all looked at Li Wangyu, waiting for his answer. Li Wangyu walked up to the map and coughed softly. Uncle, gentlemen, you may not be aware of this, but there is only one opponent in the vicinity of the Tang dynasty that we need to be extra vigilant against, and that is, with Chang, and as the starting point, his finger kept moving westward until it reached the western part of Izhou. Then he pointed twice at the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Tubo. That is the real threat to the Tang dynasty. On the map, Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the towering terrain of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau very conspicuously. The Yellow Plateau and the Sichuan Basin on the side formed a sharp contrast. Tubo? Where is that? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others were also puzzled. They did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. Obviously, they did not even know what Tubo was. Tubo was the first regime in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau that was clearly recorded in history, and Songtsen Gampo was the founder of Tubo. In history, the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo until the 9th year of Xinguan, when Li Jing led the army to attack Tuyuhun. Now that it was the 4th year of Xinguan, it was normal that the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty did not know the existence of Tubo. Li Wangyu explained, Uncle, gentlemen, west of Izhou is the highest plateau in the world. Yes, Master called it the Qinghai Plateau. Qinghai Plateau? Zio, what is a plateau? Can you explain it to me in detail? Li Wangyu pointed at the map. Uncle, the so-called plateau refers to this vast area. It is far higher than other places, like the stage in the theater of the Tang Dynasty. He walked to the side of the table, picked up a teacup, and placed it on top of the table. Uncle, gentlemen, if the land under our feet is this table, then the Qinghai Plateau would be like this teacup, far higher than the land under our feet. Such an intuitive explanation made Pai Lupi and the others nod their heads. They were all amazed by nature's uncanny workmanship. Li Wangyu continued to explain, the Qinghai Plateau, according to Master, has an average height of about 3,000 to 5,000 meters. If it is calculated by Huayan's Mount Hua, it is about 1.5 to 2 Mount Hua. His words immediately caused the emperor and officials of the Tang Dynasty to exclaim, Zio, is there really such a high place in the world? Damn it, I have climbed Mount Hua, and I already felt that it was too high to reach. If it is 2 Mount Hua, isn't it almost to the sky? How is that possible? If it is so high, is it still in the mortal world? Obviously, in everyone's eyes, this height was almost to the sky. This was also normal. According to Chinese legends, the Queen Mother lived on Mount Kunlun, and Mount Kunlun was at the edge of the Qinghai Plateau. Therefore, in the eyes of the ancient people, it was not surprising that it was the place where immortals lived. Li Wangyu smiled. Master told me that he called the Qinghai Plateau the roof of the world, the highest place in the world. According to Master, the tallest mountain is as tall as 4 Huashan mountains, stacked on top of each other. He was not exaggerating. Mount Everest was more than 8,800 meters high. 4 Mount Hua stacked together was about the same height. But these words were like a fairy tale in everyone's ears. It was unbelievable, and it caused another round of exclamations. Fortunately, everyone was now convinced that Dao Zhu was really Li Wangyu's master. Therefore, although these words were hard to accept, no one doubted its authenticity. Zio, do you mean that the dynasty you called Tubo is on this plateau? Pai Lupi asked. Yes, that's right. Then what's so special about Tubo that it can become a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. The reason why Li Wangyu introduced Tubo to the Tang dynasty so seriously was because in history, the only opponent that the great Tang dynasty could not deal with was Tubo. Even someone as strong as Pai Lupi could only marry a princess to maintain a temporary peace. In history, even the Chang and of the Tang dynasty was captured by Tubo twice. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong, Tubo captured the Tang dynasty's 18 prefectures in the western region, forcing the Tang dynasty to give up the 4 towns of Anxi. In the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's reign, the famous general Shuirenge suffered a defeat in the Battle of Dafei River. The Tang army was ambushed by Tubo and suffered heavy casualties. During the Lushan rebellion, Tubo occupied Chang, and for half a month. Although they were later chased out of Chang, and by Guizi, most of the southwest border of the Tang dynasty was occupied by Tubo. It could be said that Tubo was almost invincible against the Tang dynasty because of the geographical advantage of the plateau. The Tang dynasty could not do anything about it. Li Wangyu naturally did not want such a thing to happen again. Therefore, he used today's opportunity to introduce Tubo to Pai Lupi and the others. Uncle, everyone, in my view, Tibet is a threat to Great Tang like a ferocious tiger by its side. Tubo is like a sharp blade on the back of the Tang dynasty. It can stab the Tang dynasty at any time. Pai Lupi frowned slightly when he heard this. Before he could reply, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda beside him shouted, How dare you? Do you think that the Tang dynasty is a pushover? What bullshit, Tufan. Could it be that they are stronger than the Turks? Zio, I don't believe your words. Don't worry, your majesty. If Tubo dares to offend the heavens, I will crush its balls. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, if Tubo is so easy to deal with, I wouldn't say that it's a thorn in the side of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 955. Cheng Yaojin said with disdain, How hard can it be to deal with Tubo? Can they be stronger than the Turks? Zio, don't lie to me. Uncle Cheng, in terms of fighting strength, Tubo is naturally weaker than the Turks, much less the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu replied. Strictly speaking, Tubo's fighting strength was weaker than the Tang army. In history, the first war between Tubo and the Tang dynasty was in the autumn of the 12th year of Xingguan. After Tubo annexed Tuyuhun, the Battle of Songzhou broke out in Songzhou. The main force of the Tang army, Ho Junji, had yet to make a move. As the vanguard of the Tang army, Niu Jinda had already defeated the Tubo army. Songtsen Gampo was afraid of the Tang army and led the Tubo army to retreat from Tuyuhun, Dongxiang, Beilanqiang and other places. After the war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, the main problem for Tubo was that once they lost, they would immediately retreat to the plateau. The Tang army had attacked the Qinghai Tibet plateau 3 times, but they all failed due to altitude sickness and weather. As a result, Tubo could attack the Tang dynasty, and if they lost, they could only retreat to the plateau. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty couldn't attack Tubo. In history, there was only 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against a thief. Thus, it was normal for the Tang dynasty to suffer losses from Tubo. Pai Lupi and the others naturally didn't understand this situation. Cheng Yaojin asked in confusion, since that bullshit Tubo can't defeat the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, then why are you so worried? You said that Tubo is a threat to the Tang dynasty, are you playing with us? Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only point at the plateau on the map and explain, Uncle Cheng, did you forget? I said before that the Qinghai Tibet plateau where Tubo is located has a height of 3,000 meters. Is so what? Cheng Yaojin still didn't understand. Uncle Cheng, do you know about miasma? The miasma that Li Wangyu mentioned was actually altitude sickness. As early as the Han Dynasty, China had already realized the existence of altitude sickness and called it miasma or miasma. Due to the humid and hot environment of the southern jungles, the poisonous gases produced by the decay of plants and animals were also known as miasma. Although the names were the same, in the mouth of the medical school, the diseases corresponding to the miasma in different regions were different. Cheng Yaojin and the others were slightly taken aback. Ziyo, do you mean that there is miasma on the plateau? Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. To be precise, it should be called altitude sickness. This is also the knowledge that Master taught me. Pai Lupi asked, Ziyo, tell me in detail. What does altitude sickness mean? Uncle, you've seen the Academy's hemispherical experiment that I did today. You should be able to understand what I said before. The air is not empty. Pai Lupi nodded, that's right. We now understand this point. I still remember that you said in the Taiji Palace that the air is mainly composed of oxygen and nitrogen, and oxygen is the source of our life. Li Wangyu admired Pai Lupi's good memory. Previously, he had explained it in front of the officials. He was not in a hurry to answer Pai Lupi's question. Instead, he ordered the old butler, Li Heng, to bring a crystal cup. In the Hangzhou Museum of the later generations, there was an exhibit that many tourists thought that the museum had made a mistake and had used a modern glass cup as an exhibit. In fact, the cup that looked exactly like a modern glass cup was a crystal cup from the Warring States period. Since the Warring States period could artificially make crystal cups, the Tang dynasty could naturally do the same. The crystal cup in Li Wangyu's residence was made according to the shape of the glass cup in the later generations. He took out a match, lit a candle, and placed it on the table. Then, he turned the transparent crystal cup upside down. Uncle, everyone, the oxygen in the air is the source of our life. This candle also needs oxygen to burn. If the oxygen in the cup is used up, the candle will go out by itself. Following Li Wangyu's words, the candle flame in the crystal cup flickered a few times and then went out by itself. This was a very simple combustion experiment, but Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to pick up the crystal cup, relight the candle, and turn the crystal cup upside down again. Dozens of seconds later, the candle quietly went out again. Damn it, there's actually such a thing. Cheng Yaojin subconsciously opened his mouth and took a few deep breaths, afraid that he would die from lack of oxygen. He turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Ziyo, this oxygen is really magical. But what does this have to do with the altitude sickness you mentioned just now? Li Wangyu said with a smile, Uncle Cheng, I'm afraid you don't know that the distribution of oxygen in the air is also different. The higher the altitude, the thinner the oxygen. When we reach an extremely high altitude, we can't even breathe with our mortal bodies, and we can lose our lives in a moment. The biggest problem of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, other than its high altitude, is that the oxygen is very thin. If ordinary people enter the plateau, they will suffer from headaches, fatigue, palpitations, shortness of breath, and other symptoms due to the thin oxygen. In serious cases, they might even lose their lives. He smiled and looked at Cheng Yaojin. If Uncle Cheng goes to the plateau, I'm afraid you will be short of breath and weak. You won't be able to use even 20% of your strength. How can you fight against the Tubo people in such a situation? Pai Lupi and the others couldn't help but look at each other when they heard such a strange story. Fang Xianling couldn't help but frown and ask, Zio, aren't those Tubo people afraid of altitude sickness? Li Wangyu nodded. Master Fang, the Tubo people have lived on the plateau since childhood and are already used to it. Although they will also be affected by altitude sickness, the effect is much smaller. Therefore, if Tubo and the Tang Dynasty go to war, even if they lose, they can just retreat to the plateau. We can't do anything to them at all. In this way, Tubo is already in an invincible position. Pai Lupi's face was also very gloomy. Zio, if it's really as you said, then Tubo is really a big problem for me. Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots also nodded. Just thinking about such a potential enemy made them feel very uncomfortable. Relying on their geographical advantage, only Tubo could attack the Tang Dynasty, but the Tang Dynasty couldn't attack Tubo's hinterland. In this way, wouldn't the Tubo army come and go as they please? Even if they couldn't win, they could retreat to the plateau to recuperate and lick their wounds. The Tang Dynasty was passively attacked, so they could only invest a lot of manpower and resources to defend the border. Looking at the map, Pai Lupi and the others felt their hearts tighten. Next to Tubo was Izhou, where the Tang Dynasty was rich. Once Tubo attacked the Tang Dynasty, the first to suffer would be Izhou. After all, Gao Shilian had been the governor of Izhou for many years, so he was naturally anxious when he saw such a situation. Your Majesty, if it's really as Zio said, we must guard against Tubo. That's right, how can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? If we don't get rid of Tubo, wouldn't our Tang Dynasty be like a fishbone stuck in our throat? Your Majesty, this is no small matter. The few big shots couldn't help but feel a little anxious, so they all advised Pai Lupi. However, Cheng Yaojin suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, which attracted everyone's attention. They didn't understand why this old hoodlum went crazy again. Chapter 956. Cheng Yaojin's laughter surprised Pai Lupi and the rest. Wah, Your Majesty, everyone, why are you all racking your brains? Since Zio knows so much about Tibet, are you afraid that he doesn't have a way to deal with altitude sickness? Zio, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Cheng Yaojin's words stunned Pai Lupi and the rest. They then nodded in agreement. Since Li Wangyu's teacher was a Dao ancestor, there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. Uncle, everyone, actually there is no special medicine for altitude sickness. If the army wants to fight on the plateau, there is only one way, and that is to adapt. Although roseroot could prevent altitude sickness, for an army of hundreds of thousands, it was impossible to supply so much medicine. As such, the only solution was to build a training base on the plateau and let the Tang army slowly adapt to altitude sickness. Pai Lupi asked, Zio, tell us in detail how to adapt? Uncle, because of the geography of the plateau, the oxygen content in the air is low. This is something that even teacher can't change. Therefore, if the army wants to fight on the plateau, they can only slowly adapt to the climate. Normally speaking, after 3 months of adaptation, the army would be able to get used to the altitude sickness. Although they will still have shortness of breath and heart palpitations during intense exercise, compared to the Tibetans, the difference won't be too big. Pai Lupi frowned again. Zio, I understand your method, but where can the Tang Dynasty find a plateau for the soldiers to adapt to? Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at the map. Uncle, Tuyuhun is the best place to train the soldiers. Tuyuhun is located at the edge of the Tibetan Plateau, and many areas are already part of the plateau. In the future, when Uncle sends the army to attack Tuyuhun and take it into your territory, you can train the soldiers here. In the future, it will be easy for you to kill your way into the Tibetan Plateau from Tuyuhun. In history, after Tuyuhun was defeated by the Tang Dynasty, it was taken advantage of by Tibet, which allowed Tibet to annex Tuyuhun. Li Wangyu was well aware of history, so he naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other leaders immediately gathered in front of the map and carefully studied the terrain of Tuyuhun. They had already begun to think about how to annex this land. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, gentlemen, attacking the plateau, there are still two difficulties. One is the temperature, and the other is the difficulty in supplying the army. Ziyo, tell me in detail. Uncle, everyone, have you heard of the saying, it's lonely at the top? Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Li Wangyu's question was, of course, nonsense. This question came from Su Dongpa's Shuediao Getu. Li Wangyu hadn't had the time to copy this poem, so Pai Lupi and the others naturally hadn't heard of it. Uncle, all of you, have you ascended to a high place and looked into the distance? Do you feel cold at the top of the mountain? That's right, that's true. Everyone still didn't understand what Li Wangyu was trying to say. Actually, the higher the altitude, the colder it will be. Master said that if the altitude is 1,000 meters, it will be a lot colder. Li Wangyu said until here, but he didn't know how to explain. For every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau was 3,000 to 5,000 meters above sea level, and the temperature was 10 to 20 degrees lower than Chang. However, since ancient times, China didn't have the concept of temperature. They only used cold, cold, cool, warm, hot, and hot to express the difference in temperature. He wanted to introduce the temperature to everyone, but without a thermometer, it was too difficult to explain the temperature. And to make a thermometer, he needed glass. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu still couldn't think of a way to express the temperature. He could only scratch his head and continue, let's put it this way. If it's summer in Chang, and it will be like early spring on the plateau. If it's winter, the plateau will be abnormally cold, no different from the winter in Liaodong. There's such a thing? If that's the case, then it will be troublesome. Pai Lupi and the others heard this and frowned again. They had been on the battlefield for a long time, so they naturally knew how troublesome it was for an army to fight in winter. Especially in the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, where methods to resist the cold were relatively lacking. Uncle, everyone, it's not difficult to solve the problem of resisting the cold. Just fill the clothes with cotton and make cotton-padded jackets. When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they were once again dumbfounded. Gao Shilian couldn't help but shake his head. Ziyo, are you muddled? Jackets are so expensive, how can the army afford them? Pai Lupi and the others also nodded, feeling that Li Wangyu's words were truly ignorant and didn't know the cost of daily necessities. Everyone's reaction was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. In history, although cotton had appeared long ago, it wasn't popularized in China until the Ming Dynasty. Even until the late Tang Dynasty, cotton was still a rare flower in the gardens of many rich families in the north. Naturally, there was cotton in the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, and it was even used as a tribute to the imperial court. However, because it was rare, it wasn't easy to weave, and the price of cotton was quite expensive. For example, when Su Changqing first met Empress Zhang's son in a clothing store and recommended cotton clothes, the price wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If the Tang Dynasty wore cotton-padded jackets, it would be much cooler than wearing mink. As such, Pai Lupi and the others felt that Li Wangyu's words were unreliable. Li Wangyu laughed and walked in front of the map again. He pointed in the direction of the western region and said, Uncle, although the Tang Dynasty doesn't produce cotton, the western region is very suitable for cotton planting. As long as we take Gaochang, Qiuzi, and the other countries into our pockets, we can promote cotton planting. After a few years, cotton won't be a rare thing anymore and can be used to supply the needs of the army. As long as the Tang army is equipped with enough cotton-padded jackets, whether Uncle wants to attack Liaodong or Tufan, the cold winter won't be a problem. This is why I dared to say that I can solve the problem of resisting the cold in winter. The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more excited he became. It felt like he was playing a strategy game in the future. Uncle, the strategy that I've set for the Tang dynasty is to take down the western region first. After taking down the countries in the western region, we'll use several years to manage the western region and plant cotton in large quantities. After that, we'll attack Tuyuhun and train the troops here to prepare for the attack. As for Goguryeo, there's even less to fear. As long as Uncle is willing, once we can equip the army with cotton-padded jackets, we can attack Liaodong at any time to avenge our China disciples. In addition, Uncle can send out spies to infiltrate Goguryeo, Tufan, and the other places. Understand the climate, geography, and cities of Tufan and the other places in detail. This will pave the way for the army to attack in the future. As for the problem of the army's supplies, I've also learned some methods to make military rations that can be eaten by the army. These rations can be preserved for a long time and are delicious. It's the most suitable to be used to satisfy hunger. Li Wangyu was so excited that he poured out everything that he knew and thought in his heart like pouring beans out of a bucket. When this long speech landed in the ears of Pai Lupi and the others, it was deafening. It was like a series of explosions in their ears, making them feel dizzy. After a long while, Pai Lupi suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Ziyo really has the ability to govern the country. This strategy is very much in line with my intentions. I'm really lucky to have Ziyo's help. Xianling, write an imperial edict. I'll give Li Wangyu the title of Duke of Fufeng. Chapter 957. Pai Lupi's words stunned everyone. Commandery Prince? Li Wangyu's face was filled with astonishment. Li Er, this stingy guy, was so generous? He was going to make him a prince? Could he be a bachelor in the future? Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and others looked at each other and were surprised. Fang Xianling and the others did not doubt it. With Li Wangyu's ability and achievements, it was not surprising that he was conferred the title of duke. But the point was that only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of prince and commandery prince. After Li Wangyu was removed from the genealogy by the Li clan in Huxian, even the Zongjing temple removed the names of Li Wangyu and his father, Li Zhou, from the genealogy of the imperial family. Of course, in the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty, not only members of the imperial family could be granted the title of commandery prince, but also ministers and Jidushi could be granted the title of commandery prince. In the Late Tang Dynasty and the Five Dynasties, there were many commandery princes with different surnames. But now it was the beginning of the Tang Dynasty. It was somewhat against the rules for non-members of the imperial family to be granted the title of commandery prince. As for Li Wangyu, there was a reason why Pai Lupi had not ordered the Zongjing temple to register him as a member of the imperial family. The main reason was that Li Er was still thinking about marrying his eldest daughter, Changel, to someone of a lower status. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu called him uncle, Pai Lupi did not order the Zongjing temple to restore Li Wangyu's status as a member of the imperial family. Fang Xianling was stunned and asked with a little hesitation, "Your Majesty, should we inform the Zongjing temple to restore Ziyo and eunuch Li's status as members of the imperial family before granting the title?" Pai Lupi was a little confused and did not seem to understand why Fang Xianling said so. Why should I restore Ziyo's status as a member of the imperial family when I grant him the title of founding commandery prince? Founding commandery prince? Everyone, including Li Wangyu, was dumbfounded. They looked at Pai Lupi speechlessly, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Fang Xianling was also at a loss. She could only take a deep breath and confirm with Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, did you just say that Ziyo was conferred the title of Duke of Fufeng?" Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the strange expressions of Li Wangyu and the others and suddenly clapped his hands. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I want to confer Ziyo the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng, not Prefectural King. His words made Fang Xianling and the others slightly relieved, but Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. The *CK, He was happy for nothing. He was just teasing him. Pai Lupi, aren't you embarrassed? Don't you know what it means to be a gentleman? How could it be called a slip of the tongue when he was directly promoted from commandery prince to commandery duke? Slip of the tongue my ass. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't really care about the title of duke. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi was so happy that he blurted out the wrong thing and mistook a prefectural duke for a prefectural king. Now that he realized it, even if Pai Lupi was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly coughed and tried to make up for it. Zio has worked hard and made great contributions. He will be conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng and 2,000 households. The title of Prefectural Duke of the Tang Dynasty and 2,000 households was just an empty title. Normally, the number of Prefectural Duke titles didn't exceed 800 households. Because of the slip of the tongue, Pai Lupi wanted to make it up to Li Wangyu, so he decided to convert all the empty titles into real ones. Li Wangyu's Prefectural Duke title, Fufeng, was from the Fufeng Prefecture of the Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. The title of Prefectural Duke naturally had to be given in the name of the prefecture. It couldn't be given in the name of the county like before. As such, Li Wangyu couldn't continue using the Hu County title that he had used since the founding of the country. The titles of Duke and Prefectural Duke in the Tang Dynasty all used the names of the prefectures before the Tang Dynasty. Fufeng Prefecture was actually a part of the capital during the Han Dynasty, and Hu County was under its jurisdiction. Needless to say, Pai Lupi wanted to give Hu County to Li Wangyu as his land. Hu County was a middle county, and 2,000 households was pretty much all the people under it. Pai Lupi gave Li Wangyu 2,000 households. In other words, Hu County was now Li Wangyu's land. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, had been promoted. He replaced Chang'an County Magistrate Cui Zhua and was given the title of Chang'an County Magistrate by Pai Lupi. The county magistrate who took over his position had an easier time. He didn't have to do the most tedious work of collecting taxes. The taxes and labor of the people of Hu County would all belong to Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't care about the taxes and labor of the people of Hu County. At the very least, after Dingzhou village became his land, he hadn't collected a single cent of taxes. For Li Wangyu, it was naturally a good thing that Pai Lupi gave him his title again. Not only did he get his title back, but he was also promoted, going from county magistrate to prefecture duke. At least he didn't have to feel like he had lost face. After all, his beautiful boss was a female marquis. If he was just a commoner, it wouldn't be nice. On the other hand, when the officials from the Ministry of Works found out about this, they would probably curse him in their hearts. The officials from the Ministry of Works would have to trouble them one more time to replace the county magistrate's gate with the prefecture duke's gate. Fang Xianling and the others all congratulated Li Wangyu. When Su Changqing found out about this, she was quite indifferent. She was the same as Li Wangyu, she didn't care about her title as much. When the old butler Li Heng and the others found out that their Longjuan's title was back and that he was promoted to prefecture duke, they were so happy that their mouths almost reached their ears. Your Majesty, everyone, what a coincidence today. A Jian ox accidentally fell to its death in the manor. The old slave has already ordered people to report it to the county magistrate of Hu County. Is there any dish that your Majesty and everyone would like to eat? The old slave can go and prepare dinner. Li Wangyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he listened. This Li Heng was simply drawing legs on a snake. Who didn't know how the bull died? Did he even need to mention it? Wasn't he just burying his head in the sand? Everyone, including Pai Lupi, felt a bit uncomfortable with Li Heng's words. After all, not everyone was as thick-skinned as Qing Yaojin. Cough. Since that's the case, then everyone will have a sumptuous meal with me at Zio Manor. Li Heng, go and make the arrangements. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and sent Li Heng away. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin didn't care about Fyrus and instructed the old butler Li Heng, Li Heng, don't forget the dish of stewed beef with potato. Also, marinate a dozen caddies of beef and cut it to go with the wine. The old slave understands. Li Heng smiled and bowed to Qing Yaojin before going to prepare the meal. Li Wangyu was also speechless at Qing Yaojin's shamelessness, but he was already used to it. Even Pai Lupi and the others pretended not to hear Qing Yaojin's words. Empress Zhang Sun and the others were naturally received by Su Changqing, so there was no need for Li Wangyu to worry about it. After the meal was prepared, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the others to the dining hall to eat. Due to Li Wangyu's ingenious strategy today, Pai Lupi and the others were all in a good mood. During the meal, there were many toasts, and the atmosphere was very lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Pai Lupi suddenly recalled that Li Wangyu had advised him not to use gunpowder for the time being after everyone had seen the power of the sky tremor grenades. Thus, he couldn't help but ask, "Zio, why did you advise us not to use the sky tremor grenades for the time being?" Only then did Li Wangyu recall that he was too engrossed in the conversation and forgot to explain this matter. Thus, he hurriedly said, "Uncle, everyone, the reason why I brought up this matter is for Goguryeo and Tufan." Chapter 958. Li Wangyu hoped that Pai Lupi would keep the explosives a secret. The reason was simple. He hoped that when they attacked Tibet and Goguryeo in the future, the explosives could be used as a secret weapon to shock the enemy. Be it Goguryeo or Tibet, they had no chance of winning in a field battle against the Tang army. In history, be it the Sui dynasty's 3 invasions of Goguryeo or Pai Lupi's personal invasion of Goguryeo in the 19th year of Xinguan, they were all given a headache by the various cities of Goguryeo. Tibet on the highlands was in the same situation. Due to geographical reasons, it was even harder to take down. In history, a small stone castle city had caused the Tang dynasty to suffer heavy casualties. However, if they relied on the explosives and the flying lightning cannons, they could blow up the city walls in an instant. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was sure that when faced with the explosives, no matter how fierce or fearless the Goguryeo or Tibet soldiers were, they might not be much stronger than ordinary people. With that, the Tang army would be able to take down Goguryeo and Tibet with the smallest price. Wouldn't that be perfect? Furthermore, in history, the Tang dynasty had wars with Tuyuhun, East and West Turks, Gaocheng, Kucha, Dongxiang, Huiha, Goguryeo, Tibet, Beech, Silla, Khitan, Greater and Lesser Baler, Nanzhao, and the like. However, in Li Wangyu's eyes, only Tibet and Goguryeo were worthy of the Tang dynasty using explosives. Hence, he decided to keep the explosives a secret for now. When they attacked Tibet and Goguryeo, they would strike like lightning. The reason that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. Gao Shilian, in particular, had personally witnessed the power of explosives against the enemy. Zhang Feng, who could hold back 10,000 men, was instantly taken down by the Tang dynasty's troops because of a dozen sky tremors grenades. Naturally, such a godly weapon could not be used easily. The strategy that Li Wangyu gave was something that Pai Lupi and the rest agreed with. As everyone toasted each other, they decided to first take down the western regions and Tuyuhun before attacking Tubo and Goguryeo. If everything went smoothly, Li Wangyu estimated that in 10 to 15 years, this world would have an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Its territory was so vast that probably only the Mongol Empire could compare to it. After talking about official business, Pai Lupi was so happy that he drank to his heart's content. In the end, he got drunk. Served by Empress Zhang Sun, concubine Yang, and the others, he returned to Chang, and with a group of dukes who were also drunk. The conspiracy between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi was naturally not known to outsiders. However, a hemispherical experiment of the Academy set off a storm in Chang. There were thousands of people who witnessed the hemispherical experiment, including many officials and famous scholars. Through their mouths, the contents of the hemispherical experiment naturally spread to every corner of Chang, in city at the speed of light. Although the people did not understand the significance of the hemispherical experiment, they understood that the air was not empty and the pressure was quite great. Whether they understood the atmospheric pressure or not had nothing to do with the lives of the people. Even if they knew about it, they would still live their lives as usual and would not be affected at all. However, this did not stop the burning desire of the millions of people in Chang, in city, from gossiping. If there was a Weibo in the Tang dynasty, the recent trending list of the Tang dynasty would probably be like this. 1. The Taoist ancestor's personal disciple appears too. The hemispherical experiment of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty 3. The atmospheric pressure really exists for. His Majesty conferred the title of Prefectural Duke of Fufeng 5. A citizen of Shang, and committed suicide out of fear of being killed by atmospheric pressure 6. Li Ziyo, Prefectural Duke of Fufeng. In short, Li Wangyu was now a phenomenal figure who dominated the list with absolute popularity. Naturally, these disturbances had no effect on Li Wangyu, who was hiding in Dingzhou village and living a leisurely life. The only small trouble was that several Taoist masters, for various purposes, had knelt down in front of Li Wangyu in public and called him Grandmaster. However, they had fooled the king of medicine, Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao's heart toward Taoism was quite firm. Otherwise, he would not have flatly refused when Pai Lupi wanted to confer him the title of nobility. Knowing that his neighbor was the core disciple of the Taoist master in the mortal world, the old Taoist immediately came to him and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu, calling him Grandmaster. This naturally caused Li Wangyu's face to turn red from embarrassment. After much persuasion and Su Changqing's persuasion, the old Taoist finally stopped. But even so, at least dozens of Taoist temples in Chang and city, big and small, really worshipped Li Wangyu as their grandmaster. In the future, they would cause him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about this for now. Another small trouble was Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys. This group of gossipy men, taking the opportunity to congratulate Li Wangyu on his promotion to the Duke of the founding county, all came to Dingzhou village and pestered Li Wangyu, insisting that Li Wangyu teach them some knowledge that others did not understand. Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards were so diligent, of course, not because they loved learning. He was sure that this group of bastards wanted to learn something from him, so that when they went to the Ping Kong Square or the Hu People's wine shop to drink with prostitutes, they could brag and show off to those young ladies. Speaking of which, when he taught the playboys to mix vinegar and soda to produce carbon dioxide, it was an experiment that could show off. But even the most unreliable Cheng Chumo knew that this matter could not be taken as a joke. Otherwise, if this spread out, it was hard to guarantee that the people of the Zhan religion would not associate it with the holy fire of the Zhan temple altar that extinguished itself for no reason. Although everyone was sure that even if Zhan religion's Sabeo Milimon knew that they were the ones who did it, he would not say anything. After all, now in the Zhan temple of Liquan Square in Chang and city, the purest holy fire of the sun was enshrined, so the Zhan religion did not suffer any losses. But this was related to the Zhan religion. If they could avoid this kind of trouble, why should they gamble? If any priest of the Zhan religion insisted on arguing with them, although they were not afraid, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, the playboys never told others about the glorious achievement that made them so proud. Even Fang Xianling and the others did not know about it. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the playboys' pestering. Then he reluctantly taught this group of bastards a few small experiments. Li Wangyu even taught the foppish young masters how to make muddy water clear and how to turn a cup upside down. He even taught the foppish young masters the colorful rope that Wen Zai had used to fool the elders of the Li family in Hu County. It was not easy to send the playboys away. Every few days, it was Li Wangyu's time to teach the students of the academy. But this day, before Li Wangyu left for the academy, he saw Su Jingzong, who was sweating profusely, running into his mansion in a panic. Duke, something happened? Chapter 959. Li Wangyu was taken aback by Su Jingzong's sudden reaction and couldn't help but feel nervous. The academy was filled with 6 or 7-year-olds. If something happened to them, it would be disastrous. Furthermore, there were princes and princesses like Li Chengqian and Li Tai, as well as many children of officials and nobles in the court. It would not be a small matter if they were injured. Therefore, Li Wangyu had repeatedly told the professors and teaching assistants of the academy that safety was their top priority. For the safety of the academy, the guards outside the academy were elite soldiers that Li Wangyu had asked Pai Lupi to transfer from the Jinwu guards to be responsible for the safety of the academy. Su Jingzong, what happened? Li Wangyu quickly asked. Su Jingzong wiped his sweat and showed an excited and troubled expression. Duke, many people came to the academy today. I do not know how to settle them down, so I came to ask for your advice. When Li Wangyu heard him say this, his heart, which had been in his throat due to nervousness, finally calmed down. He glared at Su Jingzong in annoyance. Su Jingzong can make arrangements for these things. As long as they do not disturb the order of the academy, they can visit as they wish. Do you have to make such a fuss? The academy was not open to the public, but it depended on who it was. Because there were many children of officials and nobles in the court, there were many students in the academy. Su Jingzong naturally could not refuse these court colleagues. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu was unwilling, he could only turn a blind eye and allow the officials and nobles to visit the academy. Hearing that Su Jingzong had rushed to his residence to talk about this, Li Wangyu became more and more unhappy. He could not help but complain that Su Jingzong was an old bureaucrat and that his standards had dropped a lot recently. Hearing this, Su Jingzong kept shaking his head. No, you have misunderstood me. However, there are nearly 1,000 people who came to the academy today. They are all famous scholars in Chang, and high monks of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, as well as many court officials. That's why I'm worried about how to settle so many people. Li Wangyu asked curiously, what are they doing in the academy? Today isn't the day of recess, is it? Su Jingzong smiled bitterly and said, My lord, everyone said that they came to the academy today to listen to my lord's lecture. If there were not many people, the class would be fine. After all, the Duke did not forbid outsiders from attending. However, Duke, you also know that the largest auditorium in the academy can only hold a little over 1,000 people. It is impossible to hold so many people. But I can't refuse them, nor can I ask the students of the academy to give up their seats for them. This lowly official is also in a dilemma, so I can only ask for your advice. When Li Wangyu heard Su Jingzong's words, he was a little dumbfounded. More than 1,000 famous scholars, eminent monks, and government officials were coming to listen to him teach a group of children? Are they crazy? Li Wangyu thought that the so-called encyclopedia he taught was just a scientific lecture for the students of the academy to broaden their horizons. However, he did not know that since the Taoist and Buddhist sects failed to impeach him and the Taoist eminent monks kowtowed and acknowledged him as their grandmaster, the news that Li Ziyo, the Duke of Fufeng, taught the knowledge of the Taoist ancestor in the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty immediately spread to Chang, and of Noda and the surrounding provinces and counties. A hemispheric experiment in the academy, coupled with the endorsement of several Taoist eminent monks, confirmed Li Wangyu's bragging that he was the core disciple of the Taoist ancestor. In this way, who would not want to listen to the knowledge of the world personally taught by the Taoist ancestor? Who would not want to learn? How could they miss such an opportunity to listen to the teachings of the Taoist ancestor's disciple? Therefore, as if they had discussed it beforehand, after inquiring about the time of Li Wangyu's lecture, they all rushed to the academy at the same time and asked Su Jingzong to sit in on the lecture. Su Jingzong was both happy and surprised. Unable to make a choice, he ran to Li Wangyu's mansion in a panic and asked Li Wangyu how to deal with this matter. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and said, "Since you are willing to listen, then listen." But the auditorium of the academy can't accommodate so many people. Li Wangyu waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I see that the aisle in the auditorium is quite spacious. Just order someone to move some futons in. It's not a big problem to squeeze in." When he said this, he thought of the catchphrase of the bus drivers in the future, "Go back, squeeze in, it's still very spacious." Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but laugh. Li Wangyu's words suddenly shocked Su Jingzong so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. The auditorium of the academy was sketched by Li Wangyu himself and ordered the Ministry of Works to build it according to the drawings. The auditorium did not sit on the ground as was customary in the Tang Dynasty. Instead, it was set up with more than 1,000 seats like the auditorium of the later generations. The front of the auditorium was low and the back high, similar to the lecture halls in the universities of the later generations. For the safety of the students, there were several arched aisles in the auditorium for people to enter and exit. They were all very spacious. If they really did as Li Wangyu said, they would be able to squeeze in another 1,000 people if they squeezed. However, the degree of crowding was not much different from the subway cars in the capital of Wuxia and Shanghai during the rush hour in the later generations. Not to mention the officials of the imperial court, even these famous scholars and eminent monks were treated as distinguished guests wherever they went. However, Li Wangyu was going to let all these people squeeze into a group and sit on the ground to listen to the lecture? It was the custom of the Tang Dynasty to sit on the ground. This was normal. Even if the officials of the imperial court were in the Taiji Palace, they would still sit on the ground. However, the students of the academy were all sitting on the high back chairs. It was somewhat improper to let the officials sit on the ground. If this matter was spread out, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty would really be famous. Su Jingzong opened his mouth. He really wanted to persuade Li Wangyu to let the students of the academy sit on the ground and give their seats to the famous scholars. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded by Li Wangyu. Moreover, the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and the others were also students of the academy. How could Su Jingzong dare to let Li Chengqian and Li Tai sit on the ground? Anyway, Su Jingzong did not have a way to solve this matter. Since Li Wangyu, the main character, had spoken, Su Jingzong did not bother to argue anymore. He would just do as Li Wangyu said. Anyway, if the sky fell, the ground would catch it. He thought that the officials would not vent their anger on him, the vice dean of the academy. As for Li Wangyu, he did not care about the identities of those people. It did not matter if they were famous scholars or eminent monks. Since they were going to listen to the lecture, they would have to follow his rules. After all, his lecture was for the teachers and students of the academy. Naturally, there was no reason for them to give up their seats. Su Jingzong followed Li Wangyu's instructions and went to make arrangements. Li Wangyu waited until it was almost time before he rode to the academy. However, when Li Wangyu stepped into the academy's auditorium, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 960. Looking at the dense crowd in the academy's auditorium, Li Wangyu, the initiator, was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that after more than 2,000 people squeezed into the academy's auditorium, it would be like this. It was as crowded as the train station during the Spring Festival. The originally spacious walkway was now filled with a dense mass of people. Su Jingzong seriously carried out Li Wangyu's orders. Originally, Su Jingzong was worried that these famous scholars and eminent monks would fly into a rage when they found out that the academy had arranged for them to sit on the aisle floor and cause a lot of trouble. But what Su Jingzong did not expect was that more than 1,000 people did not object. They all obeyed the academy's arrangement and sat on the floor obediently without any complaints. In fact, Su Jingzong was completely overthinking. These people were more worried that they would annoy Li Wangyu and not be able to listen to the knowledge passed down by the Taoist ancestor. Therefore, for them, even if they were to sit on the floor and listen to the lecture, it would be sweet as syrup. But the academy students were a little surprised to see so many strangers suddenly appear. Fortunately, the academy students had seen the world. Especially the second-year students, who had been with the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and others day and night, all of them had developed a big heart. A few days ago, the academy students had seen His Majesty with their own eyes during the academy's hemispheric experiment. Even the best of the academy students had been cordially received by Pai Lupi, the dean of the academy. Therefore, in the face of these famous scholars, eminent monks, and many officials in Chang, the academy students did not show any fear. But after all, the academy students were only 6 or 7 years old. Even if the academy's professors and teaching assistants had been maintaining order, they could not help but whisper to each other, making the academy's auditorium unusually noisy. When Li Wangyu appeared on the podium of the academy's auditorium, the noisy auditorium suddenly quieted down. Everyone stood up respectfully and bowed to Li Wangyu. Even those famous scholars and eminent monks with white hair and beards stood up respectfully like the teachers and students of the academy. They bowed to Li Wangyu as a disciple, which made Li Wangyu feel a little uncomfortable. These great scholars, like the primary school students in the future, sat back on the futon on the floor very solemnly. They spread out pen and paper in front of them and listened carefully, ready to take notes at any time, which made Li Wangyu blush with shame. But to be honest, the feeling of being respected like this was actually quite satisfying. The man collected his thoughts, coughed lightly, and began today's lesson. The auditorium, which was filled with more than 2,000 people, suddenly became completely silent. Everyone was paying full attention and listening attentively. Students, in the previous lesson, we understood the composition of light. For this lesson, I'm going to teach you what temperature is, Li Wangyu said as he turned around and wrote the word, temperature, on the blackboard behind him. The reason why he was going to teach about temperature today was that a few days ago, he wanted to explain the temperature of the plateau to Pai Lupi, but he didn't know where to start. Since ancient times, the description of temperature in Wuxia was based on subjective words such as cold, cool, warm, hot, and scalding. It was too unscientific. He wanted to make a thermometer, but he couldn't cook without rice. Without glass, it was difficult to carve and polish a thermometer with crystals. Therefore, for Li Wangyu, a thermometer was just a resentment in his heart. Unexpectedly, the craftsman who he spent a lot of money to invite to bake glass brought great news a few days ago. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, they used quartz sand and added soda and lime to bake a transparent object, which looked like a crystal. After the craftsmen presented their results, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were suddenly surprised. Glass. Li Wangyu dared to bet his head that if the fist-sized transparent irregular crystal in front of him wasn't glass, he would immediately bang his head against tofu and die. Su Changqing's face was also filled with excitement. He held the piece of glass that wasn't beautiful and had many bubbles mixed in it as he carefully sized it up. It was as if she was holding a valuable diamond in her hand. In fact, it wasn't wrong to call it a diamond. To be able to bake glass in the Tang Dynasty, its value was even greater than that of a diamond mine. After Xianxia emptied the western regions, glassware produced by the Roman Empire began to be introduced to the Central Plains in large quantities. It was a luxury item that the nobles scrambled for. Glassware that was introduced to the Central Plains through the Silk Road could be exchanged for the same weight of gold. But in this era, whether it was the Persians or the Roman Empire, the glass produced wasn't very pure and transparent. In Li Wangyu's residence, there were also imported glassware that had been given as gifts. In his and Su Changqing's picky eyes, this glass was still far from the glass of later generations. At most, it was between glass and colored glaze. Glass was difficult to bake in ancient times, mainly because the melting point of sand was too high. With today's technology, it was extremely difficult to achieve a melting point of 1,600 degrees. But Li Wangyu knew that adding soda to the sand could lower the melting point to more than 800 degrees. However, the glass produced in this way was a one-off product and would dissolve in water. Therefore, lime had to be added to it. Only then would the glass produced be usable. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had almost broken their heads and discussed with each other to dig out this knowledge from the various fragments of knowledge in their memories. Now that the craftsmen had really used this method to bake transparent and colorless glass, the two of them were naturally overjoyed. As for the glass-blowing technique, in fact, these craftsmen of the Tang Dynasty knew how to bake colored glaze. There was no need for Li Wangyu to show off his shallow common sense. The glass-blowing technique was invented by the ancient Egyptians as early as 1000 BC. Later, the Romans learned this technique and spread it to the Central Plains along with Western glassware when it was introduced to China. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed when he learned that the craftsmen even knew how to bake glass. He immediately ordered the craftsmen to bake some glass tubes for him to make a thermometer. There was a round sphere below the glass tubes. Mercury was poured into the glass tubes, and then the mouth of the tubes was sealed with liquid glass. The thermometer was then completed. As for measuring the temperature, it wasn't difficult to mark the temperature on the thermometer. The boiling water was 100 degrees, and the mixture of ice and water was 0 degrees. The middle was equally divided into 100 equal parts. A thermometer that wasn't standard, but was enough to measure the approximate temperature was completed. It was also because of the thermometer that Li Wangyu temporarily changed his plan and prepared to popularize the concept of temperature in advance in the Tang Dynasty. We all know that water has cold and heat, and the weather has hot and cold. But have you ever thought about why we can only use words like warm, hot, and cold to describe cold and heat when there are measurement units for length and weight? Everything should have a limit. Therefore, the Tao ancestor measured the degree of cold and heat and called it temperature. Today, what I want to teach you is temperature. Li Wangyou's words fell into the ears of the students of the academy, but they didn't think much of it. After all, they were still young and had shallow knowledge. They didn't understand the mystery. However, the famous scholars, Confucian scholars, high monks, and officials who were listening on the side trembled and couldn't help but straighten their backs even more. Chapter 961. Both the Rites of Zhou and the Book of Rites had records of the system of measurement. When Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, he even used a single law to measure stones and feet, carriages on the same track, and books on the same language. Since ancient times, Chinese measurements included length, weight, volume, and so on. Now, Li Wangyou had mentioned a temperature that no one had ever heard of before. How could they not be excited? As for those Taoist and Buddhist monks, they were even more excited. This was the immortal Dharma passed down by the Taoist ancestor. Even though Buddhism and Taoism had different beliefs, it did not stop them from listening to the Taoist ancestors' teachings. After all, it was the Dharma of the heavens, and it was not much different from the Buddha's Dharma. After Li Wangyou attracted everyone's interest, he waved his hand downstairs. Immediately, some people brought up some items. Furnaces, ice cubes, water basins, and so on were not important. However, there was a huge thermometer among them that made everyone feel amazed. This thermometer was almost 1 meter tall. It was a teaching tool that Li Wangyou had asked the craftsman to blow and blow for him. Although no one knew what a thermometer was, they could tell that it was expensive. Of course, this was nonsense. These auditing students were not blind. In the eyes of the crowd, such a huge, crystal-like rod was made of crystal. With a single glance, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary object. Some people suspected that it was a colored glass produced by the Great Qin Empire. However, they had never seen such a clear colored glass in the Great Qin Empire. Some people secretly guessed that it was made of transparent and colorless crystal. However, no one had ever seen such a huge crystal before. Moreover, it was unimaginable that a crystal could be carved into such a shape. Whether it was crystal or colored glass, they were all treasures that were more valuable than gold. Even the Taoist Gao Zhen and the eminent monks of the Buddhist League were guessing in their hearts that the glittering rod-shaped object was a treasure that the Taoist ancestor had given to County Duke Fufeng. They even guessed that the temperature that Li Wangyou mentioned earlier might have something to do with this treasure. Li Wangyou did not keep them in suspense. Soon he solved the mystery. Everything in the world can be measured. Naturally, cold and heat can be measured as well. This item was passed down by the Tao ancestor. It is specially used to measure cold and heat. It is called a thermometer. The thermometer that Li Wangyou fiddled with was actually the simplest glass tube thermometer. It used the principle of thermal expansion and contraction to realize the measurement of temperature. Of course, with his knowledge, he could only make such a thermometer. As for other thermometers such as needle thermometers, resistance thermometers, gas thermometers, and so on, unless there was a Tao ancestor showing his divinity, he could not even think about it. You may ask, why do we need to measure heat and cold? Why do we need to measure temperature? Simply put, temperature is life. Li Wangyou's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone began to write furiously, recording his every word and action. Ma Zhou and the others had also applied for leave today to attend their teacher's lecture. At this moment, not only were Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others taking notes seriously, they were even pondering if they should record all of their teacher's words into a book, then engrave it into a book and disseminate it to the world. Li Wangyou's lecture on the scientific knowledge of temperature lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Only his words echoed in the auditorium, and the sound of people taking notes was heard. The temperature in his mouth naturally referred to the Celsius scale of temperature that the Wuxia people in the future were accustomed to. As for the Fahrenheit scale, Open scale, Levant scale, Rankine scale, and so on, Li Wangyou did not understand and was too lazy to think about it. In short, if he wanted to teach, he would teach himself to be used to it. Well, as I said just now, the human body temperature is about 36 degrees, boiling water is 100 degrees, and the mixture of ice and water is 0 degrees. You can measure the heat and cold of everything in the world. Next, let's do a few small experiments to measure the temperature of these objects and see if it is the same as what I said. On the podium, Li Wangyu explained the concept of temperature and how to use the thermometer to the teachers and students of the academy, as well as a group of auditing students. Then he used the giant thermometer as a teaching aid to measure various objects in front of everyone, which made everyone very excited. After that, he ordered people to distribute many normal-sized thermometers to the teachers and students so that they could test them by themselves. Li Wangyu did not expect that there would suddenly be more than 1,000 auditing students, so the number of thermometers that he ordered the craftsmen to blow was limited. In order to satisfy the irrepressible curiosity of these auditing students, Li Wangyu could only ask the teachers and students of the academy to give up a few thermometers to these famous scholars to measure the temperature. The teachers and students of the academy were fine, but these famous scholars, eminent monks, and officials almost fought for the right to use these thermometers. Amitba, this thermometer was obtained by poor monk first. Why do you want to compete with poor monk? This is something passed down by Tao ancestor. What qualifications do you Buddhists have to compete with me? Amitba, what you said is wrong. In front of Tao ancestor and Buddha, we are all equal. What's the difference? Bah, damn bald donkey. Cut the crap and hand over the thermometer. Poor monk doesn't want to compete with you. What are you going to do? Several eminent monks, whose ages added up to more than 1,000 years, spat on each other's faces in order to compete for the thermometer. Fortunately, they also knew that the academy was not a place for them to mess around, so even if they quarreled, they kept their voices very low, and there was no possibility of fighting. The other scholars, officials, and nobles weren't any better. They all lowered their voices and fought over the right to use the thermometer. There were more than 1,000 auditing students, but there was no lack of smart people. After a fierce competition, an old man suddenly stood up, bowed to Li Wangyu and asked, "Sir, may I ask if you can sell this thermometer to me? I am willing to redeem it with 10 taels of gold." Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned when he heard this. Someone wanted to buy a thermometer with 10 taels of gold? Was he crazy? This thermometer was just glass. Even if glass was sold at a higher price in the Tang Dynasty, its price was only the same as gold. How heavy could a thermometer be? It was probably not even 1 or 2 taels of gold, but this person was willing to buy it with 10 taels of gold. Was he stupid? Even if 1 tael of gold was only 37 grams in the Tang Dynasty, 10 taels of gold was 370 grams. Calculating the price of gold in the future, it was more than 500 yuan per gram, which was more than 180,000 yuan. How was this selling the thermometer? This was robbing, okay? No, even if it was robbing, there was not that much profit margin. How could Li Wangyu refuse such a good thing? He was about to nod in agreement when he saw someone immediately stand up in the auditorium. "Sir, I am willing to pay 15 taels of gold. Please fulfill my wish." Amitba, poor monk is willing to pay 20 taels of gold. Grandmaster, please fulfill my wish. The eminent monk of Buddhism immediately stood up and shamelessly called Li Wangyu Grandmaster. Moreover, Buddhism had always been rich. A few taels of gold were not in the eyes of the eminent monks at all. How could the eminent monks of Taoism let Buddhism monopolize the limelight? Buddhism did not lack money, but did Taoism lack money? Several eminent monks immediately stood up. "Grandmaster, we are willing to pay 30 taels of gold. Please sell these thermometers to us, Grandmaster." Even though Li Wangyu was used to all kinds of big scenes, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the scene in front of him. The life of these rich people in the Tang Dynasty was really so simple and boring. Chapter 962. Li Wangyu ridiculed these rich people of the Tang Dynasty in his heart, but he forgot that he was probably the richest of the rich people now. However, he didn't try to take advantage of the situation and sell these thermometers for 30 taels of gold or even higher. In any case, Li Wangyu pretended to be the personal disciple of the Taoist ancestor. He couldn't ruin his reputation for some small profits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little proud. He was a poor white-collar worker in the future. It had only been more than 2 years since he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, but he could still call 100 or 2 taels of gold small money without blushing. It was really cool. In the end, Li Wangyu was very generous and agreed to sell all the thermometers to the auditing students at the price of 10 taels of gold each after class. In this regard, everyone expressed their gratitude and praised Li Wangyu's noble character of not being tempted by money. At the same time, they began to compete privately for the right to buy the thermometers. There were more than 1,000 auditing students, but Li Wangyu took out less than 100 thermometers. In the case of too many wolves and too little meat, it naturally caused people to fight for them. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't want to make money. No one would complain about having too much money. He just had a flash of inspiration. From the subconscious bidding of the crowd, he thought of a profitable business that he had neglected before. Auction. Li Wangyu thought that he could set up an auction house in Chang city and sell all kinds of rare things in the auction house. Judging from the attitude of these rich people today, if Li Wangyu didn't stop them, they would probably fight to the death for a thermometer. If the Taoists and Buddhists really fought with each other, they would be willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold, let alone 30 taels of gold. His own low-production perfume, soap, mirrors, and other things were not suitable for public sale, but it couldn't be better to sell them in the auction house. Even glass could be sold in the auction house. For example, if he asked the craftsman to blow some exquisite glassware, he would have to worry that the aristocratic families in Chang would not rush to give him money. The bottle of perfume was replaced with a shiny glass bottle. How much do you think a bottle of perfume should be sold for? 100 taels of gold? That was the starting price. Don't think it's expensive. Those who can bid for this perfume don't care about gold and copper coins. If the Taoists, Buddhists, and even Zaozoism were to make some glass statues of gods, how much do you think they would be worth? Using such a heavy amount of gold to redeem it was an insult to the gods. For Li Wangyu, this was like exchanging sand for gold. With the idea of opening an auction house, Li Wangyu was no longer in a hurry to market the glassware. Originally, after the craftsmen made the glass, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing planned to immediately recruit people to expand production and sell the glassware in batches. According to the estimates of the two in-laws, once the glass industry was launched, it would be more profitable than any other industry. Even if the glassware was sold in large quantities, it would not be able to sell for a sky-high price of gold. However, it would be comparable to the price of the finest porcelain. In the entire world, there was no one else other than him, Li Wangyu, who was as transparent as glass. It was easy to imagine how much profit they could make from it. Crystal clear, and the price was not much different from porcelain. Its popularity was self-evident. Li Wangyu could even conclude that once the glassware was launched into the market, it would be highly sought after. The price would still be very expensive because of the supply and demand. But even so, compared to the glassware from the Roman Empire that was trafficked through the Silk Road, the glassware was one-sided in terms of quality and price. Li Wangyu even felt a little sad for the Persian merchants. It could be imagined that when those Persian merchants painstakingly and carefully transported fragile and expensive glassware from the distant Roman Empire to Chang, they would find that no one was interested in the goods that they had transported. That kind of scene was very tragic just thinking about it. Li Wangyu mourned for the foreseeable tragedy of the Persian merchants in his heart for 3 seconds. After class, Li Wangyu chatted with everyone for a while, then eagerly returned to his own mansion. He found his beautiful boss and discussed with her about the plan to open an auction house. This matter naturally received the support of Su Changqing. Su Changqing knew more about this than Li Wangyu. After all, Li Wangyu was only a white-collar loser in the future. His understanding of auctions was limited to film and television works. Su Changqing, on the other hand, had personally participated in several auctions and was very familiar with the process of the auction. The two in-laws discussed and decided on the big scheme of cheating money. Time flew by, and a few months passed in a flash. At the end of the 4th year of the Jingguan era, on the first day of the Lunar New Year's Eve holiday, the gossipy people in Chang city found that there were many nobles on the streets today. Men rode horses and women rode luxuriously decorated 4-wheeled carriages. Under the protection of their own troops, They majestically headed to Chujiang Lake in the south of the city. The people guessed that some nobles were holding a banquet at Chujiang Lake. Naturally, they would not have guessed that the reason why so many officials and aristocratic families were alarmed was because of the opening of an auction house called Sotheby's today. The person who sent the invitation to so many nobles in Chang and city was naturally Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng. Only Li Wangyu could come up with such a strange name for Sotheby's. This guy directly copied the famous Sotheby's and Christie's auction houses in the future. He took 2 words from each and came up with such a strange name. Su Changqing rolled his eyes at Li Wangyu's heaven-defying naming ability, but he was too lazy to care about this guy's bad taste and let him do as he pleased. None of the nobles in Chang and city knew what an auction house was. Li Wangyu did not explain and only pretended to be mysterious. Even when the playboys and the old gangsters asked him about it, Li Wangyu just smiled and did not answer. He only told them that he would not let them down. Since the Duke of Fufeng had personally sent the invitation, these nobles naturally had to give face. In addition, they were curious, so early in the morning, all the families and manors received the invitation and set off to Chujiang Lake to find out what was going on. Li Wangyu's auction house was built in Chujiang Lake, a royal garden. It could be said that it was the only auction house in the world. The reason was needless to say. Of course, it was because Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun also owned 50% of this business. After Pai Lupi figured out what an auction house was, he expressed his support without hesitation. Pai Lupi, who had always been stingy, would not let go of such an opportunity to openly fleece the aristocratic families and rich merchants. Pai Lupi even ordered Mi Tuo to clean up the royal treasury and get a lot of valuable things for today's auction. When the invited guests came to a corner of Chujiang Lake and saw the building called Sotheby's auction house with their own eyes, they were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 963. When the crowd of wealthy and respectable guests, under the guidance of the gentle and pleasant servant girls of the auction house, bypassed the lush trees within the crooked river pool and arrived in front of the auction house, everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless. The entire building was wrapped in a translucent, crystal-like material that emitted a dazzling golden light under the winter sun. Miracle? This is really a miracle. The Crystal Palace. Could this be the legendary Crystal Palace? Duke Fufeng is indeed the Taoist ancestor's direct disciple in the mortal world. Could this auction house be the immortal mansion that the Taoist ancestor bestowed upon Duke Fufeng? The guests that Li Wangyu invited were not only the noble families in Chang'an City, but also the famous merchants of the eastern and western cities, the Persian merchants, and the abbot of the Buddhist and Taoist sects. He had also sent out invitations and invited them over. When the Persian merchants saw the auction house, they knelt down without hesitation and kept kowtowing and praying toward the auction house. The other guests did not laugh at them because they were not much better than the Persian merchants. Some of the ladies let out ear-piercing screams, and some of them stared at the auction house and muttered to themselves. In the future, it was popular to build skyscrapers with large glass walls in major cities. The glass walls of these buildings would reflect all kinds of dazzling light spots under the sun, causing people to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. This was light pollution. Therefore, various laws and regulations were introduced in the future to control the phenomenon of light pollution. Li Wangyu's Sotheby's auction house was a typical example of light pollution in the eyes of the future generations. The 3-story building was wrapped in golden glass, and under the direct sunlight, it was impossible to look directly at it. In order to show off, this guy actually ordered the craftsman to plate the glass with gold and then inlay it outside the building. Su Changqing was completely speechless about Li Wangyu's vulgar aesthetic. However, including Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu's vulgar aesthetic received unanimous praise and praise. Li Wangyu did not make this golden glass wall out of bad taste. Firstly, it was to advertise the glass, and secondly, it was to show the status of the auction house. In order to make the glass flat, Li Wangyu spent a lot of effort. In the future, it was not difficult to produce flat glass. But Li Wangyu was in the Tang Dynasty. He couldn't let the craftsman roll the glass into flat plates with rolling pins, could he? Fortunately, Yan Liben, a top mechanical genius of the Tang Dynasty, helped Li Wangyu figure out the production method of the flat glass. Using the hydraulic system to drive two huge copper cylinders, like squeezing noodles, the liquid glass was squeezed into flat plates and then cut into pieces. Although the yield rate was very low, Li Wangyu didn't care about the extra cost. After all, glass was a luxury item in this era. And the glass curtain wall that he had painstakingly built for the first time in the Tang Dynasty shocked all the guests. It could be said that his efforts were not in vain. The maidservants of the auction house were not surprised by the reaction of the guests. After all, when they first saw the auction house, their performance was even worse. When the guests calmed down a little, the maidservants invited them to go in again. After being shocked by the appearance of the auction house, these rich and noble guests were very careful when they stepped into the auction house, for fear of missing out again. But when they stepped into the hall of the auction house, they couldn't help but gasp again. In the center of the hall, there was a huge crystal chandelier hanging. In order to show off, Li Wangyu ordered all the candles on the crystal chandelier to be lit even though it was broad daylight. Under the illumination of the lights, the crystal chandelier appeared even more indescribably luxurious and noble to the extreme. The Tangs had never seen a crystal chandelier before. Naturally, they were all shocked and speechless for a long time. The sparkling crystal chandelier made everyone's eyes turn red, and the sound of their breathing became a bit louder. Many noblewomen were so excited that they almost fainted. The production of the crystal chandelier was not complicated. Cut the glass into small pieces and then polish them. However, these transparent and sparkling glass pendants were nothing but shock in the eyes of the crowd. In the eyes of the Tangs, the crystal chandelier that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make was comparable to a divine object and priceless. In fact, when the auction house was completed and Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi to inspect, even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. When he saw the crystal chandelier, he even almost ordered me to take it down and transport it back to Taiji Palace. Fortunately, Pai Lupi, as the major shareholder, knew that the glass was just made of sand. Excluding the craftsman's salary, it was actually worthless. Pai Lupi knew that the crystal chandelier was worthless, but the guests did not know that. After the surprise, the guests' impression of the auction house became unattainable. Even the way they walked became a little tipsy. At this time, in the auction house's box, Li Wangyu was chatting with Pai Lupi, Empress Xianxia, concubine Yang, and the others, waiting for the auction to begin. Zio, I heard that you prepared a lot of good things for today's auction. You heartless man, why don't you send some to the palace? I'm worried about you for nothing. Empress Xianxia pretended to blame him and complained. Li Wangyu did not dare to answer her. He could only show a sad look to express his innocence. What the hell? Which of the things produced in his house did not have in the palace? Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that Empress Xianxia was making fun of him. He could only change the topic. Aunt, half of my estate's business is owned by the palace. Whether or not I can make money today depends on Aunt's help. How do you want me to help you? Empress Xianxia asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled very happily. Naturally, I want you to help me act as a shill. Shill? What does that mean? Empress Xianxia asked puzzledly. The word shill naturally did not exist in the Tang Dynasty. This was the imperial capital dialect of later generations. It referred to pretending to be a customer and making all kinds of gestures to lure real customers to buy products. Li Wangyu hoped that Empress Xianxia would help him act as a shill to stimulate the noble ladies who came to participate in the auction. If it was in other dynasties, no one would dare to compete with the dignified empress for something she liked. But now it was the beginning of the Tang Dynasty. The reverence of those aristocratic families for the royal family was quite indifferent. Even Pai Lupi could be dissed directly in the imperial court, not to mention Empress Xianxia. To be able to snatch things from Empress Xianxia's hands, the noble ladies of the 5 surnames and 7 generations of aristocratic families had a different kind of stimulation and excitement. Li Wangyu only saw through this point and thought of the idea of asking Empress Xianxia to act as a shill for the auction house. After understanding Li Wangyu's meaning, Pai Lupi, Empress Xianxia, and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zio, This is too much nonsense. Empress Xianxia said angrily. Auntie, how is this fooling around? Your nephew is helping Auntie earn money. Empress Xianxia was speechless. In the end, she nodded slightly and acquiesced to Li Wangyou's idea. Yesterday, my arm was sore, and I really didn't want to hit the keyboard. Sorry, everyone. One shoulder and biceps have been sore for a long time. Is it scapulohumeral periarthritis? Chapter 964. The group of guests was invited to the auction hall by the maids. Hot towels, drinks, fruits, and snacks were served. In order to make others pay, the service must be good. After a while, Li Wangyou saw that most of the guests he invited had arrived, so he ordered someone to pass the message that the auction could start. Cho Kuan, who was in a black uniform, walked to the auction stage with a smile on his face and bowed to the guests in the hall. Cho Kuan, the fat man, was the auctioneer of today's auction. Li Wangyou originally thought that being an auctioneer was a simple job. Wasn't it just holding a small wooden hammer and standing on the stage to host the bidding? In his opinion, anyone could do it. But after Su Changqing told him about the work and responsibilities of an auctioneer, he was a little confused. According to Su Changqing, an auctioneer had to understand the potential buyers, grasp the speed and rhythm of the auction, and be able to see through the minds of the potential buyers. To put it bluntly, an auctioneer had to be able to arouse the enthusiasm of the bidders. He had to be observant and eloquent, so that the auction items could be sold at a higher price. It was not easy to find such a person. When Li Wangyou was worried about where to find a suitable auctioneer, the fat man, Cho Kuan, happened to visit his mansion, which made his eyes light up. This fat man was suitable. The Cho family in Chang and Li Wangyou's mansion had become closer in the past 2 years. Li Wangyou would not look down on merchants like the Cho family like the Tangs. Even if his title was getting higher and higher, which made Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan a little nervous, he still treated the Cho family as before. When he sold the pornographic pictures to the Cho family, he got food. Although he did not use it in the end, Li Wangyou did not forget the Cho family's kindness. Whenever Li Wangyou held a banquet or something like that, he would invite the Cho family. And because of Li Wangyou, the fat man, Cho Kuan, often hung out with the top playboys of the Tang Dynasty like Cheng Chumo. It was also because of the relationship between the Cho family and Commandery Duke Fufeng that the Cho family had a special status in Chang and city. Back then, Li Wangyou had accompanied Fatty Cho Kuan to Zhang Liang's manor to present a painting. Just because Fatty was dressed in black, he had been ordered around by the steward of Zhang Liang's manor, and had even been beaten because of it. Just how lowly was his status? Now, even though the Cho family was still a low-class merchant family and could only wear black clothes, Cho Yuanliang could drink and chat with those nobles and officials. When he went to those nobles' mansions, he could also be treated as a distinguished guest. All of this was naturally caused by the relationship between the Cho family and Li Wangyou. Because Cho Kuan had been hanging out with the rich playboys for a long time, he was very familiar with the situation in Chang and's various families, nobles, officials, and aristocratic families. Moreover, Fatty had been helping Li Wangyou to manage the business of selling cooked water for the past 2 years, and had become more mature and tactful. Among the rich merchants in the east and west of Chang and city, he was considered to be outstanding. Therefore, when Li Wangyou saw Fatty Cho Kuan appear, he immediately had an idea. He felt that letting Fatty Cho Kuan manage the auction seemed to be reliable. After pondering for a while, Li Wangyou made the decision to let Cho Kuan manage the auction. After pulling Fatty Cho over and explaining to him what an auction was, how to operate it, and how to make a profit, Fatty Cho's eyes began to shine. Although Cho Kuan had never heard of an auction, he had a business mind. After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation, he immediately saw the value of an auction. If Li Wangyou let him manage the auction, then the Cho family in Chang and city would really be rich. The customers of the auction were either rich or noble. If Cho Kuan could manage the auction on behalf of Li Wangyou and build a good relationship with these people, the benefits were self-evident. It was even possible that his descendants would leave the business register and become officials. Ziyo, is what you said true? That auction, you really trust me and are willing to let me manage it? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Li Wangyu knew the value of an auction, but he didn't mind helping Fatty Cho Kun. Fatty Cho was still not at ease. He showed a pitiful expression and pulled Li Wangyu's sleeve. "Ziyo, don't play with me. You really want me to manage the auction? Get lost." Li Wangyu was disgusted by Fatty Cho's expression. He pushed his fat face to the side. "If you look at me like that again, I'll go find someone else." Damn, this Fatty Cho is too disgusting. He's not a beauty, why is he acting cute? Cho Kun didn't dare to continue playing around. He seriously discussed the auction with Li Wangyu. It had to be said that Fatty Cho Kun was truly talented. In Sotheby's auction house, Li Wangyu was just a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Other than moving his mouth, everything else was done by Fatty Cho Kun. Recruitment, training, various operations of the auction. Fatty Cho Kun had lost a lot of weight in the past few months, but his results were still remarkable. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing had inspected the auction house and were very satisfied, so they set a time for the opening. Today was the day to verify the results of Fatty Cho Kun's months of hard work. My thanks to sirs for coming to Sotheby's auction. Sirs might not know, but what is an auction? What service can an auction provide to sirs? Today, this lowly one will be so bold as to explain to sirs. Fatty Cho Kun was also extremely eloquent. In just a few words, he had clearly explained the purpose of an auction. Simply put, an auction house was a middleman. It was entrusted by customers to auction goods, and the highest bidder would get the goods. The auction house would then receive a commission from the customers. In fact, the Tang people were not unfamiliar with middlemen. Middlemen were people who acted as matchmakers between buyers and sellers in order to receive a commission. Middlemen solicit buyers and sellers and negotiate prices. When the government negotiates with the merchants, middlemen will sometimes be sent out. That was what it meant. However, for the aristocratic families and officials of Chang and city, if they needed to sell some valuable things, it was not suitable for them to look for middlemen. After all, they were all people of status. It would be too embarrassing for them to look for middlemen just to sell some things. And this auction house was a pretty good choice. Since it wouldn't hurt their reputation, and there were many people bidding, the price would be higher than that of middlemen. The guests couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the auction house was quite interesting. Sirs, today is the first auction of Sotheby's auction. All the auction items will be provided by Commandery Duke Fufeng and His Majesty. As for the specific items, forgive me for keeping you guessing. You will know when you see them later. Anyway, I won't let you down. Before Cho Kun could finish his words, Qing Yaojin, the old man, became impatient. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Little Cho, don't talk nonsense. What good items are being auctioned today? Hurry up and take them out. Bastard, do you expect me to pay for Ziyo's things?" Li Wangyu was so angry at the old hooligan's words that he almost ordered someone to throw him out. He was too shameless. Pai Lupi, however, was laughing happily. Li Wangyu wanted to ask Pai Lupi if he had forgotten that he had half of the shares in the auction house. Cho Kun was not angry. He smiled and bowed to Qing Yaojin. "Since High Duke Lu said so, I will start the auction immediately. The first auction item today is..." Chapter 965. The first item to be auctioned today is a treasure personally crafted by Commandery Duke Fufeng. As for what it is, I don't need to say more. Everyone will know once you see it. Cho Kun kept the crowd in suspense and waved at the maidservants below the stage. A huge object that was as tall as a person was carefully pushed to the front of the stage by a few maidservants. It was covered in red satin. Upon hearing that this object was personally crafted by Li Wangyu, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. Even though the aristocratic families and Li Wangyu had never been on good terms with each other, they were still looking forward to the good things that Li Wangyu had created. They all cast curious gazes toward the auction stage. "Cho Kun, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off the red satin. Let me see what good things Ziyu has created this time." Qing Yaojin shouted impatiently again. Cho Kun originally wanted to keep the crowd in suspense, but after being mocked by the old hooligan, he could only helplessly smile bitterly and reach out to take off the red satin. When the object under the red satin revealed its true appearance, there was a burst of exclamations in the huge auction hall. In particular, the noblewomen directly let out ear-piercing screams. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge, shining mirror that was as bright as an ingot. Ever since he had invented glass, especially flat glass, Li Wangyu's first thought was to make mirrors. Back then, at Pai Lupi's birthday, Li Wangyu had given him a copper mirror that was plated with silver. All the civil and military officials were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The copper mirror was plated with silver, so it was clear, but compared to a mirror made of glass, there was a huge difference. To make an inappropriate comparison, if an ordinary copper mirror in the Tang Dynasty had a 480p image, Li Wangyu's copper mirror had a 720p image. As for the glass mirror, it was a Blu-ray HD version. After Li Wangyu created the copper mirror, he partnered with Empress Xianxia to manufacture and sell this kind of copper mirror. The copper and silver-plated mirrors sold on the market today were not large in size. They were about 1 square foot and sold for about 100 strings of coins. They were considered high-end luxury goods. Most of the guests who came to participate in the auction today had bought copper and silver-plated mirrors, which contributed a lot to Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi's little treasury. As for the mirror that was taller than a person, it was originally the only mirror in the world that Li Wangyu had given to Pai Lupi. The guests present were all knowledgeable people. With a single glance, they could tell that the mirror before them was even clearer and brighter than the one they had seen in Taiji Palace. As for the noblewomen, it was their first time seeing such a huge mirror. They were all so excited that they could not control themselves. Many of the noblewomen didn't even care about their manners. They lifted the corners of their dresses and ran to the front of the mirror, looking left and right. In order to compete for a position to look into the mirror, a few of the noblewomen even disregarded their dignity and started to quarrel. The auction hall became chaotic for a moment. It was as noisy as a market. In the box, Pai Lupi looked at the crazy crowd below, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Ziyu, when did you fiddle with this mirror? Even I was moved when I saw it." Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang were even more reproachful. They glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. "Ziyu, why did you take out such a good thing to auction? Are you afraid that Auntie can't afford to give you copper coins?" "No, this mirror can't be sold. Auntie will buy it." Li Wangyu was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that a mere dressing mirror would make the mother of the world, Empress Xianxia, and the always gentle and elegant concubine Yang lose their composure. He hurriedly explained, "Aunts, what are you saying? This mirror is just an ordinary item. This nephew took it out to auction to fool those who don't know what it is. This nephew has already prepared a better mirror. When I return, I will have someone send it to the palace. I guarantee that aunties will be satisfied. How would this nephew dare to accept auntie's money? Wouldn't that be slapping this nephew's face?" Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang nodded in satisfaction after hearing his explanation. The hall below was noisy for a while. Only then did Cho Kun, who was sweating profusely, persuade those excited noblewomen to go back. After secretly wiping the sweat on his forehead, Cho Kun picked up the auction mallet and shouted at the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's first auction item is a glass mirror. This mirror has been named the Eternal Mirror of Qin by Duke Fufeng. It is a rare treasure. In today's auction, this mirror is also the only one. If you like it, please don't miss it. The Eternal Mirror of Qin is auctioned with no reserve price. The highest bidder wins. Please make your bids." The Eternal Mirror of Qin originated from the poem of the Tang Dynasty poet Zhang Bai. Li Wangyu stole the poem and named his mirror in order to trick the crowd into spending money to give the mirror a cultured and tasteful appearance. His efforts were not in vain. Other than the Persian merchants who didn't know much about poetry, the other guests were all knowledgeable people. After hearing the name of the mirror, they were full of praise. Even Pai Lupi nodded repeatedly. "Ziyu, it seems like you have another masterpiece. What a good eternal mirror of Qin." Just as Cho Kun finished speaking, before the other guests could speak, a noblewoman suddenly stood up in the auction hall. 100 taels of gold. 100 taels of gold. This eternal mirror of Qin, this madam will buy it. Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. He knew this boastful woman. She was one of the candidates for the Green Hat King of the Tang Dynasty, Duke Changping. She was Zhang Liang's wife, Li Clan. Li Wangyu wasn't angry at Li Clan's boastful boasting. He was waiting to see how she would be slapped in the face. 100 taels of gold was naturally an astronomical figure to ordinary people. But to the guests present, what was 100 taels of gold? Sure enough, as soon as Li Shi finished speaking, another upper-class woman stood up. He, Duke Changping's wife Sure is diligent and thrifty. She wants to buy this eternal Qin-era mirror with just 100 taels of gold, but she's thinking too much. This madam will pay 1,000 taels of gold. Seeing this, Li Wangyu laughed so hard that his back teeth were about to show. This was also someone he knew. It was none other than the wife of the old scoundrel, Duke Lu, Lady Cui. Li Wangyu went in and out of Duke Lu's residence as if it was his own residence. Naturally, he was familiar with Lady Cui. When he saw Madame Cui raise the price for him like this, and she'd even raised it by an entire 10 times as soon as she spoke, Li Wangyu couldn't help but wonder if his memory was bad. Could it be that he had asked Qing Yaojin to be his shill and he had forgotten? Lady Cui dissed Li Clan for 2 reasons. First, she really liked this mirror. Second, it was because Li Clan's reputation in Chang was extremely bad. The matter of Zhang Liang being cuckolded by his fake son was probably known by all the noblewomen in Chang. Lady Cui was a descendant of such a prestigious family, so it was reasonable that she didn't like Li Clan. Li Clan also didn't expect that the moment he spoke, he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face. She wanted to retort, but her husband was only the founding duke while Qing Yaojin was the founding duke. Furthermore, Lady Cui was from the influential Cui family of Qinghe. How could she offend them? Therefore, after being mocked, Li Clan's expression froze. He didn't dare to continue speaking. He could only grit his teeth and silently endure. However, even though Li Clan had shut up, it didn't mean that Lady Cui could buy this mirror for 1,000 taels of gold. I bid 1,500 taels of gold. Lady Cui, I'm sorry, but I also like this ancient Qin-era mirror. How about you give it to me? When Lady Cui saw the woman who spoke, she was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. Old Long, this clumsy old man, also tried to write using voice input. However, voice input is very convenient for chatting on WeChat or QQ. However, it's extremely difficult to write using it. There's a big difference between spoken and written language. The accuracy rate isn't high. Moreover, when I talk about the plot, I feel awkward and my train of thought stops. Helpless, I continue to write with my clumsy hands. Chapter 966. Cheng Yaojin's wife, Miss Cui, was the eldest daughter of Cui Exin, the patriarch of the Cui family in Qinghe. The 5 families and 7 princes were of the same breadth and branch. They had intermarried for a long time and had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, the peers of the 5 families and 7 princes had a relatively close relationship. Miss Cui and the daughters of the other families were naturally very familiar with each other. They called each other sisters in daily life. The one who bid was her best friend, who had a close relationship with her in daily life. She was also a good sister of the daughters of the 5 families and 7 princes. Before Miss Cui could speak, several noble ladies in the auction hall stood up to bid. 1,600 taels. Sisters, I'm sorry to offend you today. I really like this eternal time mirror of Qin. 1,800 taels. Sisters, why don't you let me have this mirror? 2,000 taels. Sister Lu, there is only one eternal time mirror of Qin. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A group of good sisters and close friends who were familiar with Miss Cui and often gathered together in daily life all stood up to bid, which made her so angry that she had nothing to say. The temptation of the mirror in front of her was so great that no woman could resist its charm. In the past 2 years, her husband, Qing Yaojin, had earned a lot of gold with Li Wangyu. If Duke Lu's mansion wanted to compete with others in financial resources, Miss Cui was not afraid even if the opponent was the aristocratic families of the 5 families and 7 princes. Miss Cui gritted her teeth and directly shouted a high price again, 5,000 taels of gold. Li Wangyu was in the box. Seeing this scene, he laughed very happily. If the mirror was bought by the old rogue's wife, it would be good. After all, the old rogue had robbed a lot of things from his mansion in daily life. Today was a good day for revenge. He could make the old rogue bleed. The bidding for this eternal Qin-era mirror was almost monopolized by the madams of the various manors. The male masters of the various manors did not seem to care at all. They chatted and laughed with each other, allowing their madams to do as they pleased. In fact, including the old rogue, Qing Yaojin, everyone looked calm on the surface. In fact, they were secretly competing and cheering for their wives. Although the 5 clans and 7 hopes had lost tens of thousands of taels of gold in Xinghua Temple for no reason 2 years ago, it was not a serious loss for these aristocratic families with thousands of years of history. Although it was painful with the wealth of the aristocratic families, it was not a big deal to spend tens of thousands of gold to buy this eternal Qin-era mirror. The mirror that Li Wangyu threw out not only caused the noble women of the aristocratic families to fight for it, but even the madams of the duke's mansion who were familiar with Li Wangyu were not lenient, and they all made offers. Just like that, the auction price of a glass mirror was raised to nearly 10,000 taels of gold by these crazy women. Only then did the atmosphere of the crazy bidding eased slightly. After Madame Cui quoted the price of 10,000 gold taels, many noble ladies revealed expressions of dissatisfaction, but they could only shake their heads helplessly. 10,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins, which was more than 240 million yuan in the future. With such a large sum of money, even these aristocratic families and duke's mansion had to think about whether it was worth it. If these aristocratic families, who were crazily bidding, knew that the cost of the mirror in front of them was only 1 or 2 strings of copper coins, and it was the worst one among the several big mirrors made by Li Wangyu, they would probably vomit blood in anger. If the mirror was really bought by Cheng Yaojin's wife, Li Wangyu would be happy to see the old rogue make a fool of himself. As for the money, he would definitely take it. Friendship was friendship, business was business. The old rogue had swindled so many good things from his mansion in the past 2 years. The 10,000 taels of gold could be regarded as the interest. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. He estimated that this mirror would probably fall into the hands of the old rogue. When the noble ladies calmed down a little, they heard a slightly stiff Han language in the auction house. "I bid 11,000 taels of gold." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look for the voice. It was a Persian businessman who stood up and made a bid. The sudden appearance of a troublemaker made these noble ladies a little unhappy, but they could not do anything about it. After all, Cho Kun had already made the auction house's rules very clear. The highest bidder would win. Furthermore, the owner of this auction house was Li Wangyu, the Duke of Fufeng, so they could not mess around. However, if they competed with these Hu merchants in terms of wealth, even the aristocratic families would be wary. Hu merchants were always rich, and this was something that everyone in Chang and city knew. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a saying, "Poor Persians, sick doctors, thin sumo wrestlers, fat brides." It was a humorous sarcasm, meaning that these things were impossible. Persian merchants were rich, and this was what the Tang people knew. And these Persian merchants were indeed quite rich. In history, after Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the Persian merchants in Luoyang alone donated 100 trillion taels of gold to repair the Dingding Gate in Luoyang. Of course, the 100 million in the Tang Dynasty was not the concept of 100 million, but 100,000. But even so, the amount of copper coins donated by the Hu merchants in Luoyang was 100 billion coins. That was 100 million strings of copper coins, or 16 million taels of gold. One had to know that during the Great Tang Tianbao era, the annual revenue of the Tang Dynasty was only 54 million taels of gold. Most of this was income from physical objects, such as corn, silk, and so on. The income from copper coins was only 2 million taels of gold. In other words, the copper coins donated by the Persian merchants in Luoyang to Wu Zetian to build the Dingding Gate were 2 years of national revenue during the Great Tang Tianbao era. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Persian merchants were rich enough to rival a country. Of course, when Li Wangyu read this history, he had some doubts in his heart. He doubted that the Hu merchants in Luoyang could take out so many copper coins, and there was no lack of possibility that the history books had exaggerated it. But no matter what, It was an indisputable fact that the Hu merchants were rich. Seeing that the Hu merchants suddenly bid, Chuisher's expression turned ugly. The old hoodlum, Xianxia, had a ferocious look on his face as he glared at the Hu merchant with his bell-sized eyes. This dramatic turn of events made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. It was not that the mirror could be auctioned for more gold, but that Cheng Yaojin had been interrupted by someone else. No matter how he looked at it, it was quite amusing. Cheng Yaojin did not wait for his wife to speak and directly slapped the table in front of him and suddenly stood up. This daddy offers 15,000 taels of gold. 16,000 taels. Bastard! This daddy offers 18,000 taels. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were about to spit fire. Although he was rich, using so much gold to buy a mirror was a bit crazy. The barbarian merchant, on the other hand, was completely unperturbed. He smiled and nodded towards Cheng Yaojin as he spat out a few words, 20,000 taels of gold. Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, but in the end he angrily sat back down and muttered, "Bastard, you really are a poor Persian. This daddy is not buying anymore. When this daddy returns, this daddy will kill my way to Ziyu's residence. If they don't give me money, I'll just rob them." His words immediately caused the auction hall to erupt into laughter. In the private room, Pai Lupi was rocking back and forth with laughter. Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang were also laughing with their sleeves covering their faces. Only Li Wangyu, who had been laughing at Cheng Yaojin, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 967. Li Wangyu was too lazy to comment on Cheng Yaojin's shamelessness. It was not worth it to get angry with such a troublemaker. He turned his head away and pretended that he did not hear Cheng Yaojin's shameless words. However, he swore to himself that when he returned to Dingzhou village, he would nail up a sign that read, "Lu Guogong and dogs are not allowed to enter." After Cheng Yaojin's ruckus, the auction for the eternal mirror of Qin was over. The barbarian merchant had bid 20,000 taels of gold. Naturally, no one dared to compete with him. The first item in today's auction had sold for such a high price. This was out of Cho Kuen's expectations. However, Cho Kuen was not happy at all. During the auction, he had not been of any use at all. He did not even need to bluff, much less stir up the crowd's emotions. The price of the eternal mirror of Qin was beyond his imagination. Cho Kuen had originally estimated that although the mirror was a treasure, it would be considered a success if it could sell for 5,000 taels of gold. However, he did not expect the final price to increase by 4 times. Cho Kuen raised the hammer in his hand helplessly. According to the rules of the auction house, after asking 3 times, he made the final decision and won the eternal mirror of Qin. After congratulating the barbarian merchant, Cho Kuen ordered someone to push the mirror off the stage. In the auction hall, the bright mirror was sent backstage, accompanied by the heartbroken voices of countless noblewomen. After the auction, these auction items would be delivered to each family's residence by the auction house. As for the money from the auction, Cho Kuen was not worried at all. Everyone present was a respected elder. They would not do anything to renege on their debts. The barbarian merchant who had won the mirror was also a famous tycoon in Chang'an's West City. There was no need to worry about him not paying. After the exciting auction battle just now, it had piqued the interest of all the guests. It was the first time they had come into contact with such a method of transaction. It was very novel, especially for the group of noblewomen. Although they had not won the mirror, the bidding just now had made them addicted. When had this group of noblewomen ever enjoyed the pleasure of shopping in the past? In addition to the excitement of the barbarian merchant throwing away 10,000 taels of gold, the rest of the auction proceeded smoothly. Today's auction items were all provided by Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi selected a lot of treasures from the royal treasury for the auction. Naturally, the items collected by the imperial family were of high quality. Coupled with the addition of the imperial family's collection, the aristocratic families, nobles, and officials all made a move. Many of the items provided by Pai Lupi were sold at a high price, which made Pai Lupi grin from his private room. He was actually not very interested in these treasures. Instead of guarding these inanimate objects, it would be more practical to turn them into dazzling gold. Moreover, Pai Lupi's wild ambition had been greatly stimulated by Li Wangyu's map. That original map was hung in Li Er's bedroom. Every day, he would look at the map and study it carefully. He hated that he could not bring all the territories on the map under the rule of the Tang Dynasty. However, to achieve this goal, in addition to the strategies proposed by Li Wangyu, the more important point was to have money and food. The problem of food, because of the appearance of potatoes, did not worry Pai Lupi too much. However, money was a very practical problem. The Tang Dynasty had not been established for long, and the treasury could not be said to be very rich. In fact, not to mention the 4th year of the Kai Zhenguan, even during the Tianbao period, the annual tax income of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court was only 2 million strings of copper coins. The copper coins and gold in the Tang Dynasty's treasury were not enough to support Pai Lupi's vigorous ambition. Therefore, Pai Lupi also wanted to take out the useless but expensive treasures in the royal treasury to auction. Money is a man's courage. This saying was also true for Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. More than a dozen auction items were sold in one breath, which made Chou Kun more and more excited. After bidding for the last item, Chou Kun took a sip of tea to moisten his sore throat and picked up the auction mallet again. "Gentlemen, the next treasure is amazing. If you believe in Buddhism, don't miss it." Chou Kun waved to the maidservants under the stage again, motioning them to push the auction item forward. When a glass Buddha statue as big as a person was presented in front of everyone, the auction hall was once again in high spirits. Although most of the Tangs believed in Taoism, they did not reject Buddhism. In Chang, the number of Taoist temples was not much different. Many people even believed in Taoism and Buddhism, and they would burn incense on both sides. Therefore, in the mansions of these aristocratic families and officials, most of them worshipped the statues of Tao ancestor, as well as Buddha. However, the Buddha statue in front of them was a little too shocking. It was transparent and the size was no different from that of an ordinary person. Who had ever seen such a Buddha statue? The expression of the Buddha statue was quite lifelike. It was dignified and compassionate. The pure and flawless glass Buddha statue was untainted by even a speck of dust. Many Buddhist believers immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Since ancient times, there had been Buddha statues carved with crystal in Wuxia. Who had ever seen such a huge crystal Buddha statue? Not to mention that it was sculpted to such an extraordinary degree, and it revealed a pure and divine aura of the Buddhist sect from the inside out. Even in the future, the largest natural crystal Buddha statue was only 50 or 60 centimeters high. However, the Buddha statue that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make of glass was as tall as a person, which could be called huge. Several eminent monks of Buddhism who were invited to attend the auction today could not maintain their calm expressions at this moment. Several eminent monks of 70 years old immediately stood up, recited the name of Buddha, and bowed down to the glass Buddha statue. Amitabha. Gentlemen, this is the most precious treasure of Buddhism. Please do us a favor and give the Buddha statue to poor monk, okay? This penniless monk and the others will naturally be endlessly grateful and pray for all of you. Some eminent monks of Buddhism immediately spoke, hoping that the gentlemen attending the auction would not compete with them for the Buddha statue. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips, thinking that these monks were really thick-skinned. The reason why he ordered the craftsman to make this glass Buddha statue was that he wanted to get a layer of oil from Buddhism. If the aristocratic families and officials did not compete with Buddhism, wouldn't he be a blind man lighting a lamp in vain? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. Firstly, he did not believe that these aristocratic families would give up this Buddha statue because of the words of a few eminent monks. Obviously, if this Buddha statue was brought back to their mansions, it would be the best treasure for the Tangs to guard their mansions. Secondly, Li Wangyu was also very black-bellied. Among the guests below, there were also actors he had arranged. If others were really willing to give up the glass Buddha statue, then Li Wangyu might have to ask the actors to do it. However, when Pai Lupi saw this Buddha statue, he snorted coldly and turned to look at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. "Ziyo, why did you make the Buddha statue? Where is the statue of Tao Zu?" Li Wangyu quickly explained with a smile, "Uncle, Tao Zu is my master. How can I make his statue and send it to be auctioned for profit?" Wouldn't my masters send down the 9 heavens' divine thunder and strike me to death? Hee, I have already finished making the statue of Tao Zu. After that, I ordered people to send it to the palace. Uncle, please choose a suitable Taoist temple and send it to receive the incense of thousands of people. His explanation made Pai Lupi nod with satisfaction. He continued to turn his head to watch the excitement below. In the auction hall, as Li Wangyu expected, the words of the Buddhist monk were immediately rebutted by others. Master, you are wrong. What is the difference whether the Buddha statue is enshrined in the Buddhist sect or in our mansions? Praying to Buddha is precious and pure. How can the Buddha statue be the only exception? Masters, you are thinking too much. Several Buddhist monks were refuted by these big shots. Even if they wanted to refute, they still had scruples about the status of these big shots. They looked at each other and chanted the name of Buddha again. They did not speak anymore, but their meaning was very clear. Since no one was willing to give in, then they would just bid. In terms of wealth, would they, the Buddhist sect, lose to these aristocratic families? Previously, the Eternal Mirror of Qin was only sold for 20,000 taels of gold. However, if they wanted to get this Buddha statue, what was 20,000 taels of gold? Chapter 968. It had to be said that the Buddhists were really rich. As soon as Cho Kun announced the start of the bidding, an eminent monk of the Buddhists stood up and called out a sky-high price without hesitation. 30,000 taels of gold. This price made the hearts of all the bigwigs race. Although everyone knew that the glazed Buddha statue in front of them was definitely worth more than this, the Buddhists' momentum showed that they were determined to get it. Before anyone could say anything, Cho Kun smiled and bowed slightly to everyone on the auction stage. Everyone, I forgot to mention something just now. This Vairocana Buddha statue was made entirely of colored glass and weighed more than 20 stones. Even if we don't consider its preciousness, just the weight of this glazed glass alone is worth more than 40,000 taels of gold. The units of measurement in the Tang Dynasty were more complicated, unlike the decimal system of later generations. 1 stone was equal to 4 jun, 1 jun was equal to 30 jin, and 1 jin was equal to 16 taels of gold. In other words, 1 stone was equal to 1,920 taels of gold. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, the Roman glass that was trafficked through the Silk Road was worth the same amount of gold. The glass Buddha statue that Li Wangyu ordered the craftsman to make was about a ton. If it was calculated according to the weight of gold, it was really worth more than 40,000 taels of gold. Cho Kun's words stunned all the guests. The several eminent monks of the Buddhists also looked at each other and silently calculated in their hearts. They were sure that the price they had just offered was really too low. In fact, the price of glass couldn't be calculated like Cho Kun. The barbarian merchants traveled tens of thousands of miles through the Silk Road to transport fragile glassware to the Tang Dynasty. The cost was very high, so the price was set to be the same as the weight of gold. No one would be so foolish as to travel thousands of miles to transport glassware that weighed more than a ton to the east. But no matter what, Cho Kun's words made everyone recalculate in their hearts how much the glazed Buddha statue in front of them was worth. I bid 40,000 taels of gold. Before the eminent monks of the Buddhists finished their discussion, they heard the Persian merchant who had bid for the Eternal Qin era mirror stand up and bid again. The guests were even more dumbfounded. They didn't understand why the Persian merchants suddenly bid. The eminent monks of the Buddhists were even more furious. You barbarian, you're so unreasonable. You're a Zoroastrian, why are you bidding for our Buddhist treasure? What are your intentions? Was he trying to humiliate Buddha? If you can't give us a reason today, our Buddhist sect will definitely not let this matter rest. The barbarian merchant didn't expect that his bid would anger these Buddhist monks, so he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Masters, I have no intention of humiliating Buddha. It's just that I'm familiar with the king of the Gaochang kingdom, who has always been a believer of Buddhism. When His Majesty came to Chang'an this year, he entrusted Ol Wei to find an exquisite Buddha statue in the Tang Dynasty and bring it back to Gaochang to worship. In my opinion, this Vairocana Buddha statue should be to the king's liking, which is why I bid for it. The Hu merchant's explanation left the Buddhist monk speechless. Finding the Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch was a reasonable excuse. The Gaochang nation believed in Buddhism, and these eminent Buddhist monks were well aware of this. Gaochang nation was located at the transportation hub of the western regions and was a rare Buddhist nation in the western regions. As the craftsmen of the Central Plains were highly skilled, it was normal for Gaochang's monarch to entrust these Persian merchants to find Buddha statues in the Central Plains. The Tang dynasty had indeed exported many Buddha statues to Gaochang. Be it bronze Buddha statues or jade Buddha statues, they were all very popular in Gaochang. This was why this Hu merchant had bid for the Vairocana Buddha statue after seeing it. Knowing that they had misunderstood this Hu merchant, the eminent monks felt even more stifled. They naturally weren't afraid of competing with the aristocratic families and nobles in terms of wealth. However, competing with these Hu merchants who were so poor that they only had money left, even Buddhists felt a little apprehensive. However, that Hu merchants' words were reasonable. Even if they were displeased, they couldn't stop the Hu merchant from bidding. For a moment, the eminent monks' faces turned even uglier. Not only did the eminent monks' faces turn ugly, but the guests who were interested in bidding for the Buddha statue were also extremely frustrated. With the Hu merchant's wealth, this extremely rare Vairocana Buddha statue would most likely be won by him again. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, they heard Li Wangyu's voice from the box, which attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu stood up with a face full of smiles and said loudly to the guests, "Gentlemen, Gaochang's monarch believes in Buddhism and our Tang dynasty has always been on good terms with Gaochang nation. Since Gaochang's monarch wants to find a Buddha statue, how can we let you, Harkok, pay for it? Just now, His Majesty has instructed me to specially make a Vairocana Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch as a national gift. Therefore, Harkok, you don't have to bid for today's auction." Harkok was the name of that Hu merchant. This person was quite famous in Chang'an's West City, so Li Wangyu also knew him. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Hu merchant didn't participate in the auction, it was a good thing. Harkok was very regretful, but he had nothing to say. He could only place one hand on his chest and bow to Li Wangyu to express his gratitude. Although Harkok was auctioning this Buddha statue on behalf of Gaochang's monarch, it wasn't for free. If he had won the auction and shipped it to Gaochang nation, Gaochang's monarch would have been willing to pay 100,000 taels of gold or even more. With such a large amount of expected profits flying out of thin air, one could imagine the regret in Harkok's heart. In the box, Pai Lupi was very surprised after hearing Li Wangyu's words. What did he mean by ordering Li Wangyu to specially make a Buddha statue for Gaochang's monarch? How could there be such a thing? Wasn't this a fake imperial edict right in front of his face? However, since Li Wangyu had said so in front of everyone, Pai Lupi knew that his nephew must have his reasons, even though he didn't understand. Therefore, Pai Lupi, who had been called a fake imperial edict, didn't say a word and didn't refute. Instead, he waited for Li Wangyu's explanation. After Li Wangyu spoke up to stop the Hu merchant from continuing to bid, the auction below could continue. He turned his head and bowed slightly to Pai Lupi. After making an apologetic expression, he smiled and said, "Uncle, please forgive me. Just now, this nephew didn't ask for your permission and acted on my own accord. Using your name, I propose to gift Gaochang's monarch a Buddha statue." "Sai, don't worry about it. Zio, why don't you tell me why you did this?" Pai Lupi waved his hand. "Hee, Uncle, this nephew is making preparations for Uncle's conquest of the western regions." "Oh, tell me about it in detail." Li Er's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Li Wangyu didn't keep him in suspense and explained, "Uncle, with the military strength of the Tang dynasty, it's easy to destroy the western regions. However, as the saying goes, we don't have a good reason. Uncle, you must be having a headache. What excuse should we use to conquer the western regions? Especially the wife of Gaochang's monarch, who has just been conferred the title of Princess Changel by Uncle. Without a suitable excuse, the Tang dynasty can't rashly use our weapons. Since ancient times, when Wuxia wanted to launch a crusade, they always needed to find an excuse and a good reason. Whether it was to restore the Han dynasty or to pacify Nandan, there had to be an explanation. Even in the later generations, when the Americans wanted to beat Shah Damu, They had to carry a bag of detergent and say that it was a weapon of mass destruction. In short, there had to be a reason to launch an attack. Otherwise, it would be an unjust army that won't win the hearts of the people. In history, the Tang dynasty had been eyeing the western regions for a long time. However, it wasn't until the 13th year of Zhengguan that the Tang dynasty found an excuse, saying that Gaochang's alliance with the Western Turks had violated the prestige of the Tang dynasty. Thus, they launched an attack. In the 14th year of Zhengguan, Gaochang was destroyed by Hou Junji. Ever since Li Wangyu presented the map and strategic objectives, the Tang dynasty's big shots, including Pai Lupi, had been thinking about what excuse to use to attack Gaochang. Currently, the relationship between the two countries was good. Just before Li Wangyu's suggestion, the monarch of Gaochang, Chu Wentai, came to Chang and with his wife to visit Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi even gave his wife the surname Li and conferred the title of Princess Changle. Under such circumstances, no matter how eager Pai Lupi was, he couldn't touch Gaochang for a while. When Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words, he naturally knew that his nephew had another idea. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ziyo, quickly tell me, do you have a plan? Chapter 969. Faced with Pai Lupi's inquiry, Li Wangyu smiled mischievously and whispered a few words into his ear. Pai Lupi's face immediately revealed an expression of surprise, joy, and confusion. Ziyu, is what you said true? But how could this Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, of course it's true. Later, I'll get the craftsman to make a Buddha statue. Uncle will know if it's true or not when you try it. Good. If it's true, then you'll be the main contributor in the battle of destroying Gaochang. This nephew doesn't dare to claim credit. However, if Uncle sends troops to attack Gaochang, this nephew would like to recommend someone to be the commander. Pai Lupi glanced at him and replied with a faint smile, Oh? Ziyu, who do you want to recommend? Ji Jie or Jingda? Li Wangyu shook his head repeatedly, No. If Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi were to attack Gaochang, wouldn't it be overkill? Then could it be Shu Bao? That won't do. Shu Bao's body isn't good. He can't be worn out by the journey. Of course not. If this nephew dares to recommend Duke Qin to Uncle Cheng, that old scoundrel, Uncle Cheng will definitely smack this nephew's butt. Li Wangyu almost said the words old scoundrel in front of Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi also understood the meaning behind his words. Not only did he not reprimand him, he even nodded his head in sympathy. Clearly, the fact that a certain person was an old scoundrel had long been recognized by the entire court. Then Ziyu, who exactly do you want to recommend to be the commander? Li Wangyu smiled and said a name, but it stunned Pai Lupi. Duke Lu. Pai Lupi thought he was hearing things and asked in disbelief. This nephew recommends Duke Lu to be the commander and conquer Gaochang. Li Wangyu's answer took Pai Lupi by surprise. After a long while, Pai Lupi turned to Li Wangyu with a complicated expression. Ziyu, you actually recommended Junji? We truly did not expect this. Tell me, why do you recommend Junji to be the commander? Everyone in Chang and knew of the conflict between Li Wangyu and Hou Junji, and Pai Lupi naturally knew this as well. He wanted to resolve the conflict between the two. After all, Hou Junji was his beloved general, and Junji was a capable nephew who had given him countless pleasant surprises. Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to see Junji's relationship with Hou Junji's opinion. And Junji's grandfather. Pai Lupi had always doted on Hou Junji. In history, not only had Pai Lupi sent Hou Junji to lead armies, he had also promoted him to Minister of Imperial Revenue, promoted him to Minister of Personnel, and even listed him as one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Even though Hou Junji had rebelled, Pai Lupi had still wanted to pardon him before his execution. From this, one could see just how much Pai Lupi loved Hou Junji. Li Wangyu naturally understood this, so in the face of Pai Lupi's question he casually shrugged. This nephew truly doesn't like Duke Lu's character, but I do acknowledge his abilities. Thus, this nephew's recommendation of Duke Lu is merely a matter of fact. Duke Lu is the most suitable commander for conquering Gaochang. Pai Lupi thought for a few moments before nodding. We understand. We will consider this matter. Li Wangyu felt that he had achieved his goal, so he said no more and continued to watch the auction. The reason he had suddenly recommended Hou Junji to Pai Lupi was to ensure that when the Tang army conquered Gaocheng, it would still be Hou Junji leading the army. In truth, even if Li Wangyu hadn't mentioned this matter to Pai Lupi, there was still a very high chance that Pai Lupi would have chosen Hou Junji to lead the army. In history, it was Hou Junji who had led the army to destroy Gaocheng. Although that was 13 years after Xingguan's death, it was now 8 years ahead of schedule, but that didn't necessarily change. Li Wangyu had suggested this to Pai Lupi in order to add another layer of insurance. As for why he insisted on having Hou Junji lead the army to conquer Gaocheng, he naturally had his reasons. After the Hu merchant withdrew from the bidding, the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect engaged in a heated battle with the other guests. In the end, the Buddhist sect won, bidding 68,000 taels of gold to buy the Vairocana Buddha. Li Wangyu was naturally satisfied with this result. Only a fool would be dissatisfied. After all, the cost of a ton of glass, including the wages of the craftsmen, only amounted to a few hundred strings of coins. Half a month of baking time had been exchanged for 68,000 taels of gold. Even robbing people wouldn't be able to do this. But not even Li Wangyu had expected that the most profitable item in today's auction would not be the Buddha, but the perfume. Speaking of which, these perfume were not being managed by Li Wangyu, but by his beautiful superior and her army of women. Su Changqing had collected 12 different kinds of flowers and made 12 different types of perfume. Moreover, the perfume's manufacturing process had been improved by the army of women, making the perfume even stronger and last longer. It was very close to the perfumes of the modern era. The rather business-minded Su Changqing had ordered the craftsmen to meticulously carve and blow the perfume bottles into 12 different shapes, naming them the 12 flower deities. Because Su Changqing, an elite woman in the modern era, was used to using Dior's perfume, she actually did the same as Li Wangyu and unceremoniously named their perfume the Dior's 12 flower deities perfume. His beautiful superior, who had always criticized Li Wangyu for plagiarism, didn't hold back at all when plagiarizing, even copying the Dior perfume's advertising slogan. When Li Wangyu heard Fatty Cho Kun recite with deep affection, "At this time, gold seems cold, jewelry lacks vitality, and colored glass is not attractive enough. Don't pretend, feel the real luxury, and only the Dior 12 flower goddess perfume." After hearing this advertising slogan, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth onto Li Er's face. When Cho Kun showed these fragrant and enchanting perfume to the group of noblewomen, the entire auction hall fell into a frenzy. The fragrant fragrance, the glittering glass perfume bottles. At this moment, in the eyes of the top noblewomen of the Tang Dynasty, they were simply emitting a dazzling light. Even the stingiest man, in the face of his wife's murderous gaze, could only reluctantly pay for it. Su Changqing had prepared a total of 10 sets of 12 bottles of perfume for the auction. As a result, even Empress Xianxia, this shill, was useless. The price of each set of perfume was raised to about 30,000 taels of gold by these crazy noblewomen. Just the perfume alone was sold for more than 300,000 taels of gold, making Li Wangyu speechless. Pai Lupi was even more dumbfounded. As for Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang, the way they looked at Li Wangyu made him shudder, as if he was being stared at by two ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was sensible and immediately patted his chest as a guarantee. He turned around and ordered people to send the perfume to the palace. Only then did he avoid the fate of being stabbed to death by Pai Lupi's wife's gaze. Li Wangyu could only shake his head speechlessly. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, women's money was the easiest to earn. The auction, which opened the eyes of the country bumpkins of the Tang Dynasty, made Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi a lot of money. In fact, the amount of money they earned didn't have any special meaning to Li Wangyu. No matter how much money they had, it was just a number. What he enjoyed was the pleasure of easily making money from the country bumpkins of the Tang Dynasty. To borrow a famous saying from Father Ma, "I'm really not interested in money, but I'm interested in spending money."